One of the top 40 records being played on every radio station in the United States is a communication to the children to take a trip, to cop out, to groove. The psychedelic jackets on the record albums have their own influence.
This is a special question. We don't want you to smoke genetically modified ganja. We want you to smoke the real thing.
Me?
Want you to smoke the natural herb.
Sweet.
Some call it marijuana.
Sweet.
Some call it sesame.
Sweet.
Some call it lamb's bread.
The tea.
And some people call it...
Welcome to another edition of the Adam Dunn Show. I am your host, Adam Dunn.
I'm Dave Charnick.
And we have no J-Lo in the house.
No-Lo.
Oh, no-Lo. It's a no-Lo show.
No-Lo show. Well, but she'll be zooming in any minute from the beaches in Hawaii.
No, she won't. She's on a flight right now, guys. So I told her, I said, get your internet on the plane so you can join us on the show. That'd be great. Doubt it would work, but... It's okay. We have such a fucking packed show today, people. It only got bigger and bigger. We have in-studio guests. We've got tons of guests coming in, calling in. Is it 7? Is that what you count?
It's close to it.
It's a lot. I think it's the most. And the funny thing is like, what was that, a couple weeks ago? I just said, yeah, you know what? Let's start shortening the shows a little bit, tightening them up, so that it hasn't not.
2 guests, 2 hours, and then on a Patreon.
Exactly. I was like, we're going to do 2 guests, and we're going to keep it really tight. And now we have 7
Never
guests.
happened.
We have 7 guests. So there you go. That's the Adam Dunn Show in a nutshell. We have in studio, we have Elevated Mushrooms. We have Jeremiah on my right. And look at Big Mike calling in already. It's not now, Mike. Come on.
What the heck?
Who is that?
That's Big Mike.
Yeah.
I just sent him a link. I said, end of the show.
Yeah, end of the show. Like 3 hours from now, Mike.
You got 3 hours, dude.
Mike, you're 3 hours early.
It's okay. And then we got Paul coming in here, bringing in some beautiful examples of their work. Not only psychedelic mushrooms, because that's obviously what everybody thinks, but these guys have been doing it for a long time. And
correct.
We're going to
nutritional edible, is that what you would call them?
Gourmet?
Nootropics, maybe even. I don't know. There's a lot of angles for it. So we're going to talk about that. But then we also got the whole Consumption Park, who we had Redman on the show last week, and now this week we're having Devin the Dude as a top biller. But we've also got Black Nailz, who's Eminem's producer, coming through, and he's going to be doing the Cypher contest that they're doing out at Consumption Park in Phoenix. We've also got JT Carlos, who's from an
actor working right now.
He's a stuntman too. You know, he's stuntman,
I saw that.
Stuntman, actor, voice guy, everything, and a musician. So we got him coming through. We got also the guys from Canna House, which is a group out of Buffalo that's doing infused food and doing sort of doing what we do, having the little social gatherings in New York, bringing in the infused products. They have also a barbecue sauce line, look pretty dope. Mm-hmm. We've also got Lutan Fire coming through, which MTI was very excited when he saw that.
Yeah, I was.
So we've got some crazy talent coming through. Who else? We got anyone? I'm forgetting somebody.
We were supposed to speak
Actor?
with Rob Baracco from Dark Star Orchestra briefly, just because they are coming to Colorado, but they're at the Warfield tonight, actually, and Phil Lesh might show up.
We might have Phil Lesh on the show too.
So who the hell knows? We can try to give him a zoom in a little bit, see if he wants to just say hello.
What a fucking packed show of craziness.
Yeah.
And it's only February. We've just started.
Only February.
What?
Come on. Just so you know, it works. And I know no one wants to take a moment. But I want you guys to pick your little finger up. And if you think we're doing something that warrants a like, I know we're pandering, but it helps the channel out because, believe it or not, in the month of January, we went from 35,000 views a month to 157,000. So I won't throw my arm out patting Adam on the back.
Dave's just patting his OnlyFans subscription.
You know about that. What did you think of that? Did my first cast last...
You did pretty good.
All right, thank you. I kept my clothes on for at least the first 10 minutes.
Yes,
So click that button, and if you want to know when we're coming on the air, if you click that subscribe button, you'll get a little YouTube alert when Mark clicks the show to go live. So if you like us, and if you don't like us, you can click that down thing too. Believe it or not, it works just the same according to the algorithm.
I thought they don't do that anymore. I thought they
no, they just don't tell you how many it is, but it still works in the same type of computer coding.
Oh, great. Yeah. Well, don't do it.
But thank you for doing it.
Don't do that one, please. No. So it's that's pretty good numbers. I'm impressed.
Yeah. I was very impressed. It's going to help us get more advertisers. We're going to change the way we do advertising. We're not going to do this end of the show 30, 40 minutes of shout-outs when you all go away. We'll have a little pre-recorded 15-minute
Is that Mike still? Mike, are you still there?
Wrong.
Wait here, yeah, this one.
I sent you a link to tell you that you're coming on at the end of the show, just so you know.
That's at like 8:30 tonight.
You got time. You can go cruise around and do your errands. I'll give you a heads up, though. I just wanted to get you the link. There?
Yeah, there he goes. So, elevated mushrooms, that we have to give credit to our producer, Mark. If he just said, Dave, you got to get these guys on the show. And so I reached out and you answered.
Yes.
And
what a business. These guys know how to run a business. They answer the phone and everything.
You want
we try.
You think you're being funny, but you're actually being serious because so many people on Instagram think they're so above replying to a message. Oh, you have to contact me through Instagram? You must be a plebe. Fuck. It's
Is Mike still there?
Yeah.
Cut him off.
Sorry.
Cut him off. They forget that they're on the show.
We did a show on New Year's 2 years ago.
Oh my god!
And we had the London Underground guys, like at a pub in London.
Oh, jeez.
Well, hammered.
Hammered.
Couldn't even understand
the coolest thing was Mark muted them.
And they didn't know
80
it.
seconds into them doing this rambling, and they were on for 3 hours.
And they were just trying. Every time you look, they think we're all listening.
They're
to
walking
them,
around to people in the bar going, "Hey, you want to be on the podcast?"
We're just like,
Awesome.
Yeah, it was great. So it's we don't claim to be a well-oiled professional with production staff holding cards that say laugh and shit like that.
That's pretty good to me, man.
Yeah.
I was very impressed with what you guys were doing. I noticed right off the bat you took a different approach towards, we'll just say, mycology in general, when everyone in Colorado seemed to go straight to the psychedelic space and all they wanted to do was cultivate penis envy. You guys created food and add food additives and
Well, let's go to the deal. When did you guys start? Because that's interesting in itself.
Yeah, so the business will be 5 years old here in the springtime. May, I think it was, we got started.
Awesome.
We kicked off because we were really into mushrooms, medicinal. When we say medicinal mushrooms, we're not talking about psychedelics.
Sure.
We're talking about lion's mane and reishi and all those types of mushrooms. And once you see these, this is a gray oyster we have here. Once you see something like that, you don't ever want to go back to eating buttons or portobellos again. I mean, these are they're super tasty. We grow them differently than you would grow button mushrooms.
There's a patch of this that grows on the University of Colorado campus that Spencer from Breckenridge Organic Therapy showed me the tree it's coming out of. And he's like, you can come down every time, just cuts them off. And I'm a big fan of oyster mushrooms.
Yeah, they're delicious.
I will have to start cultivating them at home.
You should.
Well,
there's definitely some amazing oyster mushroom recipes that I've been banging out, which is like such a good substitute.
Mushrooms in general have not been a part of my life early on. Growing up in New York City, you get shit. You're right. They just throw just soaked shit mushrooms, and they have that musky smell to it, and it just locked in my head. And I avoided mushrooms for like 20 years of my life.
Sure.
And it was until when I moved to Eugene in the 90s, then all of a sudden it kind of changed.
That's what most people know is just button mushrooms and slimy,
Slimies.
little mushrooms like that.
Yeah.
And they're pretty they're not all that exciting.
Well, most people that say they don't like mushrooms are talking about button mushrooms or portobellos, and if that's been their only experience, you know, how can you blame them?
Right. And when did you guys? I mean, like, when did you just say, "All right, I'm going to be a mushroom farmer"?
Well, I mean, we both really hated our jobs, or wanted to get out of the line of work that we were in, and I'd just been getting more and more enamored with mushrooms, and felt like there was a bit of a space that we could possibly move in and create a business.
Did you guys work together, or did you guys work separately and do your own things? What was your profession before?
Well, I sold car parts at car dealerships for most of my life.
Gotcha.
Last 30 years. But
what were you doing?
I installed security systems and cameras and access control systems.
A lot of grows.
Some, yeah.
Yeah, that was. You must have been a bonanza. You're like, you need 16 cameras to start with. That's always it's a good lick right there. You know? Forced to buy them. So neither of you really had any background in any of the ecology
no educational background whatsoever as far as that goes.
And how did you start getting into it? Like, as far as what was your go-to source of info?
Well, I'll let Jeremiah answer that. He was the one that got started.
I started growing cubensis a really long time ago, and I got pretty good at that, or really good at that. And, you know, gourmet psychedelic mushrooms are kind of a gateway drug to gourmet mushrooms.
Right. That's great.
So,
right, truly
that's kind of how it all started.
Well, that's awesome. And so you had obviously so you were the backbone of the experience as far as understanding the whole process.
Yeah, I'm the lab rat and all that too. Yeah,
it's because I think one of the things about mushrooms, it's amazing how now they're so prevalent. Because I was living in Europe and we were selling mushrooms in the late 90s, early 2000s, and it was the same sort of situation where it was like, to be quite honest, when you're selling mushrooms to the public, like we were doing there, I was a little concerned half the time, like, oh shit, am I really? I'd be really cautious with people and tell them, don't take the whole thing.
Don't eat the whole bag.
Make sure. And most of the other shops were doing the opposite. They were like, just if you eat one, and if you don't feel it in 5 seconds, eat another one. Because they just wanted to make the sales.
Good advice.
They were trying to push people on the sales and stuff. So I mean, I think dealing with psychedelics it's an interesting thing, because you really are giving somebody a lot of powerful tools to work with. You know what I mean?
A potential key to the universe, a potential key to something that's been blocked inside them for moons.
Absolutely, it's powerful stuff.
And so you guys got together and decided maybe, and you guys were you guys doing psychedelic mushrooms in the beginning, or were you guys doing?
No,
you went straight to.
We started just gourmet mushrooms strictly, and then we make tinctures and medicinal stuff too. So that's how we got started. We did the farmers market scene and all that stuff when we first started, and didn't find that to be extremely lucrative, but
lots of hard work and not much
pay.
money at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, definitely situations like that are tough, because it's like especially because you're dealing with such delicate things, and you got a lot. It's not like it's.
Yeah, I can't think of anything that's quite more perishable than that.
Right.
So we take coolers full of these things over to the farmers market, and if we didn't sell them all, we'd have to bring them home, throw them in the trash.
I know, right? It's like a disheartening sort of part of the job.
There were like 3 medicinal mushroom vendors at the Boulder farmers market this whole summer, and they seemed to all they sold were oyster and lion's mane.
Yeah.
And as much as they could bring in, they sold it all.
Yeah.
I mean, if you showed up late, they didn't have any.
I think your demographics, changes from place to place too.
You're not going to go to Wheat Ridge and sell a bunch of oyster mushrooms,
exactly.
though. Boulder's probably the place.
Boulder's definitely like with yoga pants. If you have yoga pants and mushrooms, you're going to kill it.
I'm not allowed to wear yoga pants.
You are. No, that is true. Definitely not on this show. 100%.
What do you mean? You'd love it if I did. You kidding me? You get so much.
As long as they're flesh toned. If they're flesh toned, you can do it.
I have a cannabis leaf jacket that I made the mistake of wearing once on a live broadcast poker tournament, and he fucking been putting it up on the screen.
Like made of cannabis leaves, or what?
No,
Let's give it a second.
There you go. You've seen that. There's one of these guys at every party.
Classy, yeah.
At every event, there's a guy like this And you shake your
that's-
head.
that's classic.
You walk past him,
And you've been sitting next to him for 4 fucking years.
and as you walk past, you shake your head and you just go like, "Oh my god!" And they think they are the fucking star of the show.
That's exactly. That's how I live
Look at
my
his-
life.
look at the
thinking
smile, look at the smile.
I'm the star.
Look at the smile.
I was happy to be playing poker on television. I played poker on TV. I didn't care. And the reason really why I wore that is because another guy at the final table is wearing a Smith & Wesson hoodie the day before. So I said that would be a really cool juxtaposition.
Absolutely.
A little contrast if you wore that again and I wore my Cannabis jacket. And he says, okay, I will. And I went, okay. And so I called the producers and I said, is there going to be a problem? And they said, no. And then they aired it once and never again. Because of the jacket.
It was a problem.
Yeah, it was a problem.
Somebody from the top down said that guy with the fucking jacket.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't play
Who
my
let
best
him on
poker
here?
that day, even though I took second place. So I'm not actually sad that it's not being shown, so people
Yeah.
can say you played that hand that way, you fucking asshole. So medicinal mushrooms, what we're supposed to call them gourmet, right?
No,
So-
well,
You've got
That's
your
what I
medicinal
gourmet
and
would
your
be your
gourmet
food.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what else? So I know you've got oyster and lion's mane, but what are the ones like? Adam is a cannabis breeder, so I'm always asking about what's coming in the wood. What do we have to look forward to in the woodworks? What are you working on? Are you guys doing any breeding of mushrooms for to create a new, edible?
Not necessarily with the gourmet stuff. No, there are a lot of people doing that, mostly in the Asian realm.
Is it just a little difficult, or just you don't see a
No,
market
it's
for
not.
it?
There is a market for it, but it's not quite as vast as the cubensis market. There's a lot of that going down. People crossbreeding different strains of cubensis together, like penis envy, mainly with other strains.
Yeah. Have you got your own? Have you got any of your own?
I've got a few, yeah.
What you got? What you got?
My main claim to fame is one called Donkey Kong.
Okay.
Oh.
Ooh.
Obviously big.
Yes.
It must be. It's got to be
It's a huge
giant.
mushroom, yeah. It's a penis envy cross.
And do you guys test your mushrooms for psilocybin afterwards, or I know the way we all test them, but
That's something we're going to be able to do, hopefully, in the near future. But we don't test it
Currently, yeah.
I've had this discussion with a couple of mycologists over the last few weeks on the difficulties they're having in making shelf-stable extracts. Have you gone down that road yet?
Yeah, a little bit.
What's
It is an issue. Yeah, it's kind of difficult. Psilocybin, psilocin kind of loses its validity after time. So
What's the time frame you think about?
well,
give or
I mean,
take?
it's a pretty long time, right? But once you extract it, like you make an extract in alcohol or something, it's going to degrade quite fast.
So on its own unprocessed, it's going to be more stable on it than once you start to. Once you
I'll
start.
say your dried mushroom, if you keep it in the freezer or something, it's going to last for a really super long time.
Yeah. That's one of the benefits I think of it is that you can, because with cannabis you have that very your window is maybe 6 months, and then all of a sudden it's like even at 6 months you have to maintain it. Whereas I feel like with mushrooms, if you shred them down and store them at the right temperature,
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to keep them in the freezer. That seems to
Yeah.
keep them good for a long
Dehydrated,
time.
they'll last for forever.
right.
Just about.
because one thing we were talking about recently, which was that the freeze dried, because remember we had that controversy of them actually being so activated that they don't last so long after the fact.
Travis, who will be in a little bit, has some interesting views on freeze drying versus.
Because he was all about it, but then all of a sudden that kind of kills it a little bit. Where you're like, wait a minute, because the whole point of having astronaut styly food, right, is that it lasts forever and you can keep it and use it when needed. So that would be kind of counterintuitive if that was the case. But
I think we're so early in this mushroom revolution.
It really is. Yeah.
I expect the two of you to get to work.
And we're doing it.
Yeah, we're at it, man.
And I noticed you brought lion's mane capsules. Are you making capsules out of other
We make
non-psychedelics?
We make mostly medicinal tinctures out of the other mushrooms, like reishi, and we forage for red-belted conchs, and that's a cousin of the reishi mushroom, kind of the same health constituency.
where can you forage for those?
Oh, that's
Not exactly the locations, but they do have.
They
they're
actually,
here.
they actually grow pretty prevalent here in the Rockies.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's interesting.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there's no psychedelic ones. That's one thing that's sad. There's like zero in there.
Yeah, really
like,
the only
like it's kind of like, you know, it's like you'd think, you know, you'd be like, come on, there's got to be some little, and it's like,
Why
not
is that?
really.
Amanita muscaria is the only psychedelic
that's
mushrooms.
not a good psychedelic. It's like,
I enjoy them.
It depends, on how you use them.
interesting.
Well, tell us.
I just get all whenever I hear about that the Amanita muscaria, I always think about, because like people talk about decarboxylating certain acids and not, and like it's like a balancing act as far as like, you know.
It's all about the preparation with
right.
that mushroom for sure.
It's like the blowfish. If you prepare it wrong, it'll kill you.
Can you give us like a small crash course on any of that? Like,
Yeah, so
Is there involved drinking reindeer piss? That's all I need to know right out of the gate.
Tell us.
haven't tried that.
Certainly can.
Okay. All right, because that's all the only way we know at this point.
Now, my personal method is to take them in small doses from 3 to 5 grams,
That's
Which
a pretty
is-
good dose.
which, you know, it's a different chemical than you know, psilocybin. It's a totally different animal. So in a small dose, it's just like a warm hug to your soul. You know, I love it.
It's
interesting.
In
So
high doses, it can definitely make you pretty psychotic and crazy.
And what would be considered a high? Because I mean, I feel like 3 to 5 grams is a pretty big dose
Sounds
nowadays. Just
few.
because,
high.
Yeah.
well, mushrooms seem to be getting stronger and stronger because now, what used to be like everybody would always think, we do an eighth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And nowadays, like somebody says an eighth, and I'm like, whoa,
Yeah,
because I'm thinking
that's
of
way too much.
That's a
penis,
hero dose.
penis envy eighth. Like, no, you're not doing that. Except for Travis when he comes, he's that's nothing.
No, Travis is he doesn't make light of when he takes a hero journey.
Right.
You know, he
He's
can
doing like 10
count them on
grams.
his
He's doing-
hands.
yeah.
But some of them have been like you're taken back. You go, you're fucking shitting me? And he's like, no,
Yeah.
I'm like, okay,
10 grams of penis
Well,
envy.
there's some people now that are doing up to an ounce at a time.
I'm very mushroom sensitive. We have a sponsor on the show, Fungi Farms, and he brings us the most amazing Belgian dark chocolate bars.
Yeah.
Each
Nice.
square has 0.25 in it. I have one square. These guys know I'm good to go. Okay? I am just fine. Don't need any more. And gave a bar to a family member, and they split it with their partner. The whole bar.
Oof. Damn.
And
quite a bit.
and they're like, and I'm like, so how was it? Because I didn't want to project anything after, which is days after the experience. And they said it was amazing, loved it, and I just left it at that because your dose is not my dose. My dose is not
Correct,
your
yeah.
dose. And
If you
Well,
can,
and
you
if
can
no-
get past that initial anxiety, I mean, you're generally going to
And
have
probably
a pretty
it
awesome
would be
time.
somebody telling you, oh my God, dude, you just ate what? And then you're like, and it just instantly goes.
Right.
Whereas if you didn't know, you're like, oh, I think you just eat half. Well, should we eat half? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Again, I think with all drugs, it's about how clean they are, right? Like if it's good quality, shouldn't be a problem. Like acid, if you have really good quality acid, you can do a fucking crystal. You won't die, people, but you'll trip hard. There's no doubt about that.
Right.
But if it was like paper that was dirty, you know what I mean, you would never want to eat the same
Oh, yeah.
dosage because there's all the other added attractions that are not necessary, you know?
Right.
So, and I think with mushrooms, it's similar. But yeah, I think, lion's mane, as far as like neural, building neural passages and building and helping people from, PTSD or from, there's so many benefits that I feel like, I think that's like that is the mushroom that probably sparked more than any of the other ones recently. Like, because it's becoming common knowledge where it was like 5 years ago, I don't think anybody even knew what lion's mane was hardly.
Yeah.
That mushroom's been a lot more studied lately too. I mean, that's one of the mushrooms that's been, just lab tested and studied and
Yeah.
Yeah, when we kicked this thing off, that was the major mushroom in our,
Arsenal.
yeah, exactly.
But now you start to see it like in supermarkets, and you're like, oh, like, okay, this is becoming a real thing, which is great. It's kind of like how because I've been involved in hemp for a long time, and when hemp, when I like in Amsterdam, I used to walking around with little swatches and telling people about, dude, this is hemp. It was like, and now, it's common again, the same sort of deal. Common. You go to like when I came back to the States, and I would go to, the supermarket, and at the end cap of the aisle would be all hemp products, you know what I mean? And I'd just be like, holy shit, this is
2017.
this is starting to happen. And it had its little spurt, and then it kind of now you see less of it. It's not as hyped up. But I think with mushrooms, it's becoming also like becoming quickly adopted by people, and the best
The
part
health
is that,
benefits are huge. I mean, that's
Huge.
yeah, and that people give it to, because the whole thing, I think the key to anything is that you're giving it to your grandmother or your mother.
It's
or
almost like it's
something
going to
that.
fall forward.
The minute you can do,
Knock the tinctures off.
the minute you can do
Let's
that,
move the tinctures so
it's
that just in
on.
case
Yeah,
it
for
does.
sure. It's like, oh, I gave it to my mom, and she felt like all of a sudden she could, see or this or that, whatever it was, and that's the thing that always pushes it that much further down the fucking road.
Well, I think the beauty of it too is everybody's had a mushroom just as food, whereas not everybody, as a teenager, has smoked a joint. So there's some differences between the two. We're already accepting that this is a valid food source, and just so happens that some of them are a valid food source and also valid food for your brain.
right.
So it's a great way of not having the stigmas like we had to fight for with cannabis, with mushrooms. And I actually think that the medical community is going to be on our side the whole way with psychedelic mushrooms, not like with cannabis when you had to find like the 3 rogue docs who were done with their practice because if they started referring people or recommending cannabis, they were going to get put up in front of Dolla and lose their license. So you had very few to start off with. Now, it seems they're chomping at the bit to have access to be able to I don't want to say prescribe it, but oversee someone while using it as a healing journey.
Yeah, it's big in the news. I mean, we get all kinds of people. We offer growing supplies as a big part of what we do. Also, we get veterans with PTSD that are completely done with, the VA's healthcare, and and they're looking to grow their own medicine, and it's really cool being able to be part of that, to offer that's to folks.
Oh, Adam's eating a vegan gummy. I'm surprised. Has anybody started ripping me for not smoking it? I had a tooth pulled, so I can't smoke. So, sorry, guys.
What you want?
Is that a weed gummy?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
want one?
Howard?
No, I was wondering if it was psilocybin.
Oh.
No, you're 2 minutes past that. I already tried to get it out of them if they were making.
Beta test.
Ooh,
Betas.
Well, come on.
I was
we
gonna say,
have an
dude.
open mic. Come
I
on
got a
in.
sheet for it.
Come on, over next to Adam.
Get to cozy up with us.
Do you guys know each other?
No.
I don't think so.
Oh, well, you should know each other because you're both champions of the
How you doing,
space. This is Travis Fluck.
How you doing, man? Jeremiah.
That's Jeremiah, and this is Paul from Elevated Mushrooms. Travis was one of the architects of the Denver Municipal Decrim Ordinance for psilocybin a few years ago, and helped craft the proposition that didn't make it to the ballot. 61.
61, yeah.
The good one?
Yeah, the good one.
Right. Let's get
And
into that.
we were talking about this before the show started, that we actually, let's just say that in general, some friendships were lost due to the controversy
Absolutely.
over 122, and now we're 7 weeks into it, and we're already getting word that the administrators are looking to gut the home provision bill. And so this is, I hate to say we're back in that place, but it begs a conversation. And so what do you know, Travis?
Okay. Well, we decided to wait until we had corroborating evidence to kind of whistleblow, but there's been whispers of this since mid-December. The lawmakers are pissed that the campaign never went and sent anybody to the General Assembly to say, look, we're going to do this, which is what we were bitching about the whole time, that this was moving too fast. And lawyers that were in on drafting 122 even told us, we need to keep it quiet. We need to keep it quiet because if we make a fuss, then they're going to know about it. And they're like, well, why would we want to keep it quiet? We need to get people on board with why this is a problem with passing this. And so there's a guy going around town, and we think his name's Eric at this point. We're not positive about his name, but he's a lobbyist, and he's pushing for limits. And the president of the Senate is spearheading the effort to gut or amend the personal use provision. And he's gone as far as to say that the campaign duped the voters of Colorado.
Well, you know what? He isn't wrong.
I know.
Because we had the governor coming on television 2 weeks before the election to say, and don't worry, we're not going to let anybody take them home with them. So he was trying to sort of, we should have read the writing on the wall, and we fucking took the bait.
No, we did. We did. We were espousing this.
I mean, we as a general populace who voted it in, you know.
Yeah. So fortunately, the voters have spoken, and I think that a really good consolidated effort, a diverse, intelligent effort, will kind of cut this off at the pass. And we're now reaching out to lawmakers, and they have to be honest with us about what's happening. They have to tell us who's meeting, who's talking about this stuff, so that we can start to find constituents in those areas and have them talk to the lawmakers. Because it doesn't make much sense for me living in Denver County to go to a lawmaker in Summit County and rabble-rouse about this stuff. So it's beginning of February, and they have until, I guess, May to introduce and then vote on this. So it's a pretty, it's going to be a pretty quick timeline, but I really believe that we're going to be heard, and I think, like I said, we can make a really good case for the voter, uphold the will of the voters here.
Right.
And there's this, we call it a soccer mom group called Blue Rising. Are you familiar with? So they spearheaded all the effort with putting the limits on concentrates and wanted to put a 10%, right.
Yeah.
Right. So they didn't do too well, but they're at it again.
Fuck.
Yeah.
So what do we do instead of sitting here and bitching about it? What can we do? Who can we write to? How do we bring this to the spotlight and to the forefront so that we stop it in its tracks?
So right now we don't know all the names of the lawmakers involved. So as soon as we do, we can move forward. We know that the president of the Senate is involved, and I believe he's District 18. He's a physician, interestingly enough, and a lot of the things he said on his website supports healing, and he's anti-climate change. And he's all these points that I don't know that he realizes that these plant medicines will really come to our aid.
Right.
So Steve Fenley, I believe, is the guy's name.
Jamie will look it up for us.
And yeah, once we actually speak to him, he's got to kind of honestly let us know what's happening here, and then we can more intelligently know how to do that. So right now, get everybody who has something to lose over this personal use section, interested in at least filling out a form of a pre-written letter that goes to a senator or whatnot.
Like something that says, Dear Senator, the only reason I voted for Proposition 122 was because of the explicit mention of the home cultivation provision. And if you got it, you take the spirit away from the bill. If you take that out, you should remove the entire bill instead of just creating...
I like that.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to coalesce. There's something called the My Coalition.
That's funny.
Yeah, funny. And we assembled when we knew that an out-of-state organization was running this ballot measure, and at the time they were going to introduce it, it was all white dudes. It had no diverse representation. It had no mention of personal use. It had no mention of any of the social justice features that we've rallied so hard to get woven into this. So the My Coalition was a diverse group of voices that really stepped up and influenced this. So now we're putting the band back together, to be visible and be very intelligent with the way that we wield privilege and take it to the lawmakers, because honestly, everybody on this planet has something to lose if this shifts in a hard way.
Well, especially
elevated,
because everyone else is going to look towards here in Oregon and the places that sort of spearheaded it.
Right.
Well, in Oregon, there's 4 Republican senators that are now working on revoking the decrim bill that went down a few years ago there.
Really?
Yeah.
So there you go. So then they'll even more be looking at Colorado, because that's another one of those. And that we did pretty bad job with cannabis as far as like, look where we are now. Everybody's fucking the big players.
Well, we still have 6 plants we can cultivate. We're so happy. Who's that?
Who we got?
Oh, it's Mike.
Mike still?
No, I got
What's
to get out of here.
Yeah, you do. See you soon.
You got that full K95 mask on there.
So real quick, just to wrap up an action step here, thespore.org, www.thespore.org. You can go in there and join the My Coalition. I'm willing to take off tons of work and really be at the Capitol as much as possible. I know that that's not an option for a lot of people, but I just want, if we're going to have a rally, I might need bodies to show up at the state capitol, or and just be part of the conversation.
We had 60 days.
It's like going right back to 2009,
right.
10, 11. It's like,
that's what I was just thinking.
See you at the Capitol, It's like, oh, man. The sad part about it, though, is when you actually sit in on those things, it all becomes clear of how fucked everything is. You're like, that guy's not even paying attention. Look at him. He's not even looking at what we're doing. We're all talking, and he's just like, whatever.
Doodly-doodly-doo.
You don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? And you're like, oh, this sucks. So it does suck to see the evil side of the fucking Capitol sometimes when you're in there.
But we're going to need people like you guys, Jeremiah and Paul, who are running, gourmet mushroom businesses. We need everybody in there who has sold a syringe, who wants to continue with this, to speak, because it doesn't matter how you voted on 122. It's what we have now. And if they take the home provision out, it really becomes what they told us it was going to become, which was a corporate money grab to give rich people access to a psychedelic weekend.
Right. Yeah. They want to give Dora more power than
great.
And they're also pissed that no one went to Dora and even asked them to take this on.
Well, and also like you're saying, it's great when people like you guys show how this is a broad. Even though obviously definitely gourmet mushrooms will be legal and it's not going to affect that, but they're all interconnected. You know what I mean? And you guys also see the it's great when you're making these and it's great for the health benefits, but it's even better when you see somebody fucking come out of do 20 years worth of treatment in a weekend when they do that.
Right.
And that gives, so it's kind of like cannabis, same thing. Like we have all the recreational side, but the real driving force for a lot of people is helping out friends, and helping out family and then CBD kicked in and all of a sudden it was like a whole new world. And then, the similarities are just eerily, there.
Yeah.
So
Well, the same people wrote the legislation, cannabis people. Mm-hmm. But to this point, Paul Stamets once said, all organisms that pair with fungi are rewarded. So that kind of that fuels me. So why are we any different?
Right.
Yeah. And the mushrooms breathe air like we do. So their metabolism, their metabolic paths are very similar to ours. That's why their medicines are so potent. It's pretty astounding, actually. And I think a lot about, over in Japan, when someone has cancer and they give them chemo, they give them turkey tail right away, like, duh. Yeah. Because it mitigates the bad parts of the chemo and helps the chemo.
And we don't do that here,
Well, they also
obviously.
eat, also eat fermented food on a regular and are way healthier than us because of it.
Yeah, I'm working with somebody that has stage 4 colon cancer right now, and they've had their first healthy bowel movement in years after 7 days of turkey tail treatment.
Wow, that's great.
Wow.
So I just say, duh, but this is the type of stuff that people can give testimonial about, and that's, I think, our strongest leverage in this fight, and why the psilocybin mushrooms are just part of a whole array,
ecosystem,
of things.
Yeah, the health benefits are undeniable once you start looking into it.
Well, we don't eat right in this country. I just reposted something I saw today where a guy says you can take $1 bill, go to a grocery store, $1, and you could buy 1,200 calories of the shittiest snack food crap, but that same dollar will only buy you 250 calories of vegetables.
The topsoil that we grow those vegetables in is waning pretty hard.
Yeah.
So like at face value, it's nutritious. But I think that the statistic I heard recently, like an apple is 200 times less nutritious, maybe even more than it was just a few years ago.
Really?
Huh. Wow.
We're not adding back to the topsoil. And I someone said something recent to me that blew me away. They said the real bank is the topsoil. You know, we're putting all our money in these places where we just agree on value, but the topsoil is what, you know, we can deposit in our waste and we get out our treasure.
Oh yeah.
Do you guys use composting in your mushroom process?
We don't use any compost to grow. Our substrates are excellent for composting when we're done with them.
Perfect.
For soil amendments, gardening, things like that. All the mushrooms that we grow on hardwoods naturally, so we replicate that with hardwood pellets.
Do you and then take them and give them to either earthworms or roly-polies at the blocks? Do you break them down even further before?
Well, I've been putting this in my garden for about the last 4 years,
Okay.
and I have an insane amount of roly-polies growing right now. So, or when the summer comes around.
So they're really good at high carbon things, you know. So that's
And aerating the soil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it's excellent. Like my garden has done so much better since I started putting that in the soil.
We talk about how cannabis growers, you could spot them by how they throw away their waste. So you're walking past somebody's lawn and you see a whole bunch of perlite in it.
Yep.
Hydrocorals
or perlite, you can pretty much guarantee that those guys are growing weed. And the shit floats, so that makes it even funnier because, you know, you'd be all sly and think you're burying it. It's just like, no, wait till the first rain. It all comes around like a little white ring around every tree. It was funny. My friend had a yard that was she had been throwing soil in her backyard for so long that when you stood in her place, she had like short little tiny fence and a really high yard, and then next door you look down onto the yard next door, and I'd be like, this is kind of obvious, isn't it, at this point? She'd be like, yeah, nobody seems to notice, but yeah, just the trees got smaller, the fence got shorter over time.
And so what if somebody wants to start a home gourmet mushroom kit? Do you have them in stock? You sell them to people ready to go? How does the process work?
Yeah. So we sell our ready-to-fruit blocks, so you can buy, a 5-pound block that's already colonized. You take it home and give it the right environment, and it needs moisture most and oxygen. And you can get these guys to fruit within usually a couple weeks.
Wow.
After you open the bag up.
And so this one bag right here, what am I going to harvest from this over its lifetime?
Probably close to 2 pounds out of that bag.
Yeah.
And what's the retail cost on this?
$20 for the fruiting blocks.
Wow, that's really good.
And you get a couple of
you get a couple of flushes.
Yeah.
The first one's going to be your best, and that's going to be a pound and a half usually. Mm-hmm. Your second flush will totally depend on the amount of humidity you provide. And
how do you, like, if you don't have a tent or like a Martha tent or something like that, how do you suggest people get that moisture? Because I'm used to growing in tubs, obviously.
Sure.
And I don't know if any gourmet or medicinal mushrooms that grow in a tub but like
pretty much the same.
Yeah,
pretty much the same situation. You're just trying to provide a whole bunch of humidity.
Would you suggest putting it in a tub with like the tub cracked or something like that, and just like spray the inside, maybe put some kind of
that works really well.
Okay.
You got to stay on top of your fresh air exchange with these guys particularly, because if they get starved for oxygen, they won't open up and be as beautiful as they can.
That's gorgeous, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Definitely show quality.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we, if you're into growing cubensis, then we offer grow kits, which comes with everything you need. Basically, you pick the strain that you want to grow, and then we do all the hard work for you, give you the grains that are sterilized and the substrate that you need.
Yeah, it was always the first phase, which is the hard part, right? And then after that, once you get going, then it's amazing.
Generally.
Amazing. Well, I wouldn't say easy, because nothing's ever easy, right? But definitely quickly rewarding, especially with cannabis. We're always used to these 3-month cycles. So when you see something in a couple of weeks,
mushrooms definitely not a hard hobby.
Right. Mark is taken to it really quick, I guess, with some.
Mark couldn't grow a
tutelage from
single
you
cannabis
guys.
plant. He tried over and over.
It's all Bonnie, though.
That's true.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Oh, so you just take credit for it.
I'm just the brawn here. Yeah, she's the brains. Yeah,
he picks up all the he picks up all the waste products and brings them to me.
Yeah.
There you go.
Exactly.
Well, what about that time he drove around for 5 hours buying all the stuff for his mushroom kit and then showed up at the farmer's market and
got everything out?
Everybody had that stuff here for him. He wouldn't have had to drive around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's okay. We make fun. When we make fun of you, you know you're part of the family.
Right.
Because we don't forget things like if you try to germinate 3 seeds and leave them in a paper towel for 2 weeks with water and they actually root to the paper towel and then you yank the seed off, you didn't realize you were yanking the
whole thing in half.
You know, not that anybody here has done that, but over there,
right?
You know, behind you, it's happened. So it doesn't sound like it takes much of an investment to get into a home.
No, it's cheap.
Yeah, you can get started pretty cheap.
Can this be reused afterwards for more mushrooms if I put more culture into it?
Now, potentially you can use that to seed other bags or other substrate, but by that point it's probably covered in some mold spores and whatnot. So I don't know that you'd want to do that.
Got it. Contamination.
If you were going to be doing outdoor grow, that'd be valid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You can. I've had mushrooms pop up out in the garden when I put this stuff out there. They'll just spontaneously grow when the conditions occur.
Mm-hmm.
There is something grows. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'll pick one and bring it to one of you guys. But there's a mushroom that grows in my yard. Just every so often it comes up.
It's a bagel mushroom, I think.
Bagel mushroom.
Yeah, must be all
everything
the remnants
mushroom.
of all the bagels.
That would be fun. There's no bagel strain of mushroom.
No, actually, something that we've been doing, whenever we harvest, we cut off the ends, with the substrate and all that stuff, and we have just thrown that in jars, just misted it again, and out came a couple more mushrooms, So,
I mean, that's what Bonnie does.
Yes.
And how do bagels come into the play?
Yeah,
the way he really had us going. Like he's like, no, but really, because he said,
well,
no,
because
bagels.
I was going back
Actually,
to the last real subject that we were talking about, and not,
What are you, a producer or something?
Oh, okay.
Do you have employees, or is it just the two of you?
It's just us.
Oh, so there's no.
we have a next.
Yeah.
Mark needs a new job.
Yeah.
He only has 13
Oh,
jobs.
sweet,
He
dude.
needs one more job.
Well,
seriously,
it doesn't
he
pay
works
very well, but you're welcome to come and join us.
Sweet. Hell yeah.
This guy works till midnight every day and goes to work at 5 a.m.
Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen somebody work so hard.
We don't see him at work though. That's the thing. We assume he's working.
No, he sent me the video of him on the forklift.
He might just get there and be like,
I FaceTimed you from my
I'll see you
forklift.
in
Yes, he
6
did.
hours.
Yeah.
Hide behind these boxes over here.
No, but I need to, personally, I can't speak for anyone else, I need to incorporate more medicinal gourmet mushrooms into my diet, especially what I'm reading about with lion's mane.
It's great stuff.
Maybe you can speak to some of the common ailments that a lot of people are getting that I'm being told, because diabetes runs in my family, and I guess I've staved it off for what'll be 53 years on Monday, but I should be taking regular medicinal mushrooms. What should I be taking in other conditions that you've found extracts work for?
Allegedly.
The lion's mane is a good for. It's a pretty well studied mushroom, and they use it a lot for Alzheimer's patients and anything from car crash victims to nerve. Anything that requires a nerve
MS
treatment.
It can help with MS.
I know I don't want any of those things, so
you don't want any of that.
I want to start taking. You've got me on. I already took 2.
Oh, good.
I'm gonna take.
You're gonna
more.
feel amazing here in just a few minutes.
And because I haven't, I've eaten. Vinny fucked me up the other day. I ate. Vinny gave me a bag of chocolates, and he
You need
says,
to be careful if there's chocolate around.
He said, he says to me, "That should be enough to last you for 2 days." Ha 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 ha. Because I guess he gave them to me on Wednesday. I didn't listen to him, and I think I ate 3/4 of the whole fucking bag that one night. And I tell you, I did not have a good night. It wasn't. I mean,
A little too much.
Hey, Travis.
I had a splitting headache. Yeah, go.
Question over here from Mike Denver. Are you considering on getting on the Natural Medicine Advisory Board to help steer the regulations in the right direction?
My canned response to that is Rasta don't work for Babylon.
Got you.
Bam! That just happened, Mike Denver.
No,
I think that's a no, Mike.
I
Sorry.
really believe in the, I hate to call it the unregulated side, but I really believe in the decriminalized side. We can reach much higher outcomes, much better outcomes, and just reach higher standards. You take a medicine and you detribalize it, and you make people pay to play in that way, and I don't think it does as much good as really bringing community together and working with the medicines in that capacity.
Did that work?
That worked.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Shout out to Mike Denver, of course.
The
What else
advisory
you got,
board
Mike?
already got picked. They announced that on Monday.
What happened? Is that the ones that was from the governor or no?
Yeah.
What was the deal with that? Was it his cousins and brothers?
Well, interestingly enough, no one that was on 122 got picked. No one that 122 put on a list that they recommended, and nobody that any of our organizations recommended got picked.
Wow.
Interesting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Was there anybody
Surprise, surprise.
Was there anybody on there that you actually were like, oh, didn't even think of him, but he's actually a pretty good guy? Or was it all just...
So Sue Sisley, do you know who that is?
Yeah.
She got picked.
Oh, sweet.
We're pretty excited about that.
That they should stop with her.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of a book called Women Who Run with the Wolves?
Yeah.
So the woman who wrote that is on. So we're pretty excited about that.
No, Sue Sisley's great. I've known her for a decade.
Yeah, and she's I think the only person in the United States that's allowed to actually do research with the mushroom itself, not just synthesize psilocybin.
Well, she was that way with cannabis too.
Yeah.
She was one of the doctors that was in this whole, especially with CBD came out. She was big in helping people understand cannabinoids. Wow, that's great.
Yeah,
but wouldn't it be gutted before it even got to her?
So the personal use section has little to do with the advisory board.
Yeah.
So what we wanted to do is reach out to the advisory board, because one of the clauses is that once they're in session, they're not allowed to talk to anybody. So there's no outside influence.
Oh, great.
So we were trying to get them on board to at least say that they believe in upholding it as a personal opinion type thing, and they're already cloistered. So, yeah.
We've known each other now 2 years now, and I was really hoping you were going to be so fucking wrong on this one. I was like, I've trusted your opinion as a serious end all be all for mycology, because we didn't have any other experts to go to. And then when we started getting other experts, I still came to you. And I was really hoping you were going to be wrong on this. When I'm getting yelled at by fellow mycologists telling me that, I'm against it, how could I be against, lose my number? It was hard, man.
I mean, I work for the mushrooms.
You've always said that. You've always said that from day one.
And I appreciate that, our perspective is not what the consensus is thinking. And we're still in a prohibitionist attitude.
I'm hoping you would just take it upon yourself to write that letter that we can all add our name to. I'd provide input if you needed to bounce it around.
It's a collaboration.
But that we should be flooding all of our elected officials, is because 1 million people voted for this.
Yeah.
1 million people. So I have to think that an overwhelming majority of them voted yes because of the home provision.
I would like to think that would make me happy, but it's the regulated part. We speak really loudly, the small group that we are, and we're really armed with a lot of data and a lot of how do I put this? The indigenous have been utilizing the relationship with the mushroom for thousands of years, so we have that relationship to bring into the conversation. They can't outflank us when it comes to the dialogue about it, other than to bring some really archaic, puritanical, outlook on this thing. And so, I want everybody involved. Even if it's just armchair revolutionary,
Right.
because this, like I said, it affects all of us. My own journey with the mushroom has opened me up to social justice concerns, ecological concerns, identifying with my infinite spiritual nature, like I wouldn't be who I am without it, and there's only so much of that I can communicate to people that have never had these experiences. We call them the uninitiated, especially with some of the kind of deep dives and what that has revealed to me. They're not ready to hear stuff like that. So it's a matter of like taking the science to them and really making the case that Denver has been decriminalized without limits for 3 years, and there has been no uptick in crime or ER visits, or there's been not
a whole bunch of babies coming into the ER high. No, because I see those toddlers just swinging in the penis envy, and
Go to Detroit.
Why? What's happening there?
They procreate on high dose psilocybin.
Yeah.
We'll have to have you back to talk about that.
There's a high dose community that makes psilocybin babies, and they're like amazing. I've met them.
So they make it a point of conceiving while on copious amounts.
Yes.
Copulating while on copious amounts of psilocybin.
Yeah.
Interesting.
All right. How do we sign up for that?
I think you just go ahead
just show up.
Sign up. No signing required.
All right. Wow.
So I saw Reggie was in the. Yeah, and then he took off. Oh, he's going to go. Okay. Well, he's 5:30, I think, was when we.
Tell us about your website before we start getting completely overwhelmed with another 9 guests and Mark's jobs.
Yeah, so elevatedmushrooms.com is our website. You can order pretty much all of our products. All of our products are available for order. We ship throughout the country. Spores are illegal in just a couple of states, so we can't ship those there, but...
No, I thought those were only considered awry of the law when you actually put it into substrate.
There's 4 states, right? Is it 4 states?
Well, I got 3 on the radar: Idaho, Georgia, and California, I believe.
California?
Yeah.
But I did see some recent information on California that it's maybe not illegal there now, for study purposes, of course.
Microscope. I don't recall because I've never lived in any of those states.
Right. I'm thinking it'd be Utah or Alabama or something like that.
Well, who would have thought California? But
I know.
Right. Yeah. So what the fuck?
These are all states where mushrooms just grow wild in the pasture too. So.
Yeah.
Well, my first was I went to Syracuse University, and we had SUNY Environmental Sciences and Forestry was attached, and there was a mycologist there that used to bring me bags of mushrooms. We'd have to dry them ourselves, but he just said it was no problem. I just have it in the back of the lab, like fantastic.
They're so abundant. They're so abundant.
So if because I would be not doing my job if I didn't ask, but do you have a promo code on your website, like to offer a discount?
We don't.
Uh-oh.
If you sign up for a newsletter, you do get a discount on your next order.
Got it. Well, we'll have to work on that promo code. So
I have
that
yet
Mark
to actually
can...
send a newsletter out, but if you sign up for it.
You sound like my kind of guy.
Yeah, really, you fit in well here. You want to handle mailings for us?
Sure.
Sweet. Nice.
We're also on Instagram at Elevated Mushrooms.
And how did Mark find you?
Mike Denver.
Mike Denver.
But how did Mike Denver find you?
Oh, now you're getting deep.
I can't remember.
Now you're getting
You
deep.
should ask him. He's probably in the chat, isn't he?
He's right there.
Yeah, he has a question for Travis,
Of
and
course
then maybe
he does.
he'll answer that question.
There you go. Ask him a question for once.
Hey, Travis, tell us about the My Coalition meetup on February 8th and other ways we can get involved. Are there public meetings we can go to?
So in order to attend that meeting, you have to sign up for the My Coalition, and if you go to www.thespore.org and go to the menu, it's pretty. I think it's the first option. Join the My Coalition, and if you are able to give a small monthly donation, it's going to allow us to pay facilitators and pay people to do this work. And if not, you can email them at info@thespore.org if you have a financial barrier, and there's no fee to actually join the My Coalition. And then I think you just have to sign the agreements, which are pretty straightforward and social justice oriented, and then they'll send you an invite to the meeting, which is on next Wednesday, the 8th.
Good job, Mike Denver.
Yeah.
He produces the show. It's like he's pretty much his show. What else we got to do, Mike? Tell us.
Mike, tell us. We're
us what
eating
to do.
one of Vinny's buchakis.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's on a hiatus. Same. For later. Okay.
I have ice cream cones. If you
What's
want.
my time limit today? Just because I did want to talk about something else real quick.
You better get it out.
Do it now.
I won the psilocybin cup again.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah, 2 years in a row.
Congrats. That's awesome.
Congratulations,
Yeah.
dude.
45% increase in potency from year to year.
You were 1.87 last year. What was it now?
Yeah, it's 2.4% combined psilocybin and psilocin, and then a bunch of other tryptamines.
That's 3 times a normal penis envy.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah.
I believe it.
So I wasn't going to enter because I won first and second last year.
You do. Yeah, try to let someone else
And
come in.
I was picking some mushrooms, and they said, enter. And I said, yeah. And then
And
they
just so
said,
you understand out there, when he says I was picking some mushrooms and they said enter,
Yeah.
he means the mushrooms. Okay, just so we're.
hold on, this is the plot thickens.
Oh,
It's
goodness.
funny.
Oh, the 5 seconds. Good.
So they said enter the upside down ones. So sometimes they grow upside down. They grow cap to substrate, and then tail in the air. So I was like, all right. So I sent them in, and I was pretty close to the deadline. And I went to the conference in Washington, D.C., where they were going to announce the winners. And the lab guy comes running up to me, and he said, I hate to tell you, but we never made it to the post office.
Oh, no.
And I said, what? And I was like reviewing, like, am I going insane? You know, like my intuition here. And he said, well, yeah, we never made it to the post office. So, and he also told me that a Pan Cyan had won. And I guessed that once the Pan Cyans entered, the cubensis would never be able to catch them. And then I was thinking to myself, well, maybe I had the most potent cubensis. You know, I was like, why would I get this hit and then it not work out? So at the awards ceremony, yeah, they gave the award to somebody that growed some Pan Cyans, and I think it was like 2.1%. And a few weeks later, I had just finished a ceremony with a stage 4 colon cancer patient of mine. It went phenomenally well, and I get this text message from the lab guy. It says, whatever you're doing, don't stop. I was like, oh my God, universe, thanks for that. A few minutes later, he said, we're releasing your lab report on Monday. So they did an Instagram live, and this is the Oakland Hyphae team out there. They've been the only ones like doing this objective testing. I guess there's a few other people starting to do like cups in that way, but they were the first to do potency testing in that way. And I'm definitely on Team Hyphae. And they did an Instagram live, and they said, when we saw the results, we thought it was an extract. And they said this makes all the case in the world for why we should be testing mushrooms, because now there's well over 400% variation between mushrooms out there. So you could take something and it could floor you, and the same dose of something else could be negligible.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, so they went and changed all the standings, and it was the most potent sample they'd ever tested.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Wow.
Really cool.
Yeah.
People asking what kind of variety, and it's just a penis.
So I call them Shiva Lingams now, in a big dose. I think I was an 8.6 gram dose, and they asked me to rename them, and their words were, could you do something about that? And I asked them what they wanted to be called. They said Shiva Lingam, which is a Sanskrit term for formless penis, which is hilarious. And they were penis envy 39 generations ago when I got the genetics from mushrooms.com. And then I've had them for 39 generations now.
Wow.
Awesome.
Damn.
That's
Very
amazing.
cool.
Amazing.
Well, I hope you guys exchange numbers, because
Absolutely.
I think there are going to be a lot of people that we're going to come across, but very few that we want to stay in touch with, and I just have this feeling that there's something here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
You guys are welcome back on the show anytime. Like when I invited him on the show there, and I told him what time we're on, he's like, "Shit, are we gonna have to be there for 4.5 hours?" I'm like, no, don't worry about it.
We got.
We
plenty.
suck at kicking people off the show. It's really, but
So-
now that we have a guest coming,
You're welcome to hang as long as you
You
want.
can hang out as long as you want, but so go to elevatedmushrooms.com or at elevated mushrooms on Instagram, and you want to send them lots of DMs saying, why isn't there a done deal promo code
come on,
in your website?
I would be ready to go for it.
To browbeat them into giving you guys a discount. So thank you.
And then repeat one more time the Myco group.
My Coalition.
Yep.
You go to www.thespore.org.
I got you all covered here.
Cool.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
and you're
thanks for
more
having
than
us.
welcome to leave those here for aesthetics
these are for you
purposes.
guys.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Look at them, eat them, do what you want to with them.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, man.
Thank
And
you.
thanks, Trav, as always.
Appreciate it.
For making
Thank
the
you
world a
so
better
much.
place.
Yes, thank you.
And producing the
Oh.
world's
Do you want to
strongest
grab a
mushrooms.
chocolate
I have
for later
gifts
if you
for
want?
you
It's
guys.
just cannabis chocolates. You can
Gifts
grab bagels
all
and cookies over there, please.
Okay, we got Reg coming in. What's going on?
Welcome to the show. You're,
you
you're muted. You
still
got to
muted.
turn your sound on.
There you go.
Reset.
Yeah, I was trying to. I didn't want to fuck up the interview. But, oh man, I'm great, man. How you guys doing?
We're doing good.
Fantastic.
Man. Just oh wow, these are
The
It's like-
microdoses.
Okay.
Everybody's making gummies, so I made freeze-dried fruit.
I know. I was like, this is like
Things.
freeze-dried fruit. Nice
Wow.
one. Love it.
Wow. We
What's
have.
what, when you say microdose, what is it, Travis?
1 milligram? No.
All right.
0.07 grams of the mushroom.
So I can eat one of
1/15
these.
of a gram.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good. Cool. All right, man. Thanks.
Oh, and
So-
pineapple, blueberry, and cherry.
Pineapple, blueberry, cherry.
So
Beautiful.
Adam, for all of our listeners not
some
in the
freeze-dried psilocybin,
from Travis.
pineapple fruits. There, Reg. I know you're a food guy, so I figured we try to impress you. What's going on?
For those of us not in the know, why don't you introduce our guest?
We're about to. I was just
yeah.
about to. We got Canna House in the house, Buffalo, New York, representing and throwing down up there and getting people all fucking high with some bunch of edibles is what it sounds like to me, and making some killer barbecue sauce. Which
Well, no, now I have a complaint for Red. Had I known we were going to have a guest from Buffalo and we didn't get any wings, we
and
didn't get any
that's
sauce.
why they.
I went to Syracuse University. You kidding me? Right down the road from you.
Oh man.
What was the wings
Yeah, we gotta
place
get
there?
you guys some wings, man. Are you guys gonna be in Arizona?
Nah, I mean, well, we're not gonna say no because miracles can happen, right? But we're like on the tip of like, if we're not getting sponsored to get down there, we ain't getting down there because it's fucking expensive.
We have Cannabis to go to.
We're going next month.
There.
We're trying to get to Spain next month. So we got to kind of concentrate on that project. So.
Love it. Is that Cannabis?
Yeah.
Yeah, love Cannabis.
You need to
Tariq
send
Buds. Tariq Buds is my guy.
Oh, you want to send some reps down there? Adam and I are willing to go on your behalf.
Oh yeah, we can.
you know.
Yeah, if you want to.
We'll
I'm
rep
glad you
Canna
guys are
House.
If you need
volunteering,
Canna House,
man.
I'll throw some stickers around.
Yeah,
it'll be
shirts
totally worth
and
your time.
hats.
So yeah, we I checked out you guys' bio and what you guys are up to. So you're friends with our buddies over at Happy Monkey. I saw also with Vlad. So
And Ramon.
we know we and Ramon exactly. So we already know that you know what's up. I'm from New York originally too, so we're all just like it's like many times you get in a room and you're like, are we all from New York? It's like
Yeah,
again,
that's a fact.
Once again,
Yeah. Did you grow up in Buffalo?
Yeah, born and raised in Buffalo, man. Been here my whole life. I actually went to school in North Carolina for college, but most of my life's been here in Buffalo, man. Love it, man. It's
I'm sure lately it's been fucking crazy, man. Every time we've been, that's what we hear is like, damn,
dude.
We think it's cold. We're in Colorado, so it gets cold, you know. But nothing like you.
Rough last 18, 20 months, man. It's been.
Yeah.
It's been tough.
You guys
for
are
sure.
getting your asses kicked up there, that's for sure.
So it must be just booming right now. No, I mean, you must be one of the only. I mean, right? They didn't get anything open. Nothing.
Oh, it's still not open.
You
No,
know.
it's still in the.
Yeah, things are still limited. We actually got like a lawsuit that was holding some stuff up. Of course, somebody came from Detroit or something like that. This guy claiming that he couldn't get into the system, so that held up a lot of licenses being rolled out. And yeah, things are kind of like they're happening, slower than probably most of us would like. But yeah, man, the scene is bursting and ready for cannabis, though. I'm hoping legal cannabis can look like how we want it to look, so that the legal market can actually stand up. But if it doesn't roll out the way that it needs to, man, the legacy market will swallow it.
And is your Canna House being set up to be a consumption place or dispensary-esque? I mean, what's your overall vision of when you roll it all out?
Yeah, man, great questions, because I want to just frame it at what you guys were announcing us at. So we started as like our social club, right? Activity-based events. We do cooking with cannabis, murder mysteries, puffin paints, right? It's a full gauntlet of like activity-based events. And so we're membership-based. So we're up to just about shy of 3,000 members now since we started. And we've matured into kind of like a resource center. So now we kind of do education, advocacy, of course, those dope events. And then we are there for product awareness, making sure we're safe price. So from that, we also start producing products, our Dirty Lemonade brand and our Urban Jane's Secret Sauce, which you guys were talking about, man. So with those babies, those are kind of be our first entry into the license industry as a brand partner with a manufacturer to bring those products to market. Yeah. And then our ultimate dream is to actually run cannabis space. So lounge space, event space, workspace, chill space, right? So that's kind of where we want to operate.
Sounds real familiar, right? I had a place here in Denver called the Hood Lab, and that was kind of my whole thing. It's insane. You're speaking my language, except I
love it, man.
We were gallery based, and the thing is, there's no social. They never got the social side of Colorado figured out. Still haven't. They have a really lame sort of framework right now, and it's always made to like not make you money and make you like basically just become a charities place or something, because they'd be like, seriously, you can't make money, but
a bar that doesn't serve liquor, like,
but
you're a non-profit.
But everybody can come here and hang out for like 6 to 8 hours, and basically you're just like in this whole weird dichotomy where you're like, I'd love to do it. It was great, but it was also didn't make money,
No, so they can come in for 6 to 8 hours. They can pay you $80, and the cost on our end would be $79.
Yeah. Well, so how's your membership work? Like, what do you guys do? Annual, or you do kind of like a one-off, or how is it
paid for a table?
Yeah. So we actually are just moving into a paid model, right? We started off with just membership for secrecy, of course, when we were a non-regulated state. So as legislation started to roll out, we started rolling out. So we're actually going to go an annual fee, and then it get discounts you per event. So it gets you into the club, you get discounts. We actually got a number of community partners, so you can literally take your membership card, flash it a couple of different places, and get some discounts. Other cannabis clubs,
when you get pulled over, flash that card.
Yeah, when the cops pull you over, hey, man, I'm from Canna House, bro. Leave me the fuck alone.
You just keep going.
I don't answer questions. Talk to my bartender.
Right.
Yeah, just put it on the glass.
Man. So are you saying that we're speaking to you in like your pre-production construction phase? So if we wanted to suggest 10 by 20 podcast studio,
you should definitely need one of those.
You would have a seasoned Canna. What are we? Canna blowhards that could show up to like.
Speak for yourself, my friend.
Dave's
he's the most professional.
100%, man. We gotta have media in there, man. Our director of brand strategy, Valentino Shine, you guys will run into him and meet him over as our relationship buds. But he would kill us if we didn't have some kind of form of like, definitely some social Zoom operating, media facing sector of the club. So you'll definitely be included, man. We'll have some nice digs for you guys.
All right, just so you know, you said that on camera. At least 10 people are listening.
That's cool, man. That's cool. Hold me to it, man. Hold me to it.
Did you notice? Do you know what this is right here? You can't see this, can you?
I can't quite make it out.
Because I'm noticing in the green screen, it's making it go away. It's
disappears.
A Dirty Taxi clone.
Yeah, it's the
I love Dirty. Shout out to my family, Dirty Taxi, man. Yeah. Those are my guys, man. Shout out to Kaylin, cast of the group. Yeah.
Well, we had JJ on from Top Dog Seeds last week, and he is just. I hope you're running some of his gear, because, damn, that haze, the piff he gave me. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, I had to hide it when I came home.
Really?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, that's.
I didn't get any. I haven't gotten any of that.
Well, what's interesting was that cheeseburger, the cheeseburger from Dab Logic, which was, it's very. You don't often get like a hazy hash, and that was fucking. It was amazing. Got home and I was like, that was just like eating a joint basically as he's like fucking like yum.
Well, we had Red last week, Redman on, and we've had Red on from Consumption Park. What's your role in the event coming up?
Yeah, man. So we are really showing off our lounge chops. We're going to be kind of the certified lounge of the whole Consumption Park. So you'll be able to stop through Canna House's exhibition. We've actually that's why I was asking if you guys going to be in Arizona. We're featuring our authentic buffalo wing. Right, so
tell Red to send a jet, and we'll be there. We'll be there.
Yeah,
so we have this airport right here.
We're really close to
Rocky Mountain Airport.
Oh,
it's a small airport. You can land a private jet there.
We'll be there.
Adam will happily drive up here, and we'll get on the plane, and we'll go down there.
No problem.
Okay.
Mark and Vinny can fly on Frontier, and that'll be fine.
Wow. Yeah, man. But that's what we're doing, man. We're going to be the official stop-through spot, man. You can get some wings. Our not so dirty lemonade. So we're doing some non-infused versions of our products, man. But they're same great flavors. So they'll be on display. We got some beautiful T-shirts that we got made up. We're actually hosting our first minty program, man. It's called the Vibe. So what we call ourselves is we bring a super vibe, a very intentional Black experience, right? It's that's what we're about. That's what we want to show up as. And so when we do that, we wanted to make sure we brought our community with us. So we found 7 developing, budding, potential licensees or applicants that want to be license holders in the state. And we put them in this 8-week program, man. And this is their externship. So they're coming out there. They're going to participate. We're going to get them some project lead experience. So they'll be able to use that on their Canna resume as they're building stuff out. And so it's a big thing for us is to expose some Black access to opportunities. And so we appreciate when people can bring us out, but usually it is an MSO that we can't identify with or may not know us. But so we had this opportunity. The first thing we thought about was bringing some folks with us, man. So yeah, that's what we're activating, man. We're going to be there as the lounge, but you'll be able to meet the mentees, meet the full crew. A lot of my family's coming out. My grandmother just turned 95 today. She's actually coming out to the park, bro.
That's awesome.
She'll be out there with us.
That's fantastic.
So, yeah, man, it'll be amazing.
That's sick. Like I said,
things could change.
Things could change. You never know, right? Because it also falls in the same week as Champs and a few other events that are going on too. But we're definitely going to focus on being there next year because I already can tell that when we had Red on, he really was saying this year is going to be lit, obviously, but next year. They're based in Vegas, and so you already know how Vegas goes. So that one.
This is to work out the bugs year.
Yeah. So I was already like, you guys. You guys do the first one. I'll see you around the second one. For sure. But no, we'll definitely make sure we go to that.
Well, they'll have the jet by next year for sure. So we'll be able to make it down there.
And then, so you guys do events in the city at all too? You guys been doing pop-ups and stuff like that, or because I know New York's been crazy.
Yeah, for a while we did a bunch of vendor pop-ups. Like I said, we did some stuff here in Buffalo. We hosted a summer AF series, Summer as Fuck.
I love it.
And so we did some cool events around consumption and educating the community. So yeah, man, we've been kind of maturing, past just consumption. We love consumers, right? That's what our basis is. But we're just finding so many needs, in between the culture and the love of cannabis that we know and what's coming to be an industry and the gaps in there. We just feel like, we're, with the ability to get people to gather around cannabis, it's just much more a responsibility than just getting them high.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
I'm definitely can get you high, but for sure, good weed, great quality, mad variety. That you can bank on. That's always going to be a part of our identity. But yeah, we've been focusing on really trying to elevate, the community's understanding. So just to make it easier for us to move in. You know what I mean? It's just your neighbors come by and you know them for a while. Then it's oh shit, the new guy's moving in. That's John from work. Right, but so we just want to make sure.
Probably Mark. It's probably Mark, and he's probably our Mark that works here because he works everywhere. He's got a lot of jobs. He got a lot of jobs.
I mean, I'm not above asking a dumb question, but it is being called Consumption Park, and what is the environment going to be like in Arizona during a very commercial football game, consuming cannabis openly? I mean,
it's licensed though. The 40 acres that it's on is fully licensed for it. So
I'm just one. You know what I mean? We've been to those places in the past. It's the getting in. It's the driving through some podunk city where that sheriff is just a motherfucker, because being from New York City and knowing that we benefit from a legal environment right now. I mean, New York is blowing up, but in 2019, there were 19,000 arrests in New York City alone, and 95% of them were young black and brown men. So that it's for me, I always want to argue the fact that, it's great that we have 40 acres, but
how is it getting
how
in?
Are we getting there?
How's it getting in?
How are we getting there? Yeah. And are we just contributing to the economy of a state that doesn't consider us people? We're criminals.
Yeah, man, that's a really good point. I'll say this: you got to start somewhere, right? That's what as a part of a marginalized group of people, right? That's a part of the first part of like overcoming shit, is realizing, it's fucked up, right? But then what's next, right? So I think that's the first start of like, hey, they were open to it. Let's try this out. As far as consumption and what the environment will be, man, it's going to be, an experience, an oasis of cannabis, not just consumption in terms of just smoking, but different, introductions to different products. But it's going to be a musical option, affair too. Like you say, you had Red on. Red Man, he's going to be there hosting. So it'll be more than just cannabis. A big part of, again, our identity is having activities, making sure people can like use their morphed mind, right? Once you hit that blunt, once you start consuming and you hit that groove of cannabis, we want to make sure you're doing something with it. So I think the environment is to kind of like show not just consumers, but
need some furry walls.
Professionals alike.
Somewhere
it's lit out here, man. That it could be, and it could be more than that. It's it's not just your stoners kickback, right? This is going to be some real professional shit that we hope to scale up on a number of different ways. And so I think it's going to really take people by surprise that they haven't seen cannabis in this way before.
That's fantastic. Will you make sure to take a photo of your grandma, or maybe even zoom in with her, because we don't have an opportunity to talk to somebody in their 90s in the cannabis world. And not that she's got to be hitting a blunt when it happens, but my grandma lived in my home till she passed at just a few weeks shy of her 99th birthday. So it's I'm all about that. The only time she called me David was when I would give her cannabis chocolates. Otherwise, she thought I was my grandpa. It was something else. So I appreciate that. So how do you sort of to reconcile that? What are you guys gonna do? I can't help it. I'm the pussy on the show. I'm always thinking about, yes, we're going to that event, but we have to get there and then we have to leave. I was always the driver. I saw the Grateful Dead 150 times, so I always had to be in a condition to drive everyone home safe. So I don't know. That's just a statement. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. So honestly, this is House of Kush Consumption Park. The organizers here really did a great job of making sure that this went through compliant channels, right? So these are licensed, operators, right? So even us coming into the state, right, we had to like jump through some hoops to see if we can get our product down there. It didn't work out in the time wise, so we didn't necessarily bring our infused products. But I think that like paying attention to that and doing things with intention is how you like are preventative of those type of things, right? You can't stop everything, but if you can like be proactive instead of reactive to some of this shit, I think that you put your best foot forward. So kudos to them, man. Knock on wood, man. We don't have any of that bullshit happening, but that's a reality we genuinely understand in this game, man. So, well, I'm hoping it's been accepted in Arizona long enough that they're just not going to make it an issue.
Yeah, I mean, it's also one of those things where whenever it's like Super Bowl, of course, it's like they have bigger fish to fry during that fucking week. There's definitely, so a bunch of people getting high. I think this the one thing that is great about this whole, change of attitude nationwide is that the police have always known that we're not the problem. They've always realized we're just the low-hanging fruit and we're really easy to bust. So if they needed numbers, they can come and grab any of us at any time. And so we're always under this weird, it was always a weird thing.
Smoky cloud.
And but they definitely know that we're not a problem. So when they get a situation where there's like a bunch of people smoking weed somewhere, they're not jumping to their car to go fucking bust it nowadays, because, back in the day it used to be something, and nowadays it's just for them paperwork. And they're like, we do not want to why do we want to go down there, fucking deal with all that bullshit, whatever, it'll fucking figure yourself out. So I think you're in a kind of good, I think you're more.
I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate you flying all the way from Buffalo to represent the cannabis community at this. I wish we could have made it there. It was the timing didn't work out for us, but we'll be there in Las Vegas for damn sure.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, dope, man. Dope. We'll catch up, man. There'll be plenty more opportunities for us to have a great time together, man. But yeah, definitely, I'm looking forward to Vegas. Like you said, man, it's the precursor. We want to like knock out some kinks, figure some things out, even try some shit that we might not try next year, but we can try it now. So I think it'll
and you never
be a wonderful time.
And especially when you're talking about like entertaining stoners is a weird thing because they usually entertain themselves. You know what I mean? Like there's like this whole like we're not like usually in those situations. Like you go to like we think of smart shit like, hey, let's go to the amusement park and get really high. Like whenever we do, we get really high. It's like, man, that's just part of the fucking thing. So it's you kind of, it's good to have a little test run now and see what works and what doesn't work. It's like, yeah, that laser tag thing, that did not work. Everyone just walked away and they were like, I don't want to shoot you, bro. You're my bro. You know what I mean? It's like totally took the wind out of that sail. You know what I mean? And like some of the VR stuff probably works to a point, but at the same time too, it's like stoners just get so easy to fucking please sometimes, right? It's like, I got weed in one hand, I got a second
what else do I need?
It's like I got a drink or whatever. It's like, oh my God, I'm in heaven. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly. Come to the lounge, man. We'll feed you. You can chill a little bit.
And that's what, and that was like our inside joke at our place. I'd be like, dude, it wasn't like, this isn't really hard. You just have to like make sure people are hydrated and they fucking got
no sharp edges,
the basics covered, and there's a place they can plug in their dab rig or whatever, and they're not gonna go like, dude, there's no plugs in the, there's like basic little shit. And when you covered all those bases after the first X amount of events, because every event, my whole thing was we never made money, but we always improved something a little bit. Like, oh, now we got a projector. So we're just going to keep everyone entertained in that corner with that projector. There we go. That's working. You know what I mean? And then we upgraded the sound system a little bit, or we did whatever we did was just like to improve the space to make it more, of a vibe for people, you know what I mean? And then
for sure.
You could come in and hit two switches and you're like, it's on. Everybody's like, yep, it's gone. The doors open and people start rolling in and just they want that comfortable spot. So yeah, if you can offer all that, that's great. And
so I got a question. As a pioneer in the New York market, are you seeing do you have the same rules and regs that we have here, like 1,000 feet from a school, 1,000 feet from a church? So that when you finally over a park, a daycare,
there's no map.
When you finally put the overlay, you got this tiny little pinprick hole you can see through, and that's it.
Yeah.
How's New York riddling that?
It must be rough.
Yeah, we're figuring it out right now, man. That's kind of a hot topic right now amongst municipalities because the state's not handling it as a. I mean, they got some general rules and regs that roll out, but the cities and municipalities really get to determine.
The problem isn't it because normally everything's kind of at eye level, right? So you're like, okay, there's a daycare center over there. We can't do it over here. But now you're talking like we're going up. So it's like, oh no, sir, there's a daycare
on the 15th floor.
On the 32nd floor. And you're all like, what? 32nd floor? And the smoke's going up to the 32nd floor. And it's like, it's not about the smoke.
No, can't do that there. We have a park on the 15th floor.
You know what I mean?
There's a courtyard. No doubt. Yeah,
zoning
man.
Must be a nightmare.
It's a dance.
Yeah.
It's a dance for sure. But zoning and it's coming about. I mean, honestly, New York, I haven't been involved, of course, in other markets, but from what I can see and the experience that I've heard from in other places is, they're at least open to hearing some stuff. I don't know how much is changing, but they're trying to keep some dialogue. And I think really having that relationship with, your local, politicians really help you understand like how to influence some of these decisions, right? Because it's not all in stone right yet in New York. So that's the beauty that we have. But
it came out of the gate really nice. It came out of the gate like so sweet where we were just like
they went
We were like, oh my God, dude! Did you read when we've heard it?
We got on a plane.
We were like, we're going to New York. We're gonna go. This is too much. You know what I mean? Just to experience it while it was still in that crazy honeymoon phase. And I was like, this is never gonna last. This is New York, dude. They're gonna. When the people get their hands on this, they're going to be like, wait a minute, there's more and more and more. And they're just going to keep ringing it until they get every little drop out. And then they're going to go, all right, here, you can have it now. And then you're like, oh, great. that's it. That's what I got to work with.
We spoke to Fab Five Freddy 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, and he was telling us that there's like 1,400 illegal dispensaries in New York City right now. Yeah. Just in the city.
Yeah.
Easily.
Known. Like, we know that you're there. We're not doing nothing right now.
What are you gonna do?
Exactly.
What are you gonna do? And that again, that's why if you don't entice those people to transition into the legal market, you're screwed. Yeah. You can't beat that.
Let's do the math. It would if you had one team busting one store every day, it'd be 3 years since you closed them down, and they'd be opening up right when you went down.
The same week.
24 hours. Yeah, exactly.
You're a cop, a flat-footer.
When we were in New York, and we weren't wearing openly weedy shirts, were we? Or so, I mean,
obviously we were.
I think it's because we were just smoking.
And people
were coming up to us going, where can we buy weed? And we had to say, we don't fucking know. I don't know if that guy in that van right there is selling you hemp or whatever it is. You don't have any regular. Fucking risk it. Try it out. Let us know how it was.
Let us know how it was.
What else are you going to do?
It's interesting, man.
I don't want to smoke it. I mean, I would think that I would be hoping that the worst thing...
I saw one time that I actually saw a product. I could looked in one of those vans, and it was like my worst nightmare. It was like basically like if you had left weed in a room with all the windows shut and kind of like left it a little bit damp and then like walked away for a couple months and then came back and we're like, hey, we got some weed. You're like, it was just like garbage. I was like, oh my God, it's probably not even weed on top of that. It's probably just CBD weed that's even worse because it was like, it was bad. It was like pretty much the worst of the worst.
Damn. Yeah, I've heard some horror stories, bro. Some horror stories, like sprayed bud, sprayed hemp, And so I understand, I understand regs. I understand getting into the legal space. I understand if in reality, I'll say this though, there's been compliance in regs in cannabis since its existence, right? You sell me bad weed, I'm not coming back, right? So you know what I mean?
It was definitely more. Exactly. It was your reputation is all you had, and with cannabis, it used to be based on, you
all gas, no brakes.
You were the guy that had the fucking fire, you know what I mean? And people came to you, and you had to deliver, and if you didn't, they went to someone else. And nowadays it's like all about the Mylar bag and how flashy it is, and people are going on names before any kind of potency of reality, is even checked in. None of the boxes get checked in. So what you have now is a lot of very similar looking weed that's not that potent and but it's all purple and you're like, dude, we already got rid of this weed a long time ago. Like, we used to only grow green weed, occasionally a purple strain here and there, and now all of a sudden it's flipped on its head, and it's like we're all wondering why the weed's not so strong anymore. We're like, because we used to actually do some selection. Who we got rolling in?
It would be go into my
yes, Black Nailz.
There we go.
Yo.
What's up, fellas?
What's going on
welcome.
I can't see none of y'all though. What the fuck?
It's by design because you don't want to look at my face.
I've been watching the show.
You don't want to look at my face,
man.
Welcome to the show,
Reggie. Thank you for your time. I hope you crush it in Buffalo. We should talk offline. I actually know an entrepreneur who bought. It's like an 80,000-foot building, and he'd like to bring in between 6 and 8 social equity license holders to sort of give them a leg up and help them out with sort of the... we have varying views on the social equity programs, but simply giving somebody a license without any training, which is what I appreciated that you were talking about earlier, about giving education to your people, that's a recipe for disaster. To just give them a license and say, "Go ahead, you'll do fine."
Yeah.
So
I'll be back to get all your stuff.
Right.
No,
when you come back, they're all bought out because nobody can survive. Right?
Yeah, they come back in 2 years and buy your license, and they say, "Look, I did such a good deed."
That's kind of their little side hustle right now.
But we should talk afterwards because if your boots on the ground,
my contact, man.
I do.
Yeah, please. I'm looking forward to that. And man, we'll talk more. I look forward to having you guys at the house and having you host something there, man. Like, you can hold me to that, I promise.
Same for you. If you come out to Colorado, we'll definitely love to show you around.
And that 10 by 20 podcast studio in Canna House would be,
I got you, man. I got you.
There we go. Thank you for your time.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you guys.
Peace.
Yeah. Speaking of studio space, there he is in the studio.
Oh, look at that.
What up, though?
Welcome.
How you doing?
Thank you for having me, fellas. I'm enjoying myself already.
Good. That's all we can ask, right? So yeah, I got checked out what I mean. Once basically when I asked Red, I was like, Red, you got anybody for this week? It's the last week, man. You got one more week until it's on. And he's like, well, what about Eminem's producer? I'm like, you got me at that. That was easy. And then I looked into the rest, and I was like, there's a whole bunch more here. So yeah, of course, love to have you on the show. And obviously, you're a big weed loving guy too. So that didn't that didn't change anything. So you're taking care of the you're working with Red. Was it Red Coral?
Yeah, Red Coral.
Yeah,
Red Coral and. Excuse me, my voice. I'm kind of under the weather.
Okay. Grab a drink if you need to.
It's all good. It's all good.
So take it out, right? I'm partners with Red Coral. I was born and raised in Syracuse, but I've been in Atlanta like almost 20 years. So a couple months back, I did a showcase in Syracuse, and my partner Larry, who owns Red Coral, he came to support me. He seen what I did in Syracuse. And he said, Nailz, man, let's turn this to a show. I was like, shit, okay, you got the money. Cool, let's do it. So we end up coming up with a concept called Barz. And a good friend of mine in Panama, he hooked me up with Sep, which is Redman's sister. And, I was looking for somebody, first to host the show. But once he got on the phone, Doc was like, he wanted to direct. I was like, shit, that's even better. Cool. So Sep ended up telling me, what they're doing on their side, with the cannabis side and so on and so forth. And it just made sense to, not say get in bed with them, but to work along with them because, I stand for the same thing. I really want people to understand, certain laws about cannabis because, the black community, we don't really know the laws. We can really give a shit sometimes, but I think that's just, that's how they're raised.
Actually, kind of funny though. Kind of the opposite. You know the laws. It's just unfortunately you learn them.
Don't give a shit about them.
Well, you learn them the wrong way. You know what I mean? It's like all of a sudden everybody's like, "Damn, you know a lot of shit." It's like, yeah, I've been busted 9 times. Like, oh, okay, I guess that's not the way you want to learn the law. You want to learn the law from the other side, if you can.
True.
If you can.
True.
What's Syracuse like these days? I went to Syracuse from '88 to '92.
Changed a little bit.
Oh, shit. So you was there during the Derek Coleman and Billy Owens days.
I knew those guys. They used to come into a bar. I was a bouncer. Derek Coleman used to come in all the time. Billy Owens, Frank Conover on the football team. Sutter's Mill is still there, right?
Dude, I don't know. I went to like
3
or 4 clubs in Syracuse and I went back. I don't think I went to that one.
Yeah. I went there the year after they won the Sugar Bowl.
Oh, no shit. So you was there when it was real crazy. I think the quarterback was it McPherson or was it
McPherson sounds right.
Or Graves. It was Marvin Graves or Ferguson, one of those two quarterbacks, right?
I think they were both there when I was there. And then what's his name? Carmelo Anthony played a little bit after that.
And, he was a legend. I think he's a legend in Syracuse because he got Jim Boeheim his only ring. You know what I'm saying? So he's definitely a legend in Syracuse all day.
I turned a Syracuse game on the other day. I'm really hoping it wasn't some archival footage, but Jim Boeheim was still the coach, just a lot grayer.
Yeah, he's been the coach before I was even born.
Yeah,
that's how long he's been there. But he's a great guy, though. I just feel like, my honest opinion, he has to, turn the leaf over to a new coach. I mean, I think it's his time, to walk away from it.
Well, if you can ever, I mean, if anybody ever has the opportunity, you want to see a basketball game at the Carrier Dome. It's just, there's nothing like it. It's like seeing a concert at Red Rocks. It's you have to check the box. You have to.
It's most definitely, for real.
So how are you involved with Consumption Park? What's your role? What are you bringing?
Well, Beats and Bars, like I was saying, that's sponsored by Red Coral. Basically, I'm one of the judges. You know, I got also producer Mike Zombie, who produced Started from the Bottom from Drake. That's like my bro. And we're going to have a special guest judge for the show. My thing about the show is we want to get back to like real rap music where music had a message and some substance. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like today's rap, you know, I'm not going to be the old guy who say it's bullshit, but it's just not my taste. I feel like it's too watered down. Mm-hmm. So,
everything's overproduced these days. That's the biggest problem.
I saw Run DMC at the Fell Forum in 1985.
Really?
Yeah. That was I thought he was wearing a Devil's jersey for a second. He's got the Avalanche
jersey.
This is
so I got to wear weed bread. This
I was talking about my point over here.
Yeah.
I got
Dirty
Dan in the house, right?
Yeah, Dirty Dan.
I knew I had to. I was like, so my friend, which is his uncle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So his uncle's a friend of mine, Josh. Shout out to Josh, La Plata Labs.
Yeah, shout out Josh.
Another breeder in the industry. Yeah. And he's been hyping up his nephew to me for so long. Not so long, but for a while. And each time I'm like, so when went to go hang out with Snoop, and I was like, oh, come down to there. It was fucking the snowiest, worst night ever.
It was like -4.
So it was like, nah, forget about it. Don't even bother. It was like classic Snoop show.
But you went and took your kid.
Yeah, but classic Snoop show where the tickets
weren't. Your kid, dude? Really?
Yeah, of course. My kid
left him backstage. You know, he would be fine. He was fine.
Nah, he was fine. But anyway, so I knew, I was like, well, we got to bring something to the table here too. So I gave him I told him you were going to be on the show and that you were the judge. And coming up, so when is it? Give me the timelines and all that of how that contest is going.
Okay, well, we're going to set it off at Consumption Park February 10th during a celebration of hip hop 50th anniversary for hip hop for the culture. Also during Consumption Park. So we're going to start February 10th, and we're going to hold auditions there. There's going to be a Cypher, and actually, it's going to be producers there playing their beats as well. So whoever wins that battle that day, they automatically get qualified to the next round of the TV show. We're going to go between 8 and 10 different cities. We're going to travel with the show, and they'll also receive $2,500 cash that day, whoever wins. And like I said, our grand prize for the TV show is $250,000, which I think that can help on any artist right now, especially at these times right now where we at.
Is there any record deal
help
involved
any podcast
or any kind of other thing?
Well, I wouldn't say record deal per se. I would say they have the opportunity to work with, like, myself, Zombie, probably Doc if he wants to throw his hat in that ring.
That's awesome.
My thing is we have to change the narrative, and I really want people to start understanding, like, the importance of owning their own stuff.
Yeah, it's even better.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the way. I mean, and it is turning into a system. It's turning now where you can start that way. And I try to tell my 10-year-old too, same thing. Like, if you're going to start do anything, don't cut and paste other people's bullshit. Just do your own stuff. Fucking from now, get used to that, because no one else is going to know how to do that soon. They're going to be all just fucking like, what do you mean you can't?
I'll ask the AI.
You can't. I'll just go. Yeah, exactly.
AI, write me a rap that includes.
Oh, it's been happening already. That's for sure.
Yeah, for real. It's got to be authentic.
And another great thing that Red Coral that we're doing is we have a music platform on our site, on our own OTT, where we actually pay artists 4 cents a stream. Because, if you go to YouTube, you only get paid a fraction of a penny for one of your streams. Mm-hmm. But with our platform, we're actually paying, artists, independent or major, 4 cents per stream. And it's transparent where they can log in and see how many times it's been streamed, downloaded, so on and so forth. We even break it down to where parts of the country is being downloaded from. So like I said, we really want to change the whole music game where artists can actually own their craft and own their music. They don't have to worry about, some guy sitting behind the desk say, I want to wait 2 or 3 months before you put your album out. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, we had 157,000 views in January on SoundCloud, so that would equate to $6,280 for the show.
Would be great if
Can you negotiate our contract with SoundCloud for us?
Of course. I get Larry on the phone, Larry or Quinn. I mean, I'm just the face of it. I do what I do back here, you know, but I could definitely hook you up offline, you know, that's no problem.
Oh, don't worry, you're gonna be getting a call. I'll be calling you up right there. I got a serious problem with we didn't understand the business side of it, and when we realized how much money we're making for other people, it's frustrating. Yeah. It's frustrating. Just give us a little
That's
piece.
What I'm going through right now. It's kind of unbelievable where, you know, the money's still good. Don't get it twisted when you're working with one of the biggest artists in the world, you know. But my thing is like, you know, I think we deserve more. But, you know, those big labels, they're going to, you know, get their cut. But we're the ones doing the work. So it's just like it's a catch-22. I'm blessed in the opportunity that I am in, and I'm very thankful for it. But sometimes I wish, you know, the rules would shift a little bit towards the artist and the producer more than just the label, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's usually in the house's favor. That's usually the way it works, right? But in general, when it came to, I mean, with music and stuff now, and with all sorts of media in general, the fact that it's trackable and the fact that there's a way to aggregate everything makes it possible. Whereas before there was just this sort of loosey-goosey, you know, you had to trust everything. And that's kind of where it's funny is that it was easier to get paid when you had to trust people because, again, you had to look at them in the eyes. And now all of a sudden it's just all keystroke and whatever. Right. And so people don't give a shit. You know what I mean? It's like, there's your $4.74 check. You know what I mean? It's like, really? They send me a $4.74 check?
It costs them more than $4.74
like,
to send
there's no way that
check.
This is getting filed. You know what I mean? Like, what's the fucking point?
Right.
And they might do that times a million, you know what I mean, to a bunch of people, knowing that no one's going to cash those things because
put it on the wall.
What's the point? So they don't even lose the money in the long run because it's not worth your time to go down there and cash that $4.74 check. So it's
exactly.
Like, and so a lot of that shit just, you know, I mean, now everybody can just, you know, take a picture of it and do it but if you had to actually physically go down to the bank and do it, like some people are in that position, they don't have a fucking thing on their phone, so they're like, oh, do I really do this? No, of course not. So that's just money back in their pocket. And for them, it's just like a good deed favor of showing up that they would have paid you for that, whatever million freaking things that they.
Thanks for that gesture, YouTube. You're such a mighty whitey.
You know, and in general, of course, it's all about the ads that are on, you know, before or after whatever you're doing. So, you know, you do all the work, they throw an ad up, and it looks like, you know, makes them the money.
I would be so. I would love like 5 minutes just to peek at YouTube's books. To see how much money, I mean...
That's why they're cracking down on all the policies and stuff like that, you know? Like, you can't cuss 15 seconds into the video and all that stuff, and, like, they're really cracking down on a lot of... Like,
what the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, now it's okay?
What the fuck is that?
Crazy.
15 seconds and then it's cool?
After 15... Yeah, but you just can't be monetized.
Oh, because they can't play it as a promo if you curse.
Yeah, exactly. So no cussing within the first 15 seconds. Luckily, we have an intro.
What about begging for likes?
Otherwise, we would have fucked up.
Yeah,
right away.
No, you're supposed to still.
I'm supposed to beg for likes like that? Okay, motherfuckers.
Yeah, no. Now we're literally like we're doing one of these.
You
now.
guys gotta come to Red Coral. You don't have to deal with that bullshit. You can say anything you want on our network. You can start your show off with cuss words. Hey, motherfuckers, it don't matter. You know what I mean? So come over to Red Coral.
Well, you've produced who is possibly the most lucrative. How does Eminem describe himself? Is he hip hop? Is he rap? He's an artist.
He's just an artist, man. And like I think he gets a bad rap. Let's keep it real. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said, people are so used to bullshit music that's out right now. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I think he gets, you know, the short end of the stick as like far as respect goes. Well, I think like real artists that's really into the craft, they respect him. He's one of the GOATs. You know, it's like him and Jay-Z, Nas, you know. I would put no ass kiss and shit, but I would put Redman up in that top 5 all day. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I just feel like, you know, he gets a bad rap, but working with him has been a fucking honor. Like 20% of his album, like hook wise, was done in his basement at my house.
That's fantastic.
That's so cool.
I saw Nas in Nijmegen with a mutual friend of ours, Big Steve the Nose, and he put on a great show. I mean, a great show.
Yeah, like I think those guys, that's why I think, you know, their music would never get old. Mm-hmm. No matter how many years fly by, you can play a Nas album, you can play Illmatic, you can play Reasonable Doubt, and it still sounds better than most of the shit that's out right now.
Oh, 100%. 100%. That's it.
How lame am I, though? I can still remember some of the lyrics from the Sugar Hill Gang's Rapper's Delight from the 70s.
You have to remember it. It's stuck in.
Bro, you don't remember that shit? That's
I do.
Of course, you have to. I'm saying that's like that'll be ingrained. That's the DJ's favorite thing to put on because then he can go take a piss and smoke a joint.
18 minutes.
Come back. It's still fucking on.
Make
it's
dinner.
Like, fucking up. Time to go back. It's almost over. Right. So we wanted to give Dirty Dan a fucking lick also to see if he should be getting on a plane next week. Be like, dude, you need to get on that plane and come down.
Lay down a track, Mark.
Yeah.
Let him have a little moment here. You have the foremost producer on the line here. This is your one shot. Don't be nervous. One shot. I think Eminem did a song about that.
What the fuck? Oh, now it's okay. What the fuck is that? 15 seconds. All
right. Can we get it up a little bit?
Yeah. Moonlight on her face, yeah, we feeling dreamlike in this energy.
Guys, we need an instrumental.
Yeah. You need an instrumental.
Mark, come on.
Let me hear instrumental. Let me hear something.
No bass, can't stand.
Come on, Mark.
You probably at your fingertips could bring up a track. Hang, we'll get it in a second.
I'm patient. Go ahead.
We'll fill time by saying that dabx.com. Go to dabx.com, enter Done Deal at checkout. You get 20% off a DabX rig or a Go Rocket or the Rocket. Turn any bong into a dab rig. This is quite possibly the greatest revolutionary technological advancement in dabbing.
How is your dabication going on over there? You do any, or are you only smoking blunts, or what's your?
But you know what? I did a dab twice in my life at a studio, and it fucked me up so bad I never did it again.
Well, that's not the experience we wanted you to have, but maybe when you come to Colorado or we see you, we'll make sure we don't fuck you up that bad.
Dude, I've been to Colorado several times. I'm gonna tell you like this: the first time I went, I was told, "Yo, don't drink as much and don't smoke as much if you're not used to the altitude." I'm like, man, I was smoking, man. Fuck all that. I probably smoked a half a joint and I fucking passed out.
Well, what they should have told you is that for the 2 days before you came to Colorado, you should be drinking so much water that you're pissing every hour, and you will be fine with the altitude when you get here.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never heard of that. Never heard of that before.
I ran one of the first doctors around the state of Colorado when we did medical cannabis evaluations, and it was his number one thing he would tell people when coming to Colorado: drink water for 2 days. And if the day before you're really peeing every hour, you're good. Here we go.
Yep.
Anyway,
Can I get it up a little louder?
I'm gonna take your word, bro. It doesn't work, man. We gotta have some words when I see you, brother.
Came through for the 3 with your B like that MC. Rapping, but they empty. They don't tempt me. Literally, I kill them all against me. Never see what we be. Riding that limousine. Give a guillotine. Really never getting cream. See what you can never be. Ride like you wanna be. I can never see, but I'm like the omen. The moment of 46. Driving on opponents, you know it. Maybe I'm like zoning. Nah, I'm just holding like groaning. You zoning, we going. Flow it downtown with that sound surround sound. No one here could ever bring it down like it's Pound Town. I can rap around. What you trying to get me at? I'm trying to flip it back like where my feet are at. You don't know how I get the gap, so I flip it like I'm choosing. But what you doing to cause contusions? I'm bruising, they never losing. They retruding, retreating. See what we can do. I'm a human, a cretin, a creature. I just creep up, then I leech ya. Same fucking words like that preacher, not that teacher. I'ma see what you can do. Turn receivers up, blow the speakers. Never see I leave ya when I smoke reefer. I need a little sativa in the indica to please ya. Leave you in Indonesia with 40 seizures and kick my feet up. Cause what I do, but I'ma get it, then I re-up. Never see ya, I'm a zebra. Got the stripes when I'm coming right. You ain't acting right. Pull another mic with that right like a left. If I pull it down, I can check with your death. Hold my breath like I was that zombie. It's honorary coming on to me like your mama in Ashanti beat. What you see, I was reppin'. I was cruising through when my lyrics be a weapon. Like it was Inception, I'm just pressing Resting for a second like I'm opening my mind, but I shine like it's Columbine when I told the 9, find a dotted line. If you sign it, I can pick it up and double prime it. I mean double time it, I outshine it before they know just how I outline it, and go and grind it and find it inside your climate. For I climax, I rewind that with these 5 tracks. You can't find that. How the fucking I be pissing in your fucking ivy? It's itchy like it's poison ivy. Don't ever try me, literally it's grimy. Maybe a little blimey, cause if I come behind me, you run with some heinies. I think that I gotta get it. I just did it for this 40 minutes to get it authentic when I spit it. Yup.
Alright, I'm fucking with that, homie.
Thanks, man.
Okay.
So before you say anything, the show gets 10% of whatever you offer.
Yo, bro. Yo, are you gonna enter the contest, bro, to try to get that $250,000?
Oh, hell yeah, I'm down, dude.
Alright, so what you gotta do, you gotta go to consumptionpark.com and register, put your video up there, and I mean, see if you win that $250, bro. You hot, bro. I fuck with you. And if it was whack, I would have told like, nah, that ain't it, my guy. But show you hot, yo.
Yo, thanks, man. Yeah, I'll definitely have to do that. That was all freestyle too. I just go off the top of my dome.
Damn, that was freestyle?
Yeah. The people can throw me words and I can roll with it.
All right, I'm gonna throw you like 3 words, motherfucker. I'm gonna see if you bought that light.
All right, let's see it.
Let me see. A lighter.
Lighter, coming in like a jet fighter. I'm higher than 40 sires on the empire. I'm dire for the situation on fire. Who's higher? Not you. Another word with the air can. Damn, man, I don't even spare them. Ran in like I'm blast out with the ass out like a lair pan. Where the fuck was the zebra? I don't see the Libra. I leave the same thing in your speaker.
No, I want 15%.
Raw papers? Raw papers, I came in on jaws of haters. Like an alligator, I'll solve them later. How the fuck would they solve the instigator for the paper? Never save the same shit that I don't locate the...
Oh, yeah, I'm good. Yo, you good, bro. Yeah, right.
Thanks,
you
man.
buying raw paper with instigator. You my motherfucker, bro.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Good job.
Salute.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Consumptionpark.com?
Yes, sir. Tell your friends about it, man.
Hell yeah, for sure.
Or don't tell them, because then you'll...
Yeah.
If you tell them, then you might not. No, you're fucking fired, dude.
Thanks for listening to me, too. That means a lot to me. I love it a lot. I'm a huge Eminem fan.
Okay, so who's next? Who's next in line? Who else going to rap after that?
Oh, wait, here I go.
Here he goes. The bagel, MC Bagel.
I
make bagels.
I got a song that I produced out of L.A. Fuck it.
Play your kid song for him.
I got one.
Who has a kid song?
Is it instrumental?
Yo.
Oh, word.
This is Willie Waldman, Tommy D, my kid ideas.
Moonlight on her face, yeah, we feeling dreamlike in this energy that sits within the space. Etiquette got lots like inhibitions. She had to visit for the taste. No brace, can't stay. Still, mind running on E. Picking gas up from a fiend, we all leaves off a tree. Featured in the movie through the eyes of someone we can't see. Weed clouds rolling like the sea out the car when we baking. On the cul-de-sac, eyes roll back and the vibe left vacant. Stirs and whisper color in the eyes for creation. I'm a mason for the rhymes. I be running from complacency sometimes. Well confined in the walls I created. On defensive for my future. On the fence with my decisions till I let it go and float like flows. It ain't no stacks if it's bout stacks to me. Maybe I'm a loony, maybe life a fucking movie. Bible paper doobies, camped out, road flashing by me, and snacks like Scooby. Paranoid the acid in these woods is a roofie. Tripping, sitting, trying to find a ruby. Flicking bitches, fucking bitches, loopy. Said they knew me, swooning. Got to swimming in some shrooms like, oopsie. This is passion fruit and magic, tangible and haptic. Had to have it, rascal couldn't cap it. Well, really what the task is, Mr. Tumble and Stays. Humble like the pastor, the rapper, the magnum. Marijuana been in my sediments instance.
That was the first part of it.
Good for you, Vin.
You creep it back in. And there's a second half.
This is inspired by Rapper's Delight.
It's like 310.
Yeah, that's the Rapper's Delight had to
Actually, that's the only music we're allowed to play on the fucking on the show.
Yeah,
officially.
that's why we had to stop that background track, because if we go longer than, what is it, like 30 seconds?
No, we did way longer than that.
No, I own this.
This one we own.
No, but that other track, Mark had to stop
I think
it.
it's just because we ran out of time. I think he just ran it to the end. He ran it to the end.
So I got a question. Are y'all coming to Consumption Park? Y'all pull it up or what?
Yeah, we're looking for sponsors. By the way, if anybody wants to sponsor us and take our crew,
our plan was to raise money to go to Cannabis in March, and that's woefully fallen hard because we have a $13,000 trimmer to sell.
Yeah, we're trying to sell a trimmer,
and we have to sell a trimmer. Or
any blunt roll? Any guys doing large scale?
If they're doing a pre-roll, this is by Green Bros. It's a commercial grinder. Not a trimmer. Sorry, commercial grinder. So it makes a uniform grind. So if you are in the pre-roll business, it's the precursor to before you're going to put product into paper.
And it's all stainless steel, tabletop, beautiful.
Made in Las Vegas.
Made in Vegas.
Nice.
Well, shit. Let's talk offline about that. I may have a couple people in mind.
There you go. And then we'd be seeing you next week.
Well,
we'd be like,
you're a producer and you understand. We're not, and we've attempted, and it's working to try to provide content, and people are listening. So we want to turn those numbers from January, which went up to 157,000 views on SoundCloud, that's just alone, and figure out how we can attract a different breed of sponsor, more sponsors that have consumable products. Our best sponsor right now that actually, I don't say the best, but the company that sees the most return from advertising on the show is a coffee company. Believe it or not. So a local coffee company does mail order, and last year the code was redeemed 600 times. So we'd like to figure out how to attract more of those and not have. Yeah.
You guys got my number in that text, so let's talk. Maybe we can do some things.
That would be amazing. That would be amazing.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure. Are you back again, or you're frozen?
Your face is frozen, but we can still hear you.
It's funny. It's like we're talking.
Why is my face frozen?
Your whole body
is still frozen?
Yeah, total frozen.
It's Zoom.
You're zoomed in.
Zoom was created because of COVID.
Yeah.
So it's a technology that was. There we go. You're back.
I'm back. Okay, cool.
It was a good shot. It wasn't like I get these terrible frozen faces.
Yeah, I'm gonna have like an ugly ass face when I was frozen.
That's not possible.
No, it was a good frozen face.
Yeah, it was a good one.
It was a good one.
It was. So what are you working on right now? What can we see projects? Are there any up and coming artists you're working with?
Oh yeah.
That we're gonna know about real soon?
Of course, I'm working with Marshall, working with Emma, his new project. Just depends when he drops it. I'm on that one again. Who else I'm working with right now? Shit, brain fart. Who else?
Oh, now you sound like me.
I just came out with a song with Tony Yayo and Graf. We just released that last month. I'm working with a young kid named Ray Emanuel. This dude is like the next big thing. His name is Ray Emanuel. Check him out from North Carolina. His homie is his manager is Zach Hiller, one of like the top motherfucking LA agents out there for football. He like manages like Dalvin Cook. He's part of that crew LAA Sports. But kid named Ray Emanuel, he's the fucking truth. There's some other people I want to say, but I might get in trouble if I say it, so I'm not going to say it. But
ink's not dry.
It's just between us.
Oh yeah, it's just us.
It's just us talking right here. You know.
Never get out.
Yeah, I can definitely talk about the M's album whenever he puts it out. I'm on there for sure. Like I said, I don't want to say any names because I don't want to seem like, dude, you're fucking ruining everything. You know what I mean?
Nah,
so
it's all good.
I'll let you guys know when it comes out.
No,
I liked Eminem's movie. I thought 8 Mile was pretty good. It was entertaining. I enjoyed seeing the battles and the guy getting his comeuppance at the end of the movie was fantastic. I mean, and so I'm surprised he didn't do more.
I heard him and 50 Cent are working on 8 Mile series that's going to come on Stars.
Now that's someone we would like to take financial advice from. That cat's got it down. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Vitamin Water, what did he turn that into? A $50 million business into $400 million in 2 cycles? Something like that?
Yeah. Then they end up selling for like a couple $1 billion, right?
Yeah, only a couple.
Just a couple.
Yeah, 1, 2 billion.
A bill here, a bill there.
So where would you rank 8 Mile in hip-hop movie-wise? Like 1 through 3. What's your top 3 like hip-hop movies?
I'm the wrong guy to ask that.
Luckily, we got the youngin here.
We'll ask the youngin in the Avalanche jersey.
Yeah, 8 Mile is definitely my number 1. guaranteed. Followed by Get Rich or Die Trying. You got to shout out to 50, and then Straight Outta Compton.
Oh, I love that one. That was really good.
That's a good one. That's a good.
That was really good. I loved seeing Ice Cube's son playing him.
Yeah, he did
that
so good.
was
Dude.
great. Yeah. I mean,
it was damn near scary because you looked just like
exactly. No, exactly. You're all like, what?
When he walks into that studio producer with the fucking baseball bat,
oh yeah,
and he wants his money, and he's just going to take it in gold records that are on the wall. That was a great fucking scene.
Yeah,
you know, and you got to imagine that Cube just told his son the story of what happened, and he went in and made it happen.
Yeah,
right. Like I said, artists like that, of course, Ice Cube was a gold as well. Like, those type of artists, man, their music never dies. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's always here. Like, you can pop in your car, you can jump in your car one day and play, you know, fucking America's Worst Nightmare or anything from Cube from like the early 90s, you're still going to bop your head to it. Because it was just, he was talking some real shit.
He's
and
a poet.
It was the reality part of life, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Shit, I got an Ice Cube shirt on underneath this sweatshirt right now.
He was really the bard of the day.
I was actually born same day, same year as Cube, which is funny. And I've never met him, but I've always thought, like, I got to figure out what time he was born to figure out if who's older. If am I older than you or are you older than me? Because we're born exactly the same day, same year. So who knows?
Nice.
Yeah, I never met Cube. I was dealing with Interscope and Lynchmile Records. So I ended up playing basketball at his house with his sons Daryl and Alex and Ray Manuel. But I'd never seen Cube. It was during like the whole COVID period, whatever.
Right.
So we just played basketball outside on his court. And the cool thing about his court, he got the motherfucking the 4-pointer thing, like in the Big Three. He has like a little 4-pointer thing on his court. I thought that was some cool, corny shit. But I was like, damn, he really got the 4-pointer.
A 4-point line. You watch, in a year or two, it'll be standard in the NBA.
Oh, that Cube 4-pointer.
Yeah, they'll add that. Oh, that's fantastic. All right,
so who's going to win a big game next Sunday? Who y'all got? Who y'all picking?
I guess I would need to know actually who's playing.
Just Philly. I'd say Philly. I'd be on the like,
the Rangers.
Just not get the
New York Rangers,
the Philadelphia Eagles, and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, you have to go Philly. Come on.
I will go with Philly because it's Philly.
You have to, otherwise they'll kick your ass. Yeah. they'll totally kick your ass if they win or lose. If they win or lose, they're gonna fuck the whole town up. So it's
exactly.
It's like
you know, my partner Larry told me that they had a fucking precinct down in the fucking Philadelphia football arena. It's like a precinct because there's so much shit that happens. They arrest them and put them into jail in there. It's fucking crazy.
It's the only city where I think they will grease every telephone pole.
With a cell built in, like they such brotherly love.
Oh, every arena has a holding cell somewhere in it. Don't kid yourself.
They have a precinct.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. They're gonna just, you cannot know the news. Wake up the next morning, look at Philadelphia. You won't be able to tell whether they won or lost because they're going to behave the same way.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's going to be the same
version of debauchery.
Right.
Nice.
Thank you so much for coming on. We will definitely speak offline and see what we can do. We could use your talents. We're in need. If you saw our two production people, while as much as we love them, none of us here are real business people that understand where the points are and how to make sure that we're doing it proper so that everybody's in alignment. So I'd love some mentoring.
Oh, of course. Also, I want to say thank you for having me. Let me give a couple of shout outs to my team, Red Coral.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, Doc, Seth, Alicia, the other Red, Lawrence, whatever. Alicia.
Lawrence, whatever.
Lawrence, whatever.
There's two Reds in our crew. It's Redman and there's another guy named Red. So I just call Redman Doc and Red, whatever. But the whole team,
Red,
and
whatever.
I can't wait for Consumption Park to really do what it do next weekend. And I wish you guys could make it. And all the artists out there, please hit up consumptionpark.com and register and come with us $250,000 fucking dollars.
$250,000.
So
it might have just been one already, though, because that was fun. That was fun.
I think we already got there.
Think of that $25,000 for the show with that 10%.
Should we spend it now?
Yeah, plane tickets to Barca
quickly. No, it's awesome.
But yeah,
anyway,
I'm not gonna hold you guys. Well, I got some.
No,
shit
keep
to do.
going.
Yeah.
We're not cutting you off. Go ahead.
Until we're basically having Lutan's calling in, I think now, right? So,
I'm going to go check.
Don't ever hold stoners to time frames, because if we are like rigid and say we're going to give you 30 minutes, then it'll never work, because we barely get into the subject sometimes. We're known for our long approach on this podcast. We do 3 hours.
Tommy Chong's been on the show 4 times, and each time he was supposed to be on for 20 to 30 minutes. I think he's never been on for less than an hour.
Yeah, no, it's because
no shit.
Yeah.
We got things to talk about a lot of times. So
what type of cannabis y'all smoking over there right now? Since I can't see you guys,
I am not allowed to smoke until tomorrow because I had a wisdom tooth pulled on Monday, so I've been eating edibles like a fucking starving person.
We're so lucky that Verde, our latest sponsor, gave us some of this hazelnut. What is
cream?
It? Hazelnut cream. It is so fucking fire.
Fire.
Like shit.
Yeah.
What is it called again? Hazelnut what?
It's called hazelnut cream, and it's like one out of I think how many plants did they go through? They went through like
700, I think he planted, and this is the one that he kept.
They got one out of it that they were just like, and I think we just smoked it all because this is not it.
I rolled it all for you.
Yeah, no, there was fire. So yeah, we smoked
There's
it all.
this little fear of bong. You know, take a bong hit.
The whole thing with weed is whatever's gone the quickest is the best.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what.
Exactly.
Like it's just an automatic. You can put out a bunch of weed out, and you come back in a little bit. If you're not smoking yourself, or you just do it yourself, and you're just like, oh wow, look, I have so much of this and not a lot of that, so I should probably focus more on that.
Their weed translates to their rosin in a nose profile really well. Like you can smell the weed and then smell the rosin, and you can tell they came from the same plant.
And that's
which is
nice.
But it's rare in rosin making. When Julian from Dab Logic came on, he schooled us. I mean, he took us to class.
It was pretty.
Even watching him, and who's supposed to be the Jedi.
I was already like, oh man, you had me at. We have to take and wash our gloves.
Everything
before we start, and I'm like, wait a minute, you're washing brand new gloves? He's like, oh
Yep.
yeah, you have to wash everything, and then taking apart. Actually, the next part that was taking apart the sprayer and washing down the innards of it, where there's a little bit of grease that might build up when and this is like buying a brand new one off the shelf. It's not anything been used for nothing else. And he's like, you got to clean all that shit out. You got to totally clean that. Take everything off. I'm just like, damn man, you are.
I have a
taking
feeling.
anal to the 10th power. I was like, like he was like 100% making it as clean as possible because of the product that they were processing had to be like pristine, you know what I mean? And every bit of the process to get it to the. And the thing is, when you make rosin, you've already grown it the best you can grow it. Then you've washed it and taken and processed it that way, which takes a whole like a lot of attention. And then you got to take it and then you got to squish it at the right temperatures to make sure you don't over or underdo it, and have just the right amount of pressure and heat and everything. And there's so many like variables all along the way that it's just like, damn, for you to get that really fucking primo thing, it's like 20 dumbasses don't have to fuck up somewhat along the way. And you know what I mean? And there's people who are like, their whole life is making this shit, and it's like the quality of it is like amazing, but it's like the attention is crazy. It's like it's much farther than most people imagine. And then you go, okay, well now it's sort of making sense why it's $40 to $70 a gram or more, in some places even $100. But it is a fucking labor of love, and temperature is important the whole way up down. And then you get people who will take it and go home and then leave it on the front of their car and cook it, you know what I mean, in 10 minutes on the way home, and then get home and go, oh, this stuff don't taste right. And you're like, dude, you don't even know how much. And then these guys give us coolers with the hash, so that when you buy the bag, you get the bag with the cooler in the bottom and the hash on top. So you will get home and that shit's like right temperature. As you crack open the top, it's got to be between this temperature and that temperature, and you got to let it sit on the counter and become room temperature, release all of the terpenes and stuff. So it's like, okay, man, this is like some serious most people just take it, grind it, slam it in, and bam, that's over. You know what I mean? Like, that was expensive. It's like, it's not appreciating like wine or any kind of like, thing that took a lot of energy to get it to you and give you a chance. Like if you don't let your wine breathe, then you'll never taste the wine properly. You know what I mean? You can't just take it, crack the top, and start chugging on the bottle. You're like, whoa, what's going on here? You know? It's like, I want to get the most. It's like, no, it's all about letting it do its thing. And yeah, so a lot of nuances. So we will teach you, we'll teach you with our archaic ways. Won't make you be that extreme, but in general, just there's a lot of nuances within extracts. So it's just getting, because what happened is you probably had a classic where somebody gave you a hot dab, like way too hot, way too high of a temperature, choked you out. You like,
I don't know what it was, bro. I just know.
Yeah.
I had to fucking cancel the session. I was just fucking out of it, bro. I had to sleep on the studio couch. I couldn't shake it, bro. I was like, I want to smoke fucking crack. What the fuck?
Right. It'll mess with your throat too, and it ain't no good for definitely not for people who perform, because it's not a you don't want. High temperatures change everything too. Chemically, everything changes, right? So like all the things that were fine and benign are now all of a sudden a problem because you've converted shit, because you've blasted it, way beyond the temperature range that it should be, and created toxic kind of chemicals or toxic fumes, which now you're sitting there fucking sucking on a pipe. So technically, yeah, you may have been. You know what I mean? It might have been that. And there's a classic. Forget whose cousin it was, or brother, or somebody's brother, not Boozy, but somebody, and it was like he was doing a dab, and it was a hot dab, and it was a total classic, 2009 maybe, or 2010, and this girl is just sitting there with a torch and just torch until it's red hot, gives him a huge dab, and he can get a pound of weed if he does the dab, and he just keels over and just starts going like that, and everybody's like, he's dead, man, he's dead. And it was like, he didn't die obviously, but it was like he went down hard, because he was like, man, I'll smoke anything, no problem, blah, blah, blah. And I watched this girl, you watch the video, and it's like, oh my God, she is putting him down hard, you know what I mean? She just went for it, slapped it down, and yeah, he went down like he's supposed to. Anyway, yeah, so dabs can be lethal if you're given to you by the wrong person with the wrong intentions, or the wrong sort of, they might not even know, because that chick didn't know that she was toxing them out. But speaking, the materials are really important, right? Titanium nail, not so good. Used to be the way to go. Everybody had a titanium nail, but now it's like now nobody has a titanium nail. Now everybody has a quartz.
I still have one.
You still have one, and there's still out there, but for the most part, it's quartz bangers, and then you have cheap ones and you have good ones, and doesn't necessarily, there's good ones that are chazzed out as bad as a good one. So it's like all these different styles, and it's about the temperatures, and some people are very particular. They clean every single time they do one, and they make sure everything's good, and there's other people who just don't give a fuck, and then when that delivery makes it also different, you know what I mean? It's kind of like blunts too. Everybody smokes a blunt. Everybody thinks their blunt's the best blunt in the world, right? So then next guy's like, man, I roll the best blunt. Everyone rolls the best blunt, and somehow everybody else's blunt sucks, and you go like, well, it's pretty good, this one. They're like, they'll have some reason to criticize it, right? Because they do the best. But with dabs, if you watch how anal people are doing them, like people won't even share their things, because they know the guy will fuck up. He'll come in, heat it up too much, and that thing's never been heated up that high, and now that integrity of that glass is gone, So it's...
JT's having trouble using the Zoom link. For some reason, they sent me a thing saying Safari. I've said it works. I tried it myself. I almost joined our own thing. So we don't have anyone coming on right at the moment, so... He
can't. So JT Carlo can't. His one's not working.
Oh, he said, all right. Let me just send him. I'll send him the phone number. He'll call in just via phone.
All right, we'll do a phone deal. But yeah.
Well, the next time I'm coming to Denver, I'm hooking up with y'all. Yeah. Because I know y'all got some good ass shit out there. I'm fucking with y'all when I come back out to Denver.
100%. I can't wait to hang out. And maybe we'll see you next week. We'll see. You never know.
And next year for sure, though.
Stranger things have happened.
Yes, sir. So I want to thank you guys. I'm going to jump off. I got some shit I got to do, trying to get better before I get out to Phoenix, whatever. Like I said, call me offline so we can discuss what we talked about earlier.
I sure will. Look, maybe they got it working.
There we go.
Let's see. Thank you.
Take care, bro.
Later.
There
we go. We knew we weren't that technologically...
I was just copying and pasting, JT.
What's going on, my friend? Maybe the sound's not on yet. You can hang if you want or whatever.
Word.
I got...
You were great, by the way. That was fantastic.
Yeah.
I thought you had that in the can already, but hearing that you freestyled that.
No.
We hear you, JT.
Yo, JT, what's going on?
Outstanding. Hello, gentlemen. Hello. I'm coming to you live from Dallas, Texas. I'm here with a gentleman who I got on CBD.
Nice.
He was in dialysis, never done anything.
Yeah.
Here's his daughter, Melissa. You want to tell a little story real quick?
Yeah, real quick. No, we came to meet JT because my dad was in the hospital. He has lung disease. So they couldn't get him off the ventilator. Eventually they did. And I got him hooked on Queen of the South. JT was his favorite character. He would not make any sounds or anything till we watched the show.
Right.
And when he saw JT, I mean, he just started laughing. And it just really bonded us. So, I wrote JT a letter, or I wrote him a message, and he got in contact with us, and he came out and met my dad, and it was just really special, something that we both share.
Great. That's so funny.
So, yeah, I'm coming to you live from here because on my way to Dallas, I've got to go to work. I'm doing some things.
Mm-hmm.
I had to pull over so I could make this time for you guys. The Adam Dunn Show. Are you kidding? I wouldn't miss this for the world, right?
No, it's awesome. I'm glad you could join us.
Well, on so many levels, it only made sense that I had to pull over and come see the man, Pistol Pete, man, the myth, the legend.
Pistol Pete. Shout out to Pistol Pete.
Shout out to Pistol Pete. There you go. Got him on some CBD, and then being the Adam Dunn Show and everything you stand for, I'm like, you know what?
Yeah, no,
why
for
not
sure.
have Pete on the show
awesome.
real quick?
100%.
We
love it.
Again,
JT,
brothers, how are y'all doing?
We haven't had a good CBD story in a long time because it hasn't been the rage since 17. But when everyone was telling stories about how they knew someone who got
we always have the perpetual
saved.
two. We have perpetual two story of CBD.
Right.
So we've always had our finger on the pulse. But the thing about CBD is like it's been one of those things where everybody, the people who went at it for cash, that's what fucked it up.
Right.
It's the people that were doing like you're doing, just cruising around and helping people out, and seeing the proper effects of CBD, not the cash and the financial side. That's where we went wrong because everybody just sort of was like, wait a minute, they get their calculator out and they start looking at the numbers and they're like, dude, that's like so much. And then it just like, if everybody thinks the same way, of course we're all going to just watch the downfall of it. So in a sense, it's just the key of having good quality because you don't want that gas station bullshit. You want to have the real deal. So
we got to get some hempin sent to you.
We have a great sponsor.
Text him so I can make sure Pete's got it in his arsenal.
Yeah,
I've actually got Pistol Pete and his wife on the CBD. I gave her a CBD bomb. Me doing stunts from the past. I've been beat up here and there.
Hell yeah!
And that's what's important to have my CBD in me.
Mm-hmm.
And good old girls from Nebraska, the Apothecary, ET Apothecary. Much love to the queens out there. They gave me some nice CBD products from their store, and I was like, wow, this is amazing. This is what I need. This is exactly what I need. So we've set out together on our venture, and wait till you see what's coming this year, 2023, my brothers. Just thanks again for giving me the time to speak. I really appreciate y'all. And what an amazing platform you have.
And what are you going to be doing at Consumption Park? What's your angle with them?
We're going to be pushing the CBD products that I'm going to be coming out with. Just going to be passing out some pre-rolls, talking about the Apothecary, the queens out there in Nebraska and what they're doing. And together we'll have a joint venture and something amazing. That's all I can share with for now. Think CBD coffee, CBD pain balm, and bath bombs, all that other good stuff. Try to get the body. I've said a long time ago, man, I've been feeling great. I don't smoke like I used to. And I dare say you don't have to be high all the time, but you need to be healthy. And getting your endocannabinoid system back into balance is where we start. Not everybody likes to smoke around them. Nobody really likes that. But when you can eliminate the pain, when you can help, feel better in so many ways, hey, they'll give it a try. And that's what Pistol Pete is testimony to. I brought him some chocolate, brought him some balm, and Started that 100 milligram intake into the body, where science says you need 100 milligrams in your body. Something's gonna happen, take over. If it's doing you great, you want more of it, right? I'm just trying to keep my body healthy so that I can have my body moving as fast as my mind is. And
well,
so at Consumption Park, we're gonna be pushing that product. And
what is your company?
Cannabis.
What is your company, so we can put the website up on?
It's man, my company, I go by Todo Chingon Estilo, my personal company, but on the joint account, the joint venture that I'm on, it's Callejero Cannabis and Callejero CBD. Callejero means to be on the street.
We have Mark Perez over there. He doesn't speak any Spanish.
Even though he's Mexican, he speaks no Spanish.
Well, I'm going to have to come out there personally and teach y'all.
Oh, yeah. He's like...
No, his parents tried to teach him for many years, and he refused. But
he said, fuck you.
We just wanted to throw you a little love.
That speaks Spanish. That's it. You need a good woman that speaks Spanish. I guarantee your ass you're going to pick it up.
No, his girlfriend is Schmoopsy, and she doesn't speak Spanish.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I think she speaks better than I do.
She does speak better Spanish.
We're going to have a good time at Consumption Park.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we're going to be able to just enjoy it for what it is for the first time, you know, to be out there the Super Bowl weekend, 10th, 11th, and 12th, passing a good smoke around with your fellow colleagues. Come on now. That's just history and amazing. That's what I'm going for. I got
a total tangent question here as I browsed your Instagram page. I actually enjoyed the movie Alita Battle Angel. What role did you have in that?
I was a hunter warrior. I was in the bar. I was in the bar fight scene.
Of course you were.
Alita's beating everybody's ass. Right when that one guy comes in, that one young gentleman that she's having the infatuation with.
Right.
I'm about to knock this chair on his head. That's me, the one that rises up.
Oh, I have it saved on my DVR, so I'm going to pull that scene up when I get home. Watch that again.
That's fun. Hey,
pretty cool.
I appreciate that because Robert Rodriguez has been a great influence in my world of film. You know, being in Texas, I've worked on almost every Robert Rodriguez production, from Sin City, Sin City 2, Machete Kills, Spy Kids 4, Alita Battle Angel.
Spy Kids 4.
Don't forget Spy Kids 4.
Don't forget that one, because it was so much better than Spy Kids 3.
Hey, Spy Kids 4. I did Precision Driving. I worked on the Spy Kid film, though. I did stunts.
Well, when
I enjoyed every moment.
When your assistant was briefing me today, when I was with her on the phone, and she said you worked on Law and Order, my first thing I said, "Mom, I'm going to be 53 on Monday." I said, does he know Sam Waterston or did he know Jerry Orbach? And then I'm thinking, nope, this is probably one of the much newer Law and Orders. And those guys were long gone.
Chris Maloney and I had great scenes together. I worked with some amazing people, man, out there in New York. I enjoyed it. I wouldn't mind going back. I think my character's in critical condition, even though they probably said I died.
You could go back and look and be like, yeah, you didn't technically kill me off, so I think
I never saw my body. There was no funeral.
Well, if you ever need a location scene where there has to be like a fight that comes through a podcast studio, Adam and I will happily be, I don't know, what are you in the backgrounds and give the excited, what are you doing? Only shoot me from the right.
I could do that. I can actually do that. I can do write it in. So the power of the pen.
Hey, I just watched the 3 seasons of Get Shorty, and I loved it. And all I want to do right now is make movies. After watching that,
let's make some movies.
Yeah. You know,
I'll talk to my manager and have him give you a call.
Not a problem. If there are a couple of roles for some 50-year-old stoners that pretty much devoted their entire lives to the cannabis industry and had things not
for you.
That there we go.
We're in.
I got that right away. Say less. Easier said than done.
What is the cannabis scene like in Texas? Because every Texan I speak to says it's not a problem. It's basically legal. No one cares. And then I think, but it's fucking Texas.
It's basically legal. Some parts care. Some parts will make an example out of you, like Comal County. I got popped for less than a gram. For less than a gram of marijuana, they gave me a year probation. I had to like clean up. I was working on season 2 of Queen of the South. I went to take my urinalysis. If I would have failed that, they would have locked me up for 2 months straight.
Fuck.
Yeah, bro. It's just, you know what? Some parts are just, they want to make an example out of you. I don't know what it is about the power of the plant that has so many people, and why so many people also just say, yes, let me embrace it. It's the taboo that's been placed there years ago. We all know the conspiracies behind it. I don't want to have to elaborate on the craziness.
What? It's just expanded racism. You can elaborate.
Well, you know, it's just the way the system was set up for whatever reason, way back when, to advance whatever gain elsewhere other than with the plant. Fine. We see what it's doing now in certain states and the benefits of it and how it helps so many people. You also understand that Big Pharma is out unless Big Pharma can jump in. And, I mean, there lies the problem, I guess. You know, the duality of mankind is always going to be greedy somewhere along the line. And as you said earlier with CBD, that was the problem. Yeah. And here we are still finding ourselves with a problem nonetheless. I mean, the taxation of it and the places where it is legal, it's just fucking ridiculous. You know, and
they just increased it here again, didn't they?
Yeah, but it didn't help the fact that one of the major CBD companies that came onto the market early on, I won't name them by name, a Colorado company with...
elaborate.
No, yeah, yeah. He pisses off people easy. I try to skirt the line just a little bit. Let's just say this company, this medicinal CBD company, was upping their CBD prices 1,600%. So it should have cost a nickel for a dose. It was costing $5, or more than that, $10. It was ridiculous. So I think we were our own worst enemy back in the emerging CBD
then
market.
You wonder where we're headed. Like where does the industry go from here, and how will it continue to grow and be great? Is there a monopolization taking place? You know, there's so many questions I don't know the answers to. I just hear what other people are saying, and all I know is, damn, man, Texas still has his head so far up its butt. Why aren't we legal yet?
I think Texas is just a big butt, you know?
Yeah. It's like, man, I swear I want to say some things that just piss people off, and then I realize I still have to hold my tongue. I'm like, man, you know, I think would never mind.
Are you getting into
talk politics and religion? I just gotta leave it alone because I'm still growing, and until I run for office. Damn it! I run for office.
Are you looking at marketing any other cannabinoids? I know CBG, THCVA that have, you know, there's science that says they are working when isolated.
Science says it's working. That's the beautiful thing, my friend. That science says it is working, and there's so much science, and there's still so much yet to be found out. But that's why those that have gotten in early on the game are doing well. You know, some are doing so beautifully. Like, again, ET Apothecary out there in Nebraska. I've never been to Nebraska. I can't wait to go for the steak and corn and potatoes that I'm told is fucking amazing, right? My girls out there at the ET Apothecary is, you know, they assure me that when Nebraska is finally legal, they're going to be the ones running pretty damn well on the ground because of their shop. During the time of COVID, that CBD shop was doing great. From, you know, just I've talked to stories, and I'm like, damn, this is amazing, and I see why. I see why only because I had stopped smoking for a while. My mind's in a good place. I'm in a good place. I realized that that the cannabis and
Redman
all the
also.
other drugs
Everybody
usage in
will
them.
yeah. Consumption Park will be not consumed. It'll be like
Non-consumption park.
Redman was like, I haven't smoked in a year. Like a year?
Yeah, a year.
A year.
I always ask the dumb
Yeah, so I'm
questions.
waiting. I'm really waiting to indulge and have a good time.
You guys are gonna be a mess.
Really take showers.
Such a lightweight. It's gonna be all down.
Maybe you could get high with Nailz' grandma, who's going to be there, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm ready to get high with anybody.
Oh, no, Reggie's
and everybody
grandma.
that wants to smoke with Boaz. Boaz Jimenez, your favorite bad boy you love to hate from Queen of the South, is ready to smoke it up with your asses.
That's fantastic.
I'm coming out with something called Boaz Headshot. And
Boaz Headshot.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty good. I want it to be a strong ass indica that'll knock your ass out.
Well, we can talk. We can talk.
We would love to sample that product and be your guinea pigs.
Done.
Yeah.
Let me get a hold of my product as soon as I can. Ladies, if you're hearing and you're watching, we got to knock these guys on their asses with our product. But in the meantime, you need some good CBD and you find yourself in Nebraska, head on over to the apothecary because they're going to have my Boaz CBD in there. It's going to be pretty good.
Well, get us in
That's all I
touch.
can
We
say
can
for now.
certainly give them some airtime and let people know about what they're doing up in Nebraska because I don't think we've ever had a call
Nope.
from anyone saying, oh, by the way, I got this cat you got to speak to in Nebraska.
It never happened.
So we're groundbreaking here
If
on
I
the Adam
wanted
Dunn
it to
Show.
be everywhere and anywhere, is you go exactly where
Usually I'm like,
oh,
oh yeah, I got that guy or that guy. I'm like, got nothing.
you know somebody knows somebody.
Actually, I did know in Omaha. I'm from Omaha in Amsterdam. Still hasn't left Amsterdam. He left Omaha in '91, I think, and he's never come home. he never came back. Shout out to Tony from Saga Mother Seeds.
Hey, if they can make a show called Tulsa King and make Tulsa famous with Stallone, I am sure we can help Omaha, Nebraska be known for something other than good steaks. You know, well, that would be a good thing, right? They'd raise the cows on CBD.
They should.
They should be. You know what? That's the thing. You already have the steak contracts, and you know everybody knows Omaha steaks. But now there should be a whole line of cannabinoid-fed beef.
Yeah, cannabis beef.
Adam will try a
Cannabis
steak.
beef.
If you raise a steak just on cannabinoids, he's been a
I like that you say
vegetarian.
if you raise a steak, like no pun intended, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Raise a steak.
A steak even your vegetarian partner will love.
That's right.
Oh, and it starts to help. Take that cannabinoid intake, right? There you
These
go.
are amazing.
Starts with
Did you eat one?
You ate one?
I mean, just taste. Oh my god!
Man, I can taste it already.
No,
Oh, it sounds amazing.
These are freeze dried
Mushrooms.
psilocybin, pineapple infused fruit. It's like
it's 0.7.
It's triple decker. No,
he said 1/15th.
1/15th of a gram.
He
It's
said you'll
tiny.
feel it though.
I did feel it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I ate the other thing too. Who knows?
I don't know. I'm gonna wait till I'm
Who knows these
safe in my bed.
Or for the drive home.
Gentlemen, I just got a text on my phone with the Kid Brothers. I'm on my way to Dallas.
Nice.
I've got to get to the workshop and
for sure.
practice.
Okay,
So
man.
I'm going to have to cut myself off early.
That's
We'll
awesome.
pick this
No,
up over
it's
at
perfect
the
timing.
Park,
I think
right?
you're on perfect timing, actually.
We're not
You're-
going to be there unless you can have Red send the jet for us.
Yeah, he said, "Tell Red send the jet." And we'll
Yeah.
do
I talked to Red, but no promises, all right?
Okay.
No, the other Red. What was he? Red
Red
whatever.
Macintosh.
Red Mac. Yeah, Red whatever. Not.
Whoever
Yeah,
I
Red
can,
whatever.
but no promises.
Yeah, I
I
know.
love you, gentlemen. I appreciate your time.
Peace. Take
Adam
care.
Dunn Show. Keep doing what you're doing, guys.
Thanks, bro.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Appreciate you.
Take care, Pistol Pete.
Yeah, keep eating that CBD.
We love you.
Come
thanks,
talk.
guys.
You'll come. Make sure Pistol Pete comes back and talks to us in 5 years.
Yeah, we'll see.
Damn
you.
right.
We'll see
Damn
you.
right.
We'll see you then.
Yeah. We'll see you, gentlemen, later.
Peace.
All right, peace, guy.
I'll try to look up who we got next.
We got Lutan Fire.
Head out.
That was
Thanks
awesome.
again. Yeah,
Thank you for coming in. How do
job.
people find you? Speak into the mic.
Dirty Dan.
Dirty Dan.
What's
you
your
can
site
Find
and
me
Instagram?
on YouTube with Dirty Dan. The I is an exclamation point. That is important. You got to remember that part. That's what makes it so you can find me.
You're that guy.
Are you fucking kidding
so
me?
someone else is getting all your traffic.
Yeah, somebody else is getting all your traffic. Pick an easier
So
name.
just add Dirty Dan with I as the exclamation
Yeah,
part.
exclamation point's an I for in dirty.
I tagged you in here. I don't know if that'll work, but we'll see.
Word.
I'll find it.
So
I'll send a link.
Instagram's dirty.dan117.
I'm Sage Master, and I always go, who the fuck is Sage Master? Because he's loving life. He's like, I met you at the... I'm like, no, it's Sage Master. and I tell everybody, tuh? You said it, tuh?
And in I guess, what would it be, print lingo, the exclamation point is called a bang. So you change the I to a bang.
Yeah,
you might
you
get
go.
a little bit more traction on getting people to remember
I like that. I'm going to have to remember that for sure.
You send that 10% to us. you get
We're
that
getting
250.
it. Oh, yeah.
We're gonna
You
get
saw
him.
who we're going to send him after you, man. He's bigger than me.
He was bobbing his head.
Oh, yeah. No,
Nice.
And he was surprised, and he was just like, fucking then freestyling it.
This is the Adam Dunn Show. If he didn't like it, he was going to tell you. We're the forum for breaking news to people that they don't want to hear. Are you kidding me?
Most hip-hop heads are that way, too. It's like, you don't need up. Yeah, they're going to let you know.
Right, for sure.
So, yeah, thanks
About
again
that,
for
prove
everything.
it, hit the spot.
Keep
Is
you
that
guys
the right?
posted for how it goes. I'm going to submit a video for that
Yeah, you do
competition.
that.
So
Yeah.
Please do.
Congrats. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you guys.
Yep.
Is this the right?
Who?
Is this the right one? I want to make sure that. Okay, cool. Right on.
We got Luton coming in a few in a
Luton,
minute.
you sound like you fucking over here. Luton.
What is it?
It's not, it ain't that.
Lutan?
It ain't. Well, it ain't Lutan either.
What is it? Luton?
No.
Lutan.
Lutan?
There you go.
Okay.
The Mexican. Over
Lutan Fire.
Lutan
here.
Fire.
Lutan Fire.
I got his music up. I did that okay.
I'm really happy for you.
That was cool.
Man.
We have. Yeah, these are all been great.
Yeah,
great
fantastic.
people coming through.
We need him managing us. We need Nailz managing us.
Do we?
Yeah.
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 You reaching out now?
We need Nailz to. Yeah.
Dave's
we're
outsourcing all the jobs here.
We're unmanageable. You know that.
Yeah, look at you.
They ask you 3 questions and you're just like, that's it.
I need a
Done.
heater. I need a humidifier.
You think he's going to do all your...
Humidor. All this.
Look at how fucking killer
Oh,
those look.
motherfuckers.
I
Look at
know.
all this stuff that I fucking bring.
No, those mushrooms look like amazing on them. Tripping it.
Yeah,
before, so
from
I'm
the
looking
back
at-
here.
If I look at them over there and then I look at them over
That's
here.
something cool. That's fucking cool. I was doing that too.
Someone
Chris,
said-
you can't see the backs of these. They look like it's a whole horn section.
I saw him when he brought them in their back to me. But someone said that they look like donuts. And they thought it was donuts for like 5 minutes, and then they looked at it and they're like, "Oh shit, that's a mushroom."
Fuck. We'll be chopping those up. We'll be eating them.
Hey, Vinny.
Vinny
She was
Bag of
asking
Donuts.
if we broke out the moist.
Oh, let's give some fucking shout outs now while we're in the,
Yes.
in the middle.
Buildasoil.com, 855-877-SOIL.
Next week, I forgot to announce last week. So next week will be Miles and Jeremy for sure. And I'm trying to get Chris Trump in also to give it a trifecta. But for sure, those two guys, and they're both on the Western Slope over in Montrose with the best in amendments and inputs for your garden if you want to grow no-till. If you're indoor, you want to learn how to grow, you can go to their website and check out all their freaking cool videos because Jeremy's very good at, walking you through the products. And he's also really good at, like, if he doesn't like something or if there's just like a bunch of people come back and say, dude, that isn't what it's supposed to be, he'll go look into it and be like, yeah, man, they were using some bullshit. And I fucking kicked him to the curb. So they're kind of like well vetted, which is good, And now Miles, who's going to be on the show also, sells his product there. He's got the whole fermented plant extract line, and you can check him out there. And he's also going to be teaching people shit. And I think he was just in Texas at A&E, something like that, wasn't he? Oh, here we go.
Wow.
What's going on?
Welcome.
Yeah, greetings, one love, enough respect.
How are you, my friend? Welcome to the
I'm
show.
great, you?
Yeah, we're good. We've just been talking to some great people and hanging out, getting high.
Thank you for making time for us tonight.
Say that again.
I said thank you for making time for us tonight and coming on, talk about what you're doing in Consumption Park.
Yes, it's all good for me. It's a privilege to be here, being a part of this event, you know.
You coming in from home, or
Yeah.
you in Jamaica, or
Where are you right now?
I'm coming in straight from Jamaica.
That's awesome. Yeah.
I'm in the studio right now making music.
That's great.
You tell us, Mark. Oh, nice
Yeah,
studio.
This is the famous Mixing Lab studio.
That's sick.
Excuse me?
No,
we heard somebody yelling at you in the background. Oh, it's us.
Oh, no, it's our echo. So no, we're just here. Dave now realizes he's hearing his own self yelling at himself like his mother. He can hear his mother's voice yelling at him.
We just completed a song, so we were listening to it, you know?
Oh, okay, good one. So, what are you going to be doing out with Red and those guys in Phoenix? You going to be playing?
Uh-oh. Somebody else joining us there?
We're going to play a few reggae songs for the massive.
What is it?
No. Sorry.
Sorry, we had a little technical blip there for a second.
Oh, good. So you're playing. You're going to be playing with Consumption Park?
Yeah, and I think it's on the 11th. That's next week.
Yes, sir.
Start today.
Yeah, next week is on the weekend, so I think it's so you're going to be playing. You go with a whole band, or you bring in a whole crew, or you go alone.
We might be having some technical problems. If you want to turn off your video and just do audio with us, it might work out a little better, our producer is saying.
It was just coming in on the phone. That's the reason why it happened like that a while ago.
Yeah. No, we get it.
So will you be playing a full show, a set on the 11th in Phoenix?
Now we lost sound.
Now we lost his sound.
Yo, you're a girl, Aka.
Now we got it now. There it goes.
Yeah.
Let's see. Can you still hear us, Lutan?
I think he's reconnecting, right?
Okay.
He's reconnecting?
No, he's there. He's there.
Okay, we got you.
Yeah, right,
we hear you.
I'm here.
Much better.
Yeah.
Okay. So you play.
Yeah, I'm doing a full show. I want to do a 1 hour show. I hope to get the chance to do my reggae set like that, you know?
I hope so. How's the Jamaica scene gone with the whole cannabis legalization side and the decrim? And I have a few friends who went down there, and there's a lot of struggles with the power, and there's a little struggles with, there's always everything's a struggle, right? But of course, when you're trying to grow cannabis American style, you can't do it on the grid there.
In Jamaica, with the farming that is happening in America is a different thing happening in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, they're trying to do that American standard kind of California, Arizona kind of farming.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, they do decriminalization of marijuana. So a lot of people from all over the world will come over to get licensed to do their farming. A lot of people got licensed and they are well up and running with their farm in Jamaica today. People say it's kind of difficult, but in Jamaica, once you find the right people, you get so smooth, Yeah.
Yeah, no, you have to, and the thing is, like everybody, you have to work with the people local, because if you try to come in all from outside and then take the money away from the town, it's like, what's the fucking point of being there, right? You want to integrate with the people, and then you got to trust them too, because they're the eyes and the ears of everything, right? So if you're working in the wrong place and you're doing all the wrong things, and I've seen different groups go down there. We had Dr. What was his name?
Bronstein went down there.
No.
He did.
I know. But we had I had a guy go down there, and he like just didn't do it right, you know what I mean? And then like a couple years later, they're like, "No, we kicked him out." And I'm like, "Okay, well that happens, And I linked him up with all the right people, and I thought, it's just like I think you really have to be careful thinking that you're gonna
things are kind of changing now because what they're doing, they get to know how to do their law properly, and a lot of regulation have been broken down. So, especially for me and my culture, we get licensed easy in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean it's the best thing for the island. It's like
we are granted easy license.
We got friends in St. Croix, and they're just changing, and everywhere is now really going off. Like all the islands are really evolving quickly. You know, we had a Positive Nelson on the show from St. Croix. I don't know if you ever met Positive, but he was the head of the Department of Ag.
No, I never did.
He was part of the head of the Department of Ag for St. Croix, and it was like they really wanted to. You know, he's a Rasta, and he pushed the right things for that island and really got it to the point now they just totally signed it off, and it's really happening. So it's interesting to see, like, it's the best thing for the culture, but at the same time it's also like it's got to be done correctly, because I have friends that go there and everybody has the same thing, because it's like they go there with one mindset and they have to change it because things don't move the same speed, and it's like you're not going to have that unless you import all that shit yourself, and it's going to take 2 weeks. Everything is like oh, and then it's
and in Jamaica,
Jamaica,
as I said before, we are not used to that farming that is in America. Plus the sun and the humid is different.
Very much
so farmers that come from abroad,
they
have to be very technical.
Yeah. No, I bet there's a lot.
They have to be very technical to get this done.
Right, and it's well, you know, there's places, and it's very specific on, like, there's only certain places that are going to be the best places to grow, and those places are obviously very known by everybody. So it's not like they're going to give up the best land to somebody else. So you're pretty much stuck. Like, okay,
and you know, some kind of
some
people in authority, they control the best of everything in Jamaica. So for you or me to get land to do proper and get good farming land, you may have to be connected to these people. That's how it works.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
we know how the game is. The game is played relatively similar everywhere you go.
It's just
you have to make sure all the mouths are fed.
I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Any beaks that come in that need a little taste, sometimes you got to give them a little taste.
These are the guys who have the biggest farms and the biggest license.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It sounds like it'd be an interesting genetics project to find the mix of local landrace genetics and
well, you know, it's really interesting.
what we're doing
saw
here
in Thailand. I saw recently in Thailand, there's a grower out there called Canna Seeds. Shout out to Canna. And what he did was there's a strain called Freak Show, right, which is from Humboldt Seed Company, and it looks like a fern.
Yeah.
Like the leaves look like a fern. They don't grow like a cannabis leaf. They have a very weird shape, and they've been growing like, you know, everybody seeds in Thailand because everybody thinks they want to go there and start growing, and then they realize most shit doesn't work because it's too wet and it's too
just gets
too
moldy.
fat-leafed and too low, and it's going to get, you know, moldy or whatever. So you need something that kind of comes up, but it has to flower quickly and it has to be mold resistant. It has to check a lot of boxes. You know what I mean? And this Freak Show. Yeah, and this Freak Show for some reason seems to be like the best drought-resistant tropical combo. Like, it could go either way. You know what I mean? It could either be it could be drought or it could be tropical, but it depends on the day.
Okay. and she runs well on all tracks.
It can go in all these, and it deals with a lot of these like conditions that nothing else seems to work with. So I think those genetics would be pretty interesting for Thailand or for Jamaica in general, or for all the Caribbean, just because there's a kind of a similar vibe Caribbean, Thai thing. It's like it's not the biggest leap, you know, and because it's very equatorial.
Yeah,
it's very close to the equator also. So
I mean, I have to imagine that a lot of Jamaican
farmers. You hear me?
Yeah.
Your video's frozen, but we hear you.
But we hear you fine, so. Or not.
It's funny that I'm sure Jamaican farmers will see, you know, just, I know what I'm doing. I'm going to come in here from Georgia and I'm going to come in and grow here. And they just laugh and go, no problem. Yeah. Get the land ready. When you fail in 2 years, I'll take your farm.
It's the reverse
over.
of what we were talking earlier.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's a shame.
The old will wait 2 years until
I wanted to hear the song that they just recorded in there, you know. That'd be a scoop.
Yeah, that's very hot.
So we still hear you, I think.
Are you still? Well, yeah, I guess we don't know where.
Oh yeah, he's out.
He's out.
He's out.
He's out like a trout. He'll be back.
All right. Well, shout out to Dab Logic and Hash. Is he back?
Yeah, I'm here with you now.
Oh, good.
There you go.
I was going to squeeze in a commercial. So you're going to be at Consumption Park.
You could do any other dates in the country, or are you just going to go back and forth?
No, when we leave Arizona, we're going straight to Toronto. Then we move to St. Croix.
Oh, right.
In that same weekend, yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying earlier we got people out in St. Croix because it's
booming.
It's definitely it's booming a little bit, and it's
a lot of everything is happening in St. Croix.
Actually, I think next weekend is the big like agricultural day or something they call it. It's something interesting, but it's like a proper fair. The whole island comes together, and they have like all the different setups from the different farms, and people are, it's very cool. I was there last year. I think it's not this weekend. Okay. I think it's not this weekend.
That's the weekend we'll be having the show.
And then, but yeah, it's a very good. I mean, the island is definitely ready for cannabis hard, which is great. And St. Croix.
Nice.
Oh. St. Croix is definitely an interesting agricultural wise because it had Dr.
Everybody in St. Croix farmers. St. Croix is a farming country.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. It's like Dr. Sabin, I think his name was, who did and they also bred cattle there, right? Back in the day, they have a special breed of cattle that comes from St. Croix. So it's like it has a very ag background, and it's interesting too. It's like it's got a very good water source also. So it's got a good potential for an island. Yeah, very much so.
Yep.
Because you're missing a lot of those things in other places. You're like, oh, we don't have any water, by the way. You're like, well, we're fucked. So guess what? We're not going to make it because they need water every fucking day.
You see, St. Croix have almost a little of everything.
True that.
That's the kind of country St. Croix is. And these people, they're total farmers. Everybody have a backyard farm.
Yep.
So when the legalization of cannabis boom around the world, you could realize that everybody in St. Croix have a backyard weed farm,
100%. Shout out to Alfie. Our friend has the best pizza out there. I can link you up after off the show. My guy Alfie. Oh yeah. He owns the only 5-star restaurant on St. Croix, literally.
And it's a pizza joint?
It's a pizza spot, but he's born in St. Croix, but his dad is from Sicily, and his dad was his dad was a famous race car driver from Indianapolis 500 or something like that, and Le Mans and all these different races, and so
Andretti.
And so he's got it in his blood to open it. He's Sicilian. A pizza place is not too far of a stretch for a young Sicilian boy from St. Croix. So shout out to Alfie, the only 5-star. Everything else, they have haters. Nobody can hate pizza. It's impossible. It's impossible, especially real good pizza. So
I spend a lot of time in St. Croix. It's similar to Jamaica, but different. But what you're saying is really true because these people are resourceful innovators.
And it's a little bit like a time machine because you go from one island to the next, and you're like, hey, this is like 10 years ago or 15 years ago, and all the angles because of that time. It takes everybody to catch up, you know what I mean? But it catches up quicker. It's not 15 years anymore. It's maybe 5 years or even 2 years because for a long time they didn't know, and now they know because everything's internet and bullshit. Instantaneous, But music-wise, there's some good talent coming out of St. Croix also, It's some amazing stuff.
I don't know if you're aware of Aki Becker. That's a great reggae band from St. Croix. They did very well, but he passed away.
Pressure is also from St. Croix. Pressure?
Pressure is from St. Thomas.
Oh, he's from St. Thomas. Okay, that's true. Yeah. But he's hanging in St. Croix. He's hanging out there. He hangs out over there.
He just lives there right now.
Because he's about to, so we have friends here that are going to do a sister city with St. Croix because they have a town called, they're changing the name of the town from Moffat, Colorado to Kush, Colorado. So it's going to be a town called Kush, and it's going to be
Kush. That's a strain of herb in Jamaica,
and it's everywhere in the world really, because it comes from a place. But it's it's also going to be like from Mile High to the VI basically, because it's we're all connected to a little bit. And one's a high valley, completely different kind of growing thing. So it'll be it's very cool because it's the thing about what we were saying earlier. You got to find the right strains that work, which is not all the ones you think are going to work are going to work, and some things don't. But when it does work, it gets repeated and rinsed and repeated and rinsed and repeated and rinsed. So then
a friend of mine in Jamaica, he have a farm that he only do clones, and he always just repeating, and he get a lot of from his reaping.
Yeah, I mean, clone and the whole thing with clones is having a clientele, because when you don't have it, like when you have them, then nobody wants them, and then when you don't have them, everybody wants them, and you get into this crazy rhythm and you fucking go nuts, because when you throw away 1,000 clones, you're like, that could have been like $3,000 or $5,000, and it costs you money and time and energy. And so a couple of those rounds, and you're already like, fuck it, we don't do this no more. So it gets hard to get people to maintain it, because and also you get diseases easier when you have a lot of plants around, because you're also repeating all the time. So you're kind of like, every time you repeat, you introduce something, maybe, potentially you can, introduce a pathogen or some sort of virus or something. And then you fucking lose everything, so it goes from, you have to start all over. Yeah, more often, because it's like if you keep too many chickens or you keep too many animal in a small area, you're going to end up with problems. You know what I mean? There's going to be a outbreak and everything gets it. And then, and with plants, if you keep clones, they're all the same. So you have 1,000 with the same problem. You know what I mean? They all have the same. Whereas if you have all seeds, there's this one survived and that one died and this one, because it's resistance that gets built up between the generations when you're doing your breeding, So seeds in the long run are better if you can find seeds that are stable, better for everybody, because clones are good for making quick money or quick turnovers.
That's a quick money farmer. That was a quick money farmer.
Yeah, exactly. Long term, you want to go seeds, because seeds have also a taproot, the taproot that comes down. When you do clones, they have like a whole bunch of little roots that come down, and the little roots, they don't go as deep as the big root, and the big root is the one that is like the mother root, the main tap. So when you make a seed, every time you make a seed is a different kind of plant. Like a seed plant is different than a clone plant. Like even when you take the cut, it's different. Different. Like it. So sometimes you think it's the one, and then you take a cut. Didn't carry over so well. Sometimes the other way around. Sometimes not such a good plant. You make a cut. Ooh, it grows really nice like this. It has bigger butt. It's very much like the first round is a special round. It's the seed round. So when you grow from seed, it's always a little bit more unique.
Yeah,
but clones
I brought seed from Casamas. That's from West Africa, Senegal.
That's awesome.
And they grow well in Jamaica. People love them.
Of course.
In Nigeria also has really good genetics, where they have like the best and the worst genetics in the same mile. Like in the same, like right next to each other, you know what I mean? Like, oh, the world's best. Oh, this is the worst. You know what I mean? It's very. there's no and they grow the most. They grow.
You tell the guy that, the guy down the road is fucking amazing. Your weed is kind of shit.
Nigeria grows the most. I think African cannabis products, I think the most, but it's not. It's maybe the smallest percentage that's the best. And that best is like very, very dark, like almost black color, very. Sativa, long, very long, but it's 30, but it's almost 30% of THC. It's like really, really strong, like highly selected cannabis, just out of natural, highest in nature. I think it was maybe 20, in the high 20s. When nobody ever saw that.
That is naturally grown.
Yeah, just all wild, but it's. And it might work there too, because it's that kind of vibe, you need that, because if you try to grow that in a really nice indoor vibe, it probably wouldn't get the same stresses and the same issue. Stress is good sometimes for cannabis.
You see, in Jamaica, Jamaican people, we grew up with marijuana, cannabis, and we smoke and do a lot of things, but Jamaican people are not educated about what this plant is about or what it's good for or can do, you know.
In a strange way, I think
there's a revolution nowadays, and people are doing the farming to
even though Jamaicans like pretty much told the world about this. Like you're supposed to be the ones telling everybody.
In the 80s, it was your mission to go to Jamaica
so
to bring back weed.
You had 40 years to make it happen. 45, 50 years now. So, and now it has to come back to the ears, the new ears. But it's also the same with a lot of things. We're in those cycles that are long. When you're in a 50-year cycle or a 40 or 50-year cycle, there's whole generations that never experienced it. With cannabis is interesting too. I think with cannabis is always fresh for the next generation because there's going to be like a new. I started when I was very young, like 11 or 12, which is way too young because I have a 10-year-old.
You sound like a cannabis expert, though.
Yeah, when I have a 10-year-old now, and I look at him, and unfortunately, he's already becoming a cannabis expert at 10, just because he's hanging around Dad. And I'm like, I'm just doing it again now. I'm just like, he's getting but in general, it's farming knowledge is really important. It's just he has his own nonprofit, which is plant driven because we want to teach kids about plants. We want that for us. That's important that people realize that food comes from plants, and everything comes from the earth. That's smart, and like we were talking about earlier about the topsoil with Travis. Is like, we had a guest earlier who was talking about how, we all depend on the topsoil of giving it, giving in and taking out every year.
People keep taking out.
And right now we're just taking out. And so now there's a very, very small percentage left. So the nutrition value is going down on the food. And we were talking about that earlier, how, so when you grow your own food, at least you have a little control. If you
can do what you want.
Yeah, so you can, if you have the opportunity, then make your own compost and grow your own food, which is important. So, like we were talking about earlier, like cannabis is a gateway drug to the
better cannabis.
Well, to other things, like we were saying about the mushrooms earlier.
What does that mean? Gateway for better cannabis.
I was making a joke.
I was saying gateway for gateway for other gardens, for appreciating other plants. You know what I mean? Because now it's like, well, even though most people think they can just go and buy it, it's like there's a lot of stuff you don't need to. You can buy it once and cut it and regrow it.
Yeah,
and there's a lot of shortcuts that are going to become very important. Jamaica's very a good place to learn those things, though, too. I think everybody there is real smart with their design and efficiencies and stuff,
You see, nowadays people, they're doing greenhouse, they're doing indoors in Jamaica, but we're doing it the Jamaican style, you understand?
Yeah, of course.
And we do it our way, the best way we can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? And people from Canada, people from also California, they come to Jamaica and actually doing farms, and a lot of Jamaicans are there with them learning how to do that modern type of farming, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was lucky. So
it's working.
You definitely got to work with what you can locally too, because you realize quickly, like, there's only there's a reason why people are using that.
Then I smoke. Can I light my spliff?
Oh, please.
Fuck yeah, you can.
Please.
Of course you can. Look, I got a whole ashtray full.
I've been just rolling them all night. I just can't smoke them until tomorrow.
He just had his work. He had work done on his mouth, so he can't do it. He can't smoke now.
Okay, the dentist.
Yeah.
So I was going to say earlier that so we've had Lennox Lewis on the show here a long time ago, years ago. I'm friends with Lenny and with Kojak. You know Kojak also, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, Kojak lived on my farm here in America for a little while, but he's friends with my mom for years. And so the Jamaican scene is really funny to watch it grow, because those guys, they were, Lennox Lewis, when I first met him, he wouldn't tell anybody. He couldn't even talk about smoking weed because he had his
license.
He was like, everything was being, exactly. He had licenses. So he'd come to my spot in Amsterdam. I used to live in Amsterdam, and he would come there and smoke in the corner and hang out with me and stuff. But But Jamaica definitely, is the best. It deserves to have to have the tourism and that, to be able to. I just hope it doesn't lose. Of course, everybody's always going to look back to, the other times when things were just moving in different directions. But from the hardest part is the genetics. And do you have access to any real Orange Hill old school genetics that are held and preserved?
All that is still here. All that Jamaican strain that we used to have in the 70s and 80s, they are all here in Jamaica still, But what happened, the older farmers are no longer doing it, so the younger ones are more doing the modern style of.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but you're so right. Jamaica was Amsterdam before Amsterdam even was anything. Every young American, when they thought of cannabis, you thought of Jamaica. Anytime you heard of a friend going there, you're like, fuck, you gonna bring any back? And
pre-internet.
This is the 80s. They're like,
Jamaicans used to push weed we used to send it all over the world,
Yeah, no, for sure.
It was special. It was kind of special once in a time.
Sure was.
And to me, I remember because I lived in New England at the time in the 80s, and they were bringing in Jamaica a lot. There was a lot of Jamaican weed coming in. My parents, and there was a port coming in. And it was pretty much there was very little Thai, mostly Jamaican, and there was a lot of bullshit Jamaican too, where they'd been people just be they rehydrated all that shit, just you learn all the tricks,
more pounds in it.
Yeah. So, and then all my mom's friends all went down that way anyway, and they just went straight to the source and went and dealt with people, and we're like, all right, now we know all the tricks. We've seen all your bullshit. Let's do it right, And
I think back in the days, Jamaica was the hub for this marijuana cannabis trade, because there's a lot of airstrip for small planes that are still here in Jamaica that people used to come from all over Latin America to pick up and move,
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. It's some of the best growing regions. That's the thing about cannabis, is it really had specific regions that were just made for it, right? And that whole part of the Blue Mountains, that was just made for it. So you can't really resist.
Jamaica is made for that plant.
I think I can only say, people will tell you growing up in New York, this is Jamaica. You never really know. But I had a buddy when I was 19, flew to Jamaica with his girlfriend and had an ounce put in the heel of a Birkenstock. They took the heel off and they glued it back on after they hollowed it out, because the Birkenstock was like a cork heel. And they hollowed it out, and I was there when he took it out and opened it, and I'm like, he's like, they just walked up to us on the beach, man, and they were just like, and this is 1987, we're 1788,
Jamaica.
Yeah.
Before it was legal, we walk with it on strings and selling parties and stadiums, and everywhere crowd, you see a lot of people with.
That's awesome.
Marijuana and strings selling.
Yeah.
That's great, on a string. The closest I came was Christiana, where they had the hash. They had a table that really didn't have legs on it. It was just a stand, and they held it with their hand, and it made a little table, and they put the hash on it, just stand there, and that's how you bought it. Yeah.
No, Jamaica was definitely a destination at that point in time, and like any island though, there was a good side of the island and a bad side of the island, as far as I had friends who lived in Port Antonio, so I stayed there for a while, and I was like, man, where's all the good weed at? They're like, there ain't no good weed over here. It's all wet. It was just terrible. It was just not good. You couldn't store it. You could grow it nice. You just couldn't dry it or store it. It was just too wet and kind of jungly. And if you go to the other side of the island, it was like, there you go. Now, that's totally different. It was about the.
Like in Westmoreland, you find it best.
Oh, for sure. for sure. But yeah, that's why St. Croix I think is really good, because it's small and easy to kind of manage, and there's a lot of different microclimates built into the whole spot. So they have a whole bunch of different nice ways to set their operations up properly.
Yeah.
Damn, it looks like we need a little genetics powwow.
Where's
like a little
that,
Jamaican Adam Dunn show.
People will be smoking marijuana all over Arizona next week.
Well, we were talking about that earlier. We're like, we hope that everybody, because it gets the Super Bowl is weird, Super Bowl brings
corporate.
It's a complete different energy. You got Super Bowl, and then you got Consumption Park, which is like, opposites, complete opposites in my opinion. Like so.
Okay.
So it could be. I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, hopefully you all be more than entertained by this space and think they have a huge spot going on and they're doing
40 acres. I mean,
so
damn.
They're trying. They're putting all sorts of energy into a lot of infrastructure and really cool stuff. So we just talked to a bunch of different groups that are involved. So I think you're going to be. If you're only there for the day and a half or whatever, then you're going to be overwhelmed anyway. So everywhere around you, they will be smoking weed. I guarantee you, but not around Phoenix or around Arizona. I would say probably not, because it's
okay.
You know, places.
So is it going to be cool?
What's that? I mean, we're not even gonna be there, unfortunately, because we're just been helping out Red to help promote it, and we're definitely going to go next year, because next year he's going to be in Vegas, where we have a lot of contacts and we know we can do something. Phoenix, we're like, we'll let you guys do the Phoenix thing and then we'll do the Vegas thing. How's that? That makes more sense.
It's a little scary being, and I'm sure you experienced this too, going to areas where they still arrest you. And we just don't.
We're like carrying a lot of gear and looking that says, "Hey guys, we smoke a lot of weed." Like they look up you guys smoke a lot of weed. You wouldn't be happen to carrying any weed.
No, we don't. But we just went to your show and it looks like you smoked for 5 hours straight, and you're saying you don't have any weed on you?
You never carry weed?
I'm like, did you see the last show? I didn't smoke anything, man. He's like, that was 1 out of 400. What are you talking about? What's that?
I normally let them know in places like Texas and Florida when they look in my eyes and say, "Man, you smoke a lot." I'll be like, "Yes, it's in my brain." It's in my brain.
Right.
It's in the blood and for sure.
That would have been an interesting.
Normally in those places they shake you up and think you have things, but it's okay.
Well, I mean, we just read a story less than a year ago about just a tourist going to Dubai, and he had a medical condition. And they tested his blood, and they found, CBD in it, and they arrested him.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? Just for being in his bloodstream. So,
yeah. Similar to one of our Jamaica great reggae music singer, he was found with a small tube of cannabis oil in Florida. And he loses his travel documents and everything. He can't go to America right now.
That's ridiculous, especially in Florida too, where everybody's like, yeah, right. I mean, I know people in Dubai. I know people that have gotten the same kind of trouble in Dubai, which is like, then you're in trouble, dude. You shouldn't have brought it there, because the guy there, he got.
It was in his blood, though, man.
No, in the blood is like, that's not even.
What is that?
Yeah,
you'd have to walk with his blood.
You'd have to work. I'd have to not go for like a month. I'd be like, all right, I'm going to wait here for a month until it's not in my blood, maybe, or 2.
No, maybe he think it would be okay knowing that it's in his blood. It won't be a problem.
Yeah, they'll just take your hair then, and they'll just say, fine. We can't. We reek. These guys smoke weed. I mean, I don't know.
Well, the thing is, I mean, there's a guy here who's a reporter, right? And he went in and did the whole test. He didn't smoke at all for 24 hours, went in. He's a normal smoker, just regular everyday guy smoker. And he stopped for 24 hours, went in. Then he did his test in the morning and he failed. And he's like, dude, I didn't smoke and I slept for 8 hours and I still can't drive. Like, he's like, nope, you're over the limit. It's just like, oh my God, this limit doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Like,
stupid 5 nanograms.
Because they test they're testing at billions.
Nano.
Yeah.
So no, what is nano?
Nano's pretty small.
Really fucking small.
Hella small, I'd say.
Yeah.
I was in a place in Germany like about 2007. I was on my way to Munich, some place they call Bavaria. And somehow my driver was speeding and we got pulled over. Yeah. And he got charged, lose his driver's license for having marijuana in his urine.
Holy fuck, I'm not going to Bavaria.
Well, Sweden's similar like that too. Sweden.
That's long time ago.
You've played a lot in Sweden, right? And Sweden's very similar. Like they're very tough.
Yeah.
Like they don't fuck
Well,
around.
I went to jail in Sweden for smelling like weed.
Oh, that's exactly what I was going to say.
For smelling like
I
weed?
was just going to say you can get pulled in
From
because you smell
backstage.
like weed. Yeah, of course. See, Jamaica.
They
What's
took us
next?
all from backstage. It was all over the news in Jamaica.
Wait, they came backstage at a concert and motherfuckers.
Yeah,
Vinny
it was
scared
reggae
now.
festival.
No, we've
Even
already.
Sean
Like,
Paul went to jail.
Snoop Dogg, same thing. So Snoop is his manager was on the show, and we were talking because back in the day in Amsterdam, my friend brought weed to him and in Sweden, and called me up from Sweden and said, "Oh, dude, they're gonna get busted." Like he could just tell. He just like the way, because he's like, they're too crazy here. He goes, they're going, everyone's going nuts. They're running around the hotel smoking weed. They're definitely gonna get busted, right? And then. Sure enough, next day on the news, Snoop Dogg busted, right? And they went and waited for him on the other side of a bridge and like had a card, like pulled him over, found a joint in this car. And it was just like, oh my God. And yeah, they just, in the end, they just gave him a big fine and they didn't let him play, obviously. But it was like so stupid. You know, like Sweden don't play, right?
I think they're kind of changing now, like kind of little more tolerance. You know?
Tiny.
When I was in Sweden, I had to go out in the cold behind a truck and look around and smoke like this.
In Stockholm or in which city?
In Stockholm.
Yeah.
It was in Stockholm.
Right, and that's
And also in
the
Cannabis.
coolest city, right? That's the coolest city, and that's like the worst. And you're already feeling like that.
Yeah, but one ferry ride away is the hash capital of Scandinavia in
Yes.
Christiana. Literally 40-minute ferry ride.
The thing is, in Sweden, if you want marijuana, you can get it like this. Any amount, fast. And still, if they see you with a tip of weed, you have a big problem.
100%.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's not so much acquiring weed; it's using
Well, they're
it
just scared. They're scared
safely.
They're scared in the reason why in Scandinavia they're so weird about it is because they drink so fucking much. Like they drink till they black out. Like they don't mess around. Like they don't. They just drink until they pass out, fall on the ground or on their face. You know what I mean? It's like, wow, dude, you guys are
A
crazy.
lot of people dead in the snow when they're drinking. They drink big bottles of gin.
Yeah, exactly.
It's drunk and
Right.
knock out.
Right. So it's like one of those like, oh, that's normal. You're like, that is not normal, dude. It's like, yeah, because it's also very dark there. It's very, they have a very dark period and then they have a very light period. So it's either party hard and be all crazy because it never goes dark, or it's dark and it just never goes light.
Yeah.
Okay, what's this now? Oh, you wanted me to ask you about Budman Gardens. Do you know anything about Budman Gardens?
No.
Let's see.
I don't.
No?
Budman? Yeah, Budman in
California guy.
It's your manager telling us to ask you.
Budman in California.
The California
That's my
guy. I was going to
friend,
say, guy from California.
Yeah. San Diego, California.
He's showing it to
Thought
me.
we were throwing you a question like,
Big up Budman. Big up Budman.
Nice.
Budman have the highest grade of cannabis in San Diego.
San Diego, man. Nice. Yeah, it's funny because I do that. I had that before too, where it's just like, what are you talking about? And it's just, huh?
I don't remember. Well, it's okay. Thank you for staying with us. We were supposed to have Devin call in 15 minutes ago, but for some reason it's not working.
Where's Devin?
I don't know.
I was on a studio session and I cut that session to talk. And
Oh, thank you so much.
Well, there you go. Thanks for that. And
respect, man.
well, hopefully,
first time for me in Arizona, so I'm kind of looking out to have a good fun show,
You're going to have a blast.
It's going to be great. I mean, I already know the groups that you're going to see, so definitely going to kill it and have fun. But for sure, we'd love to see you in Colorado, which I'm sure you ever play up here. You ever do any gigs up in Colorado?
I've never been to that side of America.
Oh, well, there you go. Now we know a few.
I also heard that Colorado is another weed place.
Yes.
Oh, hell yeah. It's pretty much like it's like Cali, Colorado are always like kind of not that they're the same thing at all. Like Colorado's got its own vibe, but it's always been like it's been like cannabis forever, and we're also a mushroom spot too for psychedelics and stuff. So that's also become like one of the spear points of like first it was Denver. We had the guy earlier who's one of the guys who wrote some of the legislation that
the decrim for mushrooms.
So they start. So that's starting here also too.
But our sound engineer is he produces shows. So if you wanted a gig to come out here, I'm sure he could find a
He's like,
venue
what are you
for you
doing?
to play.
He's like,
I would love to be a part of something out that side, man.
He just likes being called as an engineer.
Engineer.
Mr. Engineer.
Yeah, where's the horn? Come on, throw a horn at him at least. Come on.
We had.
There we
Step
go.
up, Mr. Engineer.
Soundboy's slow on today.
He hurt his back.
He hurt his
He's
back,
okay.
and he's been eating a lot of his own edibles, and his edibles are these ones here.
Too much edibles, it
And
make it
these
become
things,
a coach life.
these ones he makes are really, really good. 'Cause
Yeah.
He knows how to temper them. You know, like if you look at them, I'll show you. You see how they're tempered. Because when you can make good chocolate is an art. You know, because bad chocolate is very easy to make. But good chocolate.
That is made from mushroom or
No,
cannabis.
this is THC.
We get the mushroom chocolates though too.
We get them both, but this is my friend who makes the THC ones, and he makes these like he kind of does one of these things when he's making them, so there's no numbers, but you feel them the next day. It's like the day you don't, you're just like, these are great, and then the next morning when you wake up, you're like, fuck you, Vinny.
No, I ate so many of them the other day.
What have you done to me? Like you can't even get to the alarm clock. You look, you're like,
So those are some sleep all day chocolates.
Yes. Sleepwalker.
Okay.
Yeah. we will have a package for you here when you come to Colorado for you and your crew that will make you remember or maybe not remember Colorado.
Probably not remember Colorado at all would be the key. But yeah, Colorado's always had a good reputation because it's also high altitude, and altitude is interesting with cannabis because you got like the Himalayas, right? And you got certain places, and when you grow in the valley, it's like it looks good and it grows really big, but it also shrinks up and turns to nothing. Whereas if you grow higher up, everything kind of condenses down. Like look at the trees and the plants, everything looks smaller and more efficient, right? And so the cannabis grows tighter and it likes it to be a little altitude, and then everything gets like more aggression. Like I was saying earlier, stress is good for plants. You know, they don't like it to be too easy. If it's all like, ooh, this is great, they just kind of.
How is it different in Oregon?
Oregon is wet. It's super wet and sea level, and it's very different, but it's also really easy to grow. But so easy for fungus to grow too, because fungus loves. So all these molds and things grow. So they grow a lot of good mushrooms there. And
Great for mushrooms.
They grow mushrooms and cool stuff. But cannabis, what happens is you grow it and it looks awesome, and everybody's like, yeah, this is going to be the best year ever. And then all of a sudden, overnight, they get hit, and then everything molds from the inside to the outside, and they're like, what are we going to do? And then at a certain point, it's like cut. Forget about it. And they're just like, it ain't even worth cutting it, because if you're cutting it, it's getting moldier in your hand. You know, it's like it turns. So it's like one of those hit and miss things. But they have certain years, because some years it's going up the coast. Like if you could look at 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, it keeps moving up. Like it used to be the best was in NorCal, but NorCal's like a desert wasteland now.
But NorCal is now Southern Oregon.
And now Southern Oregon is moving into the best place, but it's also, so it has much less rain than it used to have. And then it goes, and slowly creeping up the coast, you know, is sort of what the long-term effects are. But in general, Oregon grows great cannabis, but too much of it, and then it goes moldy. And they have
everybody in Oregon grow that thing. I see it on the streets.
Yeah, it's like it's literally, if you take a seed and you throw it out of the window of your car and you're driving, it's probably going to grow. You know what I mean? Like it's going to find roots somewhere, and it's going to be like, fuck it, I can do this. I can find enough humidity in the air and nutrients around me or something. Colorado, it's so dry here. We have very dry, but we make very good extracts. So it's good to grow, but you got to water it a lot, and you got to dry. Like when you harvest, you got to do something smart, because it'll turn, like there it turns all brown. Like in Jamaica it turns brown. Up here it doesn't do that. Here it looks good, and then one day you touch it and it goes it's like, what happened? It's dust. And it's like,
People don't like that.
Well, you can't it doesn't taste good, and it loses its smell and loses its aroma, and all the terps are gone, and so you have to keep everything.
It's not cannabis anymore after a while.
Yeah, so we literally keep it. We literally keep it in jars with a hydrometer on it, so we know how much the humidity.
Or in a humidor.
or in a humidor like we keep here. This is a box, so it's a humidor for cannabis. You keep the cannabis in
So
here.
all those things are cannabis products?
Oh, for sure, yeah. We are always trying to hype up some of
are
the stuff.
some weed
You can't see this
You guys
here.
are weed angels.
This is a clone.
It's an invisible clone. It's
You
an
can't
invisi-
see it because we have a green screen.
It's okay. It's all right.
Yeah.
It's sort of there. It's there. There we go. There she is.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
It's
I'm
called
seeing
Dirty
it.
Taxi. It's called Dirty Taxi. It's from my friend called TSK. Shout out to TSK. He also makes these awesome products from hempen.
Oh, blueberry. Let me
Which
try
is
that.
a blueberry we have. And we have, so
Mm-hmm.
grab one of those. A mint we have.
This is Cypher. These are all for CC. Don't. These are all for
Oh,
CC.
it's okay. We can look at one. Did you do a dabber with? You drink it?
No.
Did you goob it? Anyway, he makes some really good CBD products, and he's. You ever heard of Charlotte's Web? You ever heard of the strain called Charlotte's Web?
Heard it. Yeah.
Okay, so he's the guy who brought the genetics from Ohio to Colorado. And it wasn't called Charlotte's Web.
And then he
It
got
was
fucked over.
It was another name, you know what I mean? And then the group took it. They figured it out. Like,
took it and give it another name.
exactly. You know, the same old story over and over again. But he's.
Same
but
old
he's
story.
It's like how much of your music is being sampled by other artists and they're not sending you the nickel.
Where's that money?
Yeah, where's that money? Where does it go? Yeah. What I want to ask though, tell me a few things about the medicinal aspect of cannabis. Just a few things.
The most basics is that it's the missing element of us, and it's what we need in our diet, but we don't get enough of it, right? So what happens is we don't ever consume it, we don't ever feed it to our animals, and then we all get sick. And that's what happened in the last, say, 75 years, because before that, people just kind of like lived with it, right? It was normal, and then it got erased. And when it got erased, it was like, oh, okay, we can't do that anymore, so we can't feed that to them, and then they can't get that to us. So the health benefits are universal. It's not even like there's many individual things, but universally, it's like we just don't get enough of it in our diet, and so we need it, but we're not doing it. So you need to like kind of
what they call endocannabinoids.
Exactly. There you nailed it. You nailed it.
CB1 and CB2 receptors.
I nailed it. Yeah, you nailed it right there. So the endocannabinoid system, which controls everything, is controlled by that, and so it's kind of like one of those deals where it's like it is literally like lubricating that most basic function, which is like that's what takes a lot of the pressure off people, where they're like, oh my God. They notice it because they have an ailment that it actually it affects, where it's not made for that ailment, or it doesn't do that ailment. I can't say, oh, it fixes that, because that person it worked on that person at that moment in time, and somehow it has super fucking magic, functions where
I have to meet you because I need some products to intake.
Oh, for sure. And the thing
we
is,
can help you.
The thing is that people realize after a while that like there's like some people. Their body naturally overproduces everything, right? Many cannabinoids, because all these cannabinoids are like kind of like mimicking what's already in your body, but you have too much or too little usually. This is all bullshit from my head, so don't believe any of it. As far as reality, it could be all bullshit, but I'm just saying.
It works for him, is what he's saying.
Exactly. Yeah. When you have like some people just need it. That's why when you watch them smoke, they get really like satisfied, but they also kind of get almost trance-like in a weird way, and you have one friend out of a group that's just like that. You're like, dude, and he gets so much out of it, whereas another person's just like, I don't know, dude, I just fucking. So the guy who thinks it's nothing, his body probably is producing enough and or too much of whatever, so he's good. The other guy is not producing a lot, and all of a sudden he's getting this crazy effect because he's super high, because he's getting it because his body doesn't produce it, and he's artificially filling it in with cannabinoids that he's ingesting, right? And then he gets that.
Does that have anything to do with each person's health?
Yeah, totally. It's like so Chinese chi or whatever people want to call it, but it's all sort of like a balance, right? And so you probably consume enough cannabis because either any deficiencies that you may or may not have are definitely satisfied, but you might also not need, maybe you stop smoking weed for like a month and you're like, actually it won't affect you like heroin or something else where you're like, oh, I'm so sick, I'm gonna die. But you may go back and realize like, hey, I don't even need to smoke weed. I'm like, and other people are like, they kind of need it as a crutch because of whatever. And I think that they're missing that part of their endocannabinoid ability to produce, so they artificially fill it every day on a keep refilling it because it has a drain. It keeps leaking out, and then they go do it again.
But if I had to pick one medicinal quality of cannabis that I feel is, to me, the most beneficial, it's the anti-inflammatory properties of it. It's inflammation is the root of everything.
That's everything. Yeah.
So
what do they call that one? The
anti-inflammatory.
Okay.
So it's specifically to the entourage effect of cannabis. I know a lot of people claim it's in CBD.
I think it's everything.
But it's all of it coming together. And I even had a talk with Cece about this. Her views are straight up that inflammation, especially inflammation from sugar, causes the rapid onset of everything that can go wrong with you.
I need to meet you guys to get some products, man.
We'll definitely link up.
Oh, of course.
We can even maybe get a product.
We'll have a care package sent to you in Arizona.
waiting
Waiting
for you.
So
you have
I'll talk to you, Solomon, offline, and I'll get where your hotel is, and we'll send a package in someone else's name. All legal products.
Only
nothing,
CBD.
Nothing
else.
that's gonna. And we'll get you set up. For sure.
Okay.
Wink.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, see, you're our favorite guest. You come on, we're told only have them for 20 minutes, and you stay with us for an hour. So we love that because we're not we didn't get a list from Solomon. Make sure you ask him these 19 questions. He sent us one note about Budman Gardens, and you didn't get it. So
the only one
we just want to have a conversation with you, and if there's something that one of our advertisers, and I don't say one of our friends can provide, we'll get you taken care of. For sure.
Definitely. And these are all super killer products. And he also made this one. I haven't seen this one yet. This is the moist. Moist. This is this is a shea butter thing, isn't it?
Yeah. I didn't touch it. I didn't even want to look.
I think it's a shea butter combo thing. So it's
he's got lotions and oils, and
that's what the moist is. Yeah, I think it is.
It's got shea, right? Come on, Vinny, you're the man.
I mean, you've been on the road for how many years? It has to take a toll on your body.
He's off the clock already.
I'll be on tour from March to April all over the world, and I need some of these things. Yo.
Vinny, rub some of this on your back, man.
Rub it up.
No, Vinny hurt his back today, so he's out of it. I'm in pain just looking at his face because of the pain on his face, not because he's not easy on the eyes, but. I don't think we're gonna have
no. That'd be classic. Because the only thing I was gonna wait until the last second was to talk about him not making my show. I was gonna wait until the very end.
I don't think he's gonna make it.
That'll be my only.
I'm gonna tell his manager we're about to end, so he can call in now or.
Yeah, because I got to jump on the road now,
Oh no, for sure. Get back to the studio. It was awesome to chat, and we'll get information from your management about where to send that to, and we'll take care of you.
Thank you.
All right.
Peace out, my friend.
Thank you so much.
Protection and guidance on the road when you leave right here. All right.
Oh, for sure. Nice one.
Respect. Yeah.
Yep. Peace out.
That was me.
Huh?
That was me just checking in with them again.
Okay. So that would only be fitting. I could have Big Mike call in and tell us about stories about getting kicked out of a venue in Vegas, in Hollywood.
Are we doing Patreon or no?
It's only 8 o'clock. Yeah.
Okay. No, I was just making sure.
Yeah, we do an hour.
You guys should bring in our sponsor, our new sponsor.
We're gonna do a little sponsor run.
I got to take off 9:30, 10ish. But
all right.
Okay.
And we'll end now, and we'll go to do a Patreon.
We're gonna go straight to it. We're not. We have nothing to.
Ads.
J-Lo doesn't have to run out to pee or anything.
It's all about J-Lo. We could just sit here.
Yeah, we're not stopping.
J-Lo. It's all the J-Lo's fault. So we got. She's not. Oh, should we shout out to J-Lo in her airplane?
Shout out to J-Lo.
Should we try to call her on her plane?
Oh yeah, why not?
She's on her jet. On her private jet.
What's happening?
She's on a private. She's taking a private jet.
Is she really? No, she's
mom
not.
and dad private. No, she gave me the best story ever. They're sitting in like the way nice because I would go, oh, you're on United. You're going to be on the, they have those.
That's where the parents are.
And she's like, I think that's where my parents are going to be, and I'm in some shitty middle seat somewhere in the back. I'm like, nice. Happy birthday from your parents. Well, while they lay down up in the front and get like grapes served to them from the fucking stewardess.
They get unlimited champagne and
Yep.
you're back there searching for that cracker.
She's not answering.
No, she's on a flight. So I tried a couple times. Look at those mushrooms. They look futuristic and
careful. They will fall forward. I've been trying to balance it.
Oh, Dave! Now Dave's gonna spill everything, trying to unspill it.
No, there we go.
Look, he's got skills, dude. He's fucking DJ.
Oysters.
He can DJ a fucking couple oysters.
Yeah, I like
Wiki oysters.
Actually, yeah.
So the little speakers, right? They'd be great speaker combos, like B&W. Get a deal with B&W
Right.
speakers. Be like, bro, you need to make organic speakers that look like these mushrooms because they'd be cool tweeters.
Well, you don't think it was cool that we had JT and TJ on in the same show?
Yeah.
Yeah, double entendre. Is that a double?
We should have had him sitting there when he
just do a swap real quick.
That would have been a good one. That actually would have been really good. We could have gone like TJ, JT, JT, JT.
This Mountain Select rosin.
Oh shit.
I was so blown away. It was the only rosin that when I made it home with it, I hid it.
Yes, I
because my kid would take it and my wife would take it, and so I hid it.
Smoking it,
and it just translates so well, like the nose on the nose and the nose from the smoke.
It's not the nose on the ass, but nose on the nose. It's much better. It's a way better combo. Nose to nose is better.
Yes, nose to nose.
Not nose to ass.
How do you always get motherfucker?
He goes down the
I know. And on the one night I'm not that
jumps.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He gets it.
I throw him softballs.
He is.
You should have heard me earlier. I was
fuck. It was they were coming so slow. I couldn't even hit him. I could not even hit him.
That's what happens when I don't smoke for 5 days.
Oh, he can't call it.
No.
I was smoking when I got to the car after my tooth got pulled out. Come on.
He says, "Wow, Devin did it again." I guess.
I was excited that Devin
and then he
was
goes,
coming.
"I guess he doesn't like you." I'm like, "Wow." This is okay. So I guess I tell the story again.
Uh-oh, what happened?
He does call in because I was going to wait until the end and ask him like, "Hey, do you remember 2007 with Redman when my friend Mike booked you a ticket and got like you were like we were like waiting there and we were all excited. We were printing up shit and getting all ready, and then like last minute you called in and said, I think your manager Rico got on the plane and." You you didn't show up, and he said, "Fuck it, I'm going." So your manager got there and was like, "Hey, what's going on? Where's Devin?" It's like, "It's just me, man."
I know you've told me this story.
Devin didn't show up, but Rico hung out, and I just wanted to hear this other side of the story and get that sort of like piece of the puzzle figured out. It's like meeting Ice fucking Cube, like we talked about earlier. I've been trying to meet him.
I just met him like 6 months ago.
No shit.
When he was down in Pueblo playing at this little tiny spot. He's like good friends with one of the guys at, I think it's like Buju Loud or something, one of the guys that grows down there.
Wait, why do we know that name?
It's Canada Spring
I have a
down
strain
there.
called Buku.
Oh, that's right.
Okay. But they were down there and they threw this in a bar. They got Devin the Dude to come and play and perform and everything. And they're like, "Do you want to sponsor it?" And I was like, "Yeah."
Oh, you're talking about Devin. I thought you were talking about Ice Cube.
Oh yeah, that's what we were talking about.
I thought you were talking about.
No,
Devin
no,
the Dude.
both of them are cool.
It's cool, no?
Because I was trying to get. I was like, if Devin the Dude comes on, I was just with him like 6 months.
He was
ago.
supposed to come on right now. I've been talking to his manager half through the Luton interview there, trying to get him to come on, and he's shot. He says I texted and called him and instructed him to do so.
Okay, well it's okay. It's just
maybe high.
It is definitely well.
Should I ask him? Does he not like Adam?
No.
Should I just ask just to see what he says? You don't want to know?
No, I don't want to know.
You don't want to know, do you?
Don't even ask.
Normally it's wait. I don't like the Dave guy you sit next to.
No, don't even put that out there. Then it'll be in his head like maybe I don't like Adam. Maybe that's what it is.
Oh, you've been blown off way more times by people that like you, though. So don't let twice be indicative of him not liking you. That doesn't mean anything.
I didn't say that. I'm just kidding. No, that's what Mike said. Mike gave me some laughing emojis with maybe he doesn't like me, but Mike's his buddy. Mike and him were just hanging out. So he had his story. He says he can't call in now, but they just got kicked out of his gig in Hollywood. So I could ask. I already had a couple sidelines where I was like, oh, Mike, and then I was going to bring Mike in, and it was going to be this great hula ha crescendo. I was working crescendos. I was getting it, peaking it to the top, slammed. But it's good. Then we got credit with Devin.
Yeah,
for real this
Thrice.
time. For real this time. The first time it wasn't like I couldn't claim it. Mike paid it.
Yep.
It's all out of Mike's pocket. At first, I was thinking we did. I was like thinking about it. I was like, no, we didn't. And then later, Mike said, no, man, I paid everything out of my pocket. I was like, oh, that makes sense. Makes way more sense because now it's like I remember paying $5,000 for Redman and going like, it's not a bad deal. $5,000 Redman at your party.
Yep.
Came so fucking late, right? Pissed off everybody in the crew. Like you can go on to 2007 Redman High Times YouTube, and there's a couple videos from behind like the edge of the stage. I don't know if who was filming it or whatever. It's like you can tell his energy level's super low. Like he came in, he'd been smoking. Basically, Greenhouse hijacked him, right? Which pissed me off. They took him. Like I paid $5,000 for this guy. He's going and getting smoking them, and then coming out on stage and giving them all shout outs at my own party, and I'm like, this can't be happening.
That was a setup. It was a setup.
It was. I was like, I just paid $5,000 to have someone go shout out Greenhouse at my party
the whole time.
And you know, it was
you want to give away a light? Just realized.
Oh yeah, we have to give away lights.
a light.
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go. There's another reason.
Let's go. Make the call, Mark.
This is why we have a fucking producer who's on point, and he like tells us things, and he pulls up things, and
no, I tried to do the ads, and then you guys just rolled right through it. You're just like,
we had famous people on.
No, not that.
Yeah, this guy.
He's
not.
Just right
he
now.
met a famous guy. He met the guy.
He met him at a bar in Pueblo.
Hey,
come on, that's already trumping everything.
Do we want to start here, or do you want to just go ahead and give a light?
Let's give the light away.
No.
Yeah. What do you mean? We'll do it. We'll do the shout outs at the end.
We're going live.
Let's give the light away.
All right.
Come on.
Do it like that. Then.
Yeah. Don't.
I did notice that people are getting it now. They know Mids Teo. Mids Teo is famous.
But now we're gonna have fun with it. You need to purposely spell it really fucking bad. And lots of consonants. A couple of B's or Q's in it would be cool.
It doesn't even matter.
All right.
Okay.
Who are we calling?
It's all on.
Hold
we
on,
don't
dude.
We don't do the selection.
I was gonna wait till the end of the ads for it. So
It's the produce. Oh, now you're not ready for this. First, he wasn't ready for the rap battle going down. Like didn't even.
Because my
that was
my
amazing.
DJ music
He
isn't
was
on your
really
laptop,
good.
So
He was
He was
very good.
really good. I mean, I really thought he had that prepared, which is why he got up and he selected a
You guys ready?
backtrack.
No,
Yes.
but it was.
Do you
better.
guys want to intro the company that we're giving away light from, or anything like that?
Talking about Mr.
Oh,
I have been
cares
talking
He cares
about.
about spelling. He's a spelling guy. He's like one of those guys. You misspelled this. You know those guys that are total assholes. Like you send him a text and he tells you about
You
the
misspelled
spelling.
it.
And
Your
not even
grammar.
looking. It doesn't even
Who's
matter
that?
about what you're saying.
Mark does that?
Yes, I do run on sentences.
What's wrong
Yes,
with that?
I never put periods.
I do that all the
Come
time.
on, I am a full.
Jack
That's
tells
how I
you you're not.
No,
Oh.
don't get sidetracked. Stay on focus.
I have trouble.
You
We gotta like you away.
You should focus. Learn. How to
I'm mildly autistic. I'm trying.
Mild is not. It's a mild way of saying it. It's a very mild way of putting it. No one's watching.
Okay.
Remember, not 157,000 people are watching you. Or listening.
Yeah.
We're broadcasting
No,
live.
that would make me very
and they're all very disappointed. Anyways,
They're highly. They're like your mom. If your mom was disappointed, think of 157,000 times.
hey,
Hey,
don't read the
dun,
comments.
you guys want to call a winner?
The comments haven't been that bad.
Okay,
We
this
haven't
one,
looked at them.
This one grabbed my eye.
Oh, you haven't? Are you looking at them? Are you looking at comments?
Every now and then.
Hey, oh hey.
Oh, hey, S-Tech. So S-Tech
So the
lighting.
one, the email that I picked
Sweet.
was just because the spelling was just so fucked up.
How'd they spell it?
It was MEHDSTAO.
That's like the way you spell Midas. MEIDA.
It's almost like med, but with meh in the front of it.
Nice.
Medsteo.
Fantastic.
Medsteo.
It's meh.
And then
Teo.
and then I read the story and it was really good. And so we're gonna try and
So we're saying spelling
we're gonna
And
satisfies
stories.
his
Yeah.
all his needs.
Yep, for sure.
Story, that's good. I like that.
And
that's good.
this light could be
This could be
potentially
all
very
of us.
helpful.
All of us
So,
agreed on the story is a good thing.
Okay.
Who are we talking to?
Except for Vinny. Vinny
We are
don't care about
calling
nothing
Ryan right now.
He's over it. It's over. The show doesn't exist.
Pills gave me the yawns, Mark.
Good.
Yeah. Frost pills?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what up?
Are we speaking with Ryan?
Oh, no, but
Yeah, you are.
Ryan, you're on the Adam Dunn Show.
Mushroom yawns. You want two or one?
What's up?
What up? Chilling. We're just. You are now Devin the Dude. You are replacing Devin the Dude. You are as high ranking.
Devin and the Dude blew us off.
Everybody's listening right now, expecting Devin the Dude, but instead they have Ryan.
They have Ryan.
Ryan the Dude. Ryan the Dude. What's
Ryan,
going on?
who is going to win a Aztec Light?
Yeah, you're gonna win the Aztec Light now because you know the right. You already know the word.
Well, we don't even have to ask because they said it in the email,
You said
right?
it in the email,
No,
but
you spelled it the worst, so that's best.
Yeah, that was the
You
worst.
spelled it the
spelling
worst,
out of the
and
whole-
you are the best at the worst.
Teo.
Yeah. Wait, what is the Say it again.
We're broadcasting live.
That's Teo.
Vinny got
That's
it.
a full winner.
No,
That's a
I
full
can't.
winner.
I think I smoke too much. It's too hard to talk right now.
It's all good,
That's
brother.
that was good enough, bro.
You're welcome.
You
Hey,
are
I
good.
appreciate it, guys. You guys rock.
Thank you, bro.
Right
Thank
on,
you so
man.
much.
I will,
Send us pictures.
Not having your fucking.
And I will
super
send,
sound up really loud, and we don't have to say nothing.
I will send
Don't-
the email to.
Hey, turn your phone sideways. Just.
Fuck! That's fucked up. That's so fucked
All
up.
right, but thanks, Ryan.
Yeah,
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah, we'll send your. I'll send your email to Ms. Teo himself.
Yes.
And,
Vince Teo himself will.
He'll
get-
include an autographed headshot.
Oh, he should.
with some fucked up rolled joint of his.
Oh, the worst joints ever.
For sure.
Mitz Teo
Ms.
rolls the
Teo
worst.
joints.
I'm pretty sure if you got pulled over and a cop found a Mids Teo joint,
They
on
wouldn't
you,
even know.
They'd
They
probably
think it was
just
a
look at it
tampon.
and go, "You need to learn how to roll a joint, man."
I think you have potatoes growing in your back seat.
Your girl dropped her tampon over here, bro. You'd be like, no, bro, that's not a tampon. That's one of my joints.
Flag on the play.
Well, right on, Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan.
Enjoy your new life.
Thank you, Ryan.
Guys,
Yes, sir.
I appreciate it. Have a good night.
You too.
Thanks.
All right, so we got that out of the way. That's out of the way.
All right, now we can do some ads.
Fucking ads. Yes, sir. greenfarmsmed.com, right? Or com?
Greenfarmsmed.com.
Got it.
Great job, dude.
You
Fucking
place a
nailed it.
pre-order.
Nailed it.
It'll be waiting for you. You want to just walk in and browse? You can do that too. First thing out of your mouth after you show them your ID should be, "I want the done deal," and they will take really good care of you. All organically grown, 6-year living, so it's got to be 7 years now.
It's one of those deals where he said it so long, it's got to be 7. Like,
Yeah.
you can't say the same thing for 2 years and say the same year.
It
was 4 years.
since the day they opened.
Exactly.
How long you been? I've been on the show 4 years now, so it's like 12 years old.
Yeah, it's stoner years.
Yeah.
Stoner years, you triple or quadruple
20.
and then go backwards and do half. You just never
And then
know.
take
It's
the-
just never
It's
know.
a math when
Yeah.
we're taking dry to fresh frozen. It's times 5.
Correct.
So that's what we're working with.
I agree with you totally.
Stoner math.
Celsius
stoner
or
math
Fahrenheit.
for sure. Like that. Stoner time is even worse. Because you're like, that was then, and then you start thinking back. You're like, dude, that was in the 90s. You're
Look,
like,
if you want to buy a bucket equivalent to
Shout
3 MTIs, you go to greenbros.com.
Or you can go back to every single episode since we've had them on and listen to the same joke.
I'm trying.
It's up to
I'm
you.
trying. It's
up
a
to you.
commercial. Okay.
The thing is that MTI is way more efficient than me in every except for right now, but in every way, shape, and form. Right now, he's just useless.
I'm sending emails. I'm watching live streams.
He's not paying attention to the show at all.
I'm recording your show and
Are
live
you?
streaming
Are you
it.
though? Are you?
I'm running the ads for it.
Greenbros.com. Enter done deal at checkout. You get 5% off every product they have there, and some of their products are
Finally,
15, 16
Vinny,
grand.
Jesus Christ, slowest fucking day ever.
You're gonna get
I was
10.
I was
just
giving him a
about to
bunch of
give.
dabs
I was
over
about to
there
give
earlier,
a bunch
so.
of grief for the lack of drops that we managed to pull off today with professionals in the house.
Would you leave him alone? He hurt his back.
Couple horns.
He can't get to the
couple
buttons.
of here's, couple of those. Could have been,
Greenbros.com.
These guys
really.
crushing. Why do they have brother on there? What's going on with that? It's old brother.
It's brands that trust them.
Yeah.
Trust them for what? To process their weed?
I don't know.
That's weird.
We'll find out. I don't think it's the brother printer. I think it's a different brother.
Are you
printer.
sure? It sure looks like go back.
Let's not waste it. Apothecary just opened a new store in Garden of the Gods. They just had a big party.
They killed it.
I actually went to Apothecary this week. I shit you not.
What'd you shit?
They sold me an ounce of flour for $30.
What?
I saw that.
I could not. I thought Mark was fucking with me.
It's been on the signs.
No, like I just
Isn't
went
that
in.
what he was asking for at some
It's
point?
only supposed to be on Monday, but it was.
No, I
Dave.
said I needed some budget weed. I'm poor right now.
That's kind of what it is. $30 is pretty budget.
It was. It was worth every
you're making
penny.
it sound like the green solution, but
No, it was.
I
It was
remember that.
really good. It was not green
Like
solution.
I said, I've
fucking
been
weed.
checking it out over the past 6 months, just because I had gone there every Friday. So I it's just out and you can just smell it.
It has nothing to do with the quality and everything to do with.
job over there.
Yeah.
Apothecary. I think they do an awesome.
They harvested a lot. It was really good.
Really?
Really good.
$30.
And let's just say, their ambrosia.
All right, I'm leaving
so
right
on
now.
point.
I'll be right back.
For Patreon.
Oh yeah, shit.
These guys just do it right. Their ambrosia is so on point.
Look at it.
Their rosin.
Sorry, I didn't turn that up for you guys.
So go to Apothecary Extracts, Apothecary Farms. They have 4 locations in Colorado right now, 6 in Oklahoma. Ask for the done deal. If they don't have it in Oklahoma, just ask again. And if they don't give it to you, then ask again. And then just pay full
Go back
price.
down there.
But it's
Go back
really
real
cheap.
quick. Go back down. Real quick. Go back. Where you were. Garden. Okay, never mind. This was the Garden of the Gods.
Garden of the Gods location just opened up. So
That's
2 Colorado
the new
Springs
one.
locations essentially, Denver, Pueblo, and then all the Oklahoma
Nice.
City.
You got to scroll all the way
And you can
down.
pretty
guys.
much-
You didn't do the full down scroll. You were kind of.
Yeah, there it is.
fast.
You can
And
guarantee.
Colorado-
Now you're good.
And Colorado Springs
I'm
is
watching
still
everything
only
you do.
med because they're the only county.
Because of the Air Force Academy.
God damn.
I don't understand how they can have such a grip on it and make everybody say no to it when
They'll crash planes into it if you don't do it.
No, we'll lose.
We
We will lose a bunch of officers because they're going to get kicked out because they're going to make a stupid mistake. So that's why they'll
smoke a joint.
But we have to worry about them.
It's career ending for them.
I mean that
Then
one.
don't do it.
The guy who was like running. I
What
think
is the difference?
The Air Force base down there did make like he would pull out if they did legalize.
Good.
And
They should.
you know,
There's probably
There's
a lot
so
of
much
pressure.
real estate. Imagine all the real estate if they fucking left, and what a killer spot it could be. And like you're like, all right, now bring in the cool people,
They
smoke
don't like
weed,
weed.
and they can just hear all the infrastructure. Fuck off.
Oh look, I have Mike Groh made me a new website.
They don't like weed.
Who?
DavyCuckit.com.
Military.
We know that. That's what I'm saying. Get the fuck out. We'll take over and we'll use all your shit.
Jeez, we're gonna get all flagged.
Who's?
Yeah.
Oh,
Just
triple
kidding,
flag.
that's what-
Who's
Triple
flagging?
flag?
Oh, that's
I
you.
don't know.
All right, Apothecary Farms.
Yeah.
Hey, Dabex.
Speaking of which, Dave
I
can't use his go.
I know. I have it right here.
Dave
I don't even
can
have
only
water
look
in it.
at it
I could use
and
it.
cry.
You can.
It's all
What's
song.
wrong with him?
Someone should sample
I
that.
can't.
Got a
Sample that.
tooth pulled. He's
Fucking
being a
guy.
pussy.
Oh, says the guy with.
And I agree with you totally, Vinny.
You know what I say?
just put some.
You know what I used to do? No. You know what I used to do?
Dry socket, they'll call
No.
you.
I
Hey,
get someone
David,
else to
David-
pull the bong and fill it up, and then I just empty it, and then it wasn't so bad. You know what I mean?
What?
Because you're not pulling, and the
Yeah.
pulling
Well,
is
then
what's
that's-
exposing your tooth.
I got
I'd
you.
have
You
someone
did
else.
gravity bongs?
No. Oh, I guess you could do a gravity bong, and then you just not. You know.
Listen. I haven't smoked in 5 days. I'm still fucking coughing. So my lungs
Coughing?
needed this to clear out.
Oh, okay.
You know. So I'm gonna give
I'll
it
go
the.
with you.
Tomorrow I will.
She got to give me a run through on this thing, so I
sorry.
know how it works.
Wow. Okay, so we're running through the Dabex right
Make sure
here.
you're sucking really
So,
hard.
This
'cause
is the
he can't
Dabex
do it.
Go.
Dabex go.
What
Put
was
your
the problem?
shit-
You have a
small right now. No one can see you.
Tool.
I'm sorry.
You have a tool. You are a tool.
Put.
He's a tool.
You want to
You are-
try to
you
put it
are
right into the middle there.
Anyway. All right.
So go to
Speaking of which-
dabex.com, enter done deal at checkout. You get 20%
Oh, shit,
off
right here.
any of their products.
Fucking this shit rocks.
This rocket rocks.
Do I have to clean it?
It's the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you've been using it for over a month.
No, I've cleaned it twice.
Okay.
Oh, nice. Good job, dude.
Yeah, this time not. Though. This time, and now I got here and I was like, yep. This is no good, dude. It's hitting 3/4, but it's still fucking fire.
Yeah.
Give it a second.
It's kind of got that military vibe where it's like, even in the worst conditions, it still pulls through.
It does feel industrial.
Yeah,
it's the fucking
it's
shit.
military grade as far as cannabis goes.
Go to dabx.com.
Ozo to coffee.
Ozo to coffee. Ozo to coffee. Hey,
Dungeon 23.
What is going on there, Mario? Hey, Ozo to coffee, eh? That's what he said.
Okay.
He introed it as
Discount Folgers.
No.
to coffee.
Go to ozocoffee.com.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Ozocoffee.
600 of you have.
No, well, yeah, not individuals.
600 times.
600 times the coupon was redeemed. So
it's either.
But it's not done deal anymore. Okay, it just changed a day ago.
Yeah,
so you have to enter done deal 23. That's the only way you can get this code right now. I mean, the discount's 20% off.
Tough, people.
Well, they just want to. They're using it for data tracking to see how people
how many
are.
Billions they make off of us.
Not billions.
Millions.
And if you can't remember what year it is,
yeah,
it's Michael Jordan's number.
Oh, Vinny.
Vinny's going to use this to like.
You're not going to play The Price is Right, wah wah, for a bad fucking joke.
Michael Jordan. NyQuil Jordan.
NyQuil Jordan.
Ozocoffee.com. Done deal 23 right now. Get your orders in right now so we can show them that we are worthy of
relevant.
their advertising
It's
dollars.
it's not just homeless people that know that it's done deal and they're like done deal. Everybody go done deal. What do they think? They think that everyone knows and it's like it's over.
No, I don't. I have no idea why they were doing
they
that.
They can't track it.
Whatever it is, that's what they want to do.
For some reason,
we're changing.
Done deal.
All right.
No, we're not ever changing. But done deal is like. Is literally like how hemp ruins all the machinery that it ever touches. Like you try to like work with it, you're like, oh, I can work with hemp, and then everything breaks. You know what I mean? You're like, why is it breaking? Because it's like, oh, that
sticky.
It's sticky or it's too strong.
You probably broke another system with your
and
done
so
deal.
I think the words done deal going into the computer like destroy it. And, like everything falls apart. They can't do it.
There's too many D's.
It's
and
like
too many
today we
N's.
wound up wearing the same shirt, and one of us had to wear a sweatshirt.
It's like Janet Jackson's Rhythm Nation breaking hard drives because it would be played.
Janet Jackson's boobie?
It's exactly like that. It's so much like that.
Yeah.
Adam's going to pull something in my boobie will come out for
my
advertising
goodness. All right.
purposes.
Okay, all right.
It's the Super Bowl?
Hey, all right. So, yeah,
Sounds
Ozo
like
Coffee.
you guys
If you really
got
like
it
coffee, then this is the place to go. OzoCoffee.com.
Mark is the best setup, man, and he doesn't even know it.
Oh, look at that.
I have one in the car.
Hey, what's a Happy Turf Day? What's
It's
that?
they turned that into a dab pad.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like it.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
So get ready.
I want a cake.
We have one.
Next week.
You have to fight over one.
Well, hold on. Drum roll, Vinny.
I want a cake.
Drum roll.
Oh, do we have a drum roll?
That's not a drum roll.
Close enough. Next week. There we go. We're going to have a discount code. A done deal discount
done
code.
deal discount.
But here's how it's
We
going to
earned
work.
it. We earned
Oh.
Here's how it's going to work.
Oh.
And this is the same for Dab Logic. We're not into giving away
Nothing.
something we didn't earn. So if you want the done deal discount, you have to place a pre-order. You can't walk in and be standing at the register so that someone else is standing at the other register.
Not only does it
You
confuse
want to feel like a
computers.
big shot
Yeah.
and go, I want the 15% off done deal,
Name drop.
so that the guy standing next to him goes, oh, I want that too, and everybody
sense.
else in there.
Oh, that's
They don't
smart.
want that to happen.
All right,
like
so
that.
they want some download stuff.
So you have to do it on the website. You have to enter the promo code there.
Done deal.
What?
You'll enter done deal. You'll get a discount. You'll pick it up and you'll leave.
Promo code done deal.
That's it.
Done deal.
Give me the done deal.
So you go to 14
when you get
next
it,
week.
That's how you have to ask. You have to.
Did you give me the done deal? You have to whisper.
That doesn't make sense.
Don't even say
That
it.
smells like pure gasoline. No, but
be
but
honest with you,
John
that
at
smells like
Dab
pure
Logic gave me the
gasoline.
best line today. He goes, what do you? I'm going to put a bag together. What do you guys want? And I said, you know what? I've been asked that before. I'm just going to let the chef tell us what we're going to eat tonight. That's fine. All gas, no brakes.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm using that one. I like that.
Good job.
All gas, no
Way to
breaks.
go.
Anyway,
Don't
14erboulder.com.
We're not allowed to use that.
You can't use that.
Yeah, you can't use it. It's not original. That's why.
It's been taken, stolen.
Stash Logics.
Please don't use that.
Channel 5.
Stash Logics
Channel 5.
with an X.
I'll bring young girls into my trailer.
Enter Done Deal at checkout. I think it's 20% off. It might be 15%. But you have an expectation of privacy with a locked box in your car.
Yes,
so
sir.
you want to pick one up at Stash Logics with an X.
Yeah.
But bumps. There he is.
Hempen.co.
Hempen, soon to be.
You need to get some moist.
Alleviating.
Okay.
I'm just going to say this in general.
Fire.
Not that we're on the hempen right now, and I'm trying to send this to two, but I'm going to say this in general. If I hook you up with another advertiser and you guys exchange products, I don't want to fucking hear you complain.
This is a totally different
No,
deal.
that was an inside to someone listening.
Oh, geez.
No.
But this is amazing product.
26%.
Hempen.co.
No, it's 50%. No, it's basically everybody gets 2 for 1 still. Is it a 2-fer? Are we still 2-ferring?
If
it?
it's 50%,
It's 2-ferring, right?
I don't see
If he
anything
can-
on the site.
If he can figure out that
From the
it's somebody
show.
from the show, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
Put
You
your-
come in, you say,
Put your tag
I want the
name.
done deal, which is the 2-fer.
Or maybe right mid-tail. I'm just
Or you
kidding.
can do that too. We'll know what's up.
Just-
He'll know what's up. He'll be like, why does it say mid-tail?
He
and
knows.
all these people?
Because he
It's-
knows the chat gang. So
This is not gas
doesn't
station
know.
hemp. This is really fucking good quality. It saved me the last
or
5
put
days.
ADS as your middle name. You know?
Yeah. Hempen.
Just whatever confusing thing you can do to make him more confused, do it.
Just think Hempen
That's how-
Co. Hempen.co.
Here, let me put his phone number.
Yeah, all that.
Yeah.
Hempen.co.
Hempen.co.
Fishheadfarms.com.
Fishheadfarms.com. One of our oldest, most loyal sponsors. Not the biggest discount. Thank you, Jane West. 25% off if you enter Done Deal at checkout.
It's still a huge discount.
It's a huge discount.
It was until Jane West came along, and then with her merchandise, which we don't know if she even would.
Nobody orders anything from Jane West. It's okay. It's like saying you can order burritos from Mark. He doesn't make burritos. He doesn't sell them, but they'd be 90% off.
90% off from all the burritos.
If he did. So he has the biggest Done Deal.
Right there. 90%
No,
off.
go to fishheadfarms.com or fish shit on Instagram. Give him a follow. It's a great
I don't
product.
make burritos, man. He's like, he just got the joke. He's like,
right.
so slow.
Cultured Biologics. I saw you posted a discount for them. Like,
Oh, no, he's doing a mega discount right now. So if you go to his website and order directly, you can get everything at 50% off because they're clearance stock. I think it sounds like some new
clearance.
But if the Eon, which is what I've been running, is awesome nutrients, amazing density and production value, plus it's all organic and nitrogen carbon based, so you can kind of feed the plants what they want. Like, hey, you know what? I'm trying to do all this work to turn it into carbon so I can eat it. So like, when I hear you go, here's some spoon fed, some carbon, and then it's like, so then they eat it up. But it's awesome nutrient line, and check them out because today I saw 50% off. So I was like, well, there's no even point of the Done Deal now. Just go direct, get 50% off, stock up while you can. The shit's all powder too, so it makes it super easy except for the flush. But even that's like basically like a pH down almost a product, so you don't have to worry about it going off. But everything else is all powdered, so you can just sit on that and just. It's funny.
Makes it easy to use if it's all powder.
Yeah, and it's also like a lot of things, when you just crack the seal, you know you're good for the next. I'm good for the next. Right? it's like you just because it's a great product. And then in combination with our other sponsors, so go to them, culturebiologics.com. But our other sponsors, Bio365.
Oh,
can you go to them?
Yeah.
Just because I'm doing. Yeah, let's just start doing that because that makes sense. That combination is like right now. I'm just using the Bio All, which is
the biochar there.
Yeah, it's all got biochar. Everything has biochar in it, and they're really fucking on that. But they also do like a whole huge line. Like they do very specific types of indoor. Like so, they've broken it down so you can go like, okay, I'm doing beds, this, and you're like, you need that formula, right? And so it's pretty interesting. I've just been keeping it real simple, and then I figure I'll amend it anyway and reuse it and stuff. But if I start low and work my way up, I know exactly what's going in. But the biochar is in the whole thing.
But it's important to mention, if you're a commercial grower in any of the lower 48 states and you want to try Bio365, if you send an email to donedeal@adamdunshow.com, I will connect you with Tim. And Tim, I shit you not, if you're a commercial garden, he's going to send you a pallet. Okay? You know what the first question he's going to ask is, do you have a lift gate at your receiving station, so they can get it off the truck? All right, so he's really serious about what he's saying. He wants to earn your business.
I was like, yeah, it's called the end of my driveway, and I'll roll up with a fucking.
I'll send my son down there and pick up one bag at a time.
I'll just throw it all in the back of this fucking.
Yeah. Bio365.com. Enter Done Deal at checkout.
Oh shit.
Verde Natural and Dab Logic.
Holy shit, that hazelnut
cream
is fucking good.
Yeah. I mean,
did we get something I don't know anything about?
No, we smoked.
No, we gave you one. I gave you a jar.
And you smoked it, and you forgot.
No, of Dab Logic?
Yeah.
No, I didn't get no Dab Logic.
No, that's Verde's.
It's the Verde flower.
Oh, the flower.
I gave you guys some. What do you fuck? Vinny probably took it.
Vinny's rubbed it all over his nuts over there. What's going on?
Whoa.
Oh, hey,
wait.
I got a fucking hernia. Hey, I'm hurting over here.
So it's called Hash House now. It's not Verde Natural in Boulder. Hash House on 3rd and Pearl.
You had to go over there and.
I gave the flower to Mark.
No, did you? Have you smelled it even?
It is amazing.
Yeah, this flower
fire
smells great.
Have you smoked it?
No, I haven't.
Holy shit, it's so good. It's
The
like one of those things where
hazelnut cream is amazing.
you immediately go like
both flour and in concentrate.
I'm going to go smoking when I stream on Janktown Beach right after this.
Great. You're going to go on other people's shows, talk about the weed you got for free on the Adam Dunn show.
Yeah, I'm going to be talking.
And then he's going to say, go get the done deal.
Yeah, exactly, on their show. And he's going to say, but don't tell him it's a done deal. Tell him it's actually the Mark Perez special.
Yeah.
And you're going to get the money and then bring it back to me. And that's his little side hustle.
The Dab Logic gummies are vegan.
Really
so
good.
Adam can
I'm all
eat
smart
them.
like that.
They're
They're good.
really good.
They're good, but they're 10 fucking milligrams. I was like, well, whatever.
That was tasty.
Yum,
They're not.
I was like, yum yum. That ain't gonna do absolutely.
But remember, the only way
chocolate next to a 10, I could eat I could take all that whole bag and eat it, and then eat it 5 more bags,
and then eat one chocolate from Vinny.
One chocolate.
Have you tried one of Vinny's chocolates?
Last time I was
25.
on here,
Did you get buchakied?
Yeah,
he got super buchakied.
Yeah, I got high as hell on it.
He got hella buchakied. And
put another feather in your cap, Vin.
I got one down south too.
So remember, here's how you get the discount.
We got also super buchakied last time. Who was that? Somebody got hella'd. It was like one of these
Are you
who was
here?
it? You don't remember.
Hey, Dave, how do you get that discount?
You go to Dab Logic or Verde Natural or dablogic.com. You enter Done Deal at checkout at the Hash House. Okay, it's probably Hash House website.
Order online?
You have to order online. Don't be a turd blossom and go into the store and say it out loud.
Yeah, so you should walk in, you're like, hey, did you get the Done Deal? Because I'm about
solid
to.
turd, not a blossom of it.
Go.
Yeah.
Online. That's the way we worked it out.
Straight to the point kind of turd.
Hand trimmed, slow cured, organically grown. Fungi Farms.
Wait, you did both? Verde both?
Yeah.
Okay. Verde
They're the same company.
No, they're not.
In Boulder they are.
Whatever.
Fungi Farms.
Still give them.
.com.
I love hallucinogens.
Oh, yeah.
Rare and exotic genetics, spore syringes, agar trays, bags, and if you're local, Belgian dark chocolate bars. Fuck, they are good. He's got the whole dosing down now. A quarter.
Or does he?
He does.
Or does he?
I'm just saying, the new bars.
Vinny eat a whole bar, and then he was like, well, I don't know. Vinny turned into like a.
I don't know, yeah.
I think Vinny's
I had one square yesterday.
Way too high.
I have somebody test the waters with, so it's good.
Yeah.
It's okay now.
Fungifarms.com.
Oh, good.
Oh.
Blessed.
Whoa.
Whew.
Another one that you just need to just
get
listen. Terpwipes.com/done deal.
That's right.
No promo code. Terpwipes.com/done deal. Get a subscription.
Get it over with.
Do it. You need it.
Right as you run out, the next one's come.
Thank you, Adam, for coming in last week. I hope your dog is feeling better, man. I'm sorry he had to leave in the middle of the show because he had a doggy emergency. But Numbnuts Co.
Not caused by...
No, definitely not.
Should have been...
You can... This 1,000 milligram peanut butter, again, saved me these last 5 days.
Oh, good.
I mean, just being able to with a spoon...
Saved by peanut butter.
Saved by the peanut butter.
Still in here, I feel
That would be a T-shirt right there.
Saved by nut butter.
Saved by nut butter. I'll give Vinny the drop. I love nut butter in my mouth. There you go. Numbnutsco.com.
Numbnutsco.com. Okay.
All right, Dave, this is your first prostate exam.
Humboldt Humidors.
Hell yeah.
Just verify your age. You'll be able to see what's going on.
Come
if you
on.
enter Dundee,
How old are you? You're not that old. You better go back.
He's staying up all night.
Be honest. Don't lie.
HumboldtHumidors.com. Enter done deal at checkout. Is it 15% off or 20% off? I forget.
I'd say 27% off.
I'd say that you should go to the website and figure it out.
Yeah,
just
put it in there and see what it is. Yeah,
it's a quality product.
It is. I enjoy it.
As it closes, you can feel.
I'll give you $100 to eat
And when
this,
you
though.
open it up,
What is
the
it?
whole
What is it?
room stank up. It's good.
Let's keep going.
What? You want to give me $100 to eat some funk at the bottom of your jar?
Experiment.
You've eaten worse.
No.
Nobody eats
Humboldt
bottom of the jar
Humidors.
funk.
This is Joe Rogan shit.
Oh, is it all mushrooms?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Then he'll eat it.
No.
I thought it was weed. I was like, who's going to do that?
You don't want this.
You don't
Is it
want
really
this.
potent or
You
is it
don't want
just
those?
bad?
Is it dirty sock version?
It's just bad.
It's just not good.
Dirty sock.
Okay, so throw it out.
I
Thank
think
you.
at one point it was really great, and then it went past that point, and it's now.
Oh, that's like Mexican weed we used to get in the 80s in New York.
Dirty
It was
sock.
fantastic before they strapped it to the
Thank you,
bumper of their
Aztec,
car.
for letting us give you away a light. If you want to win a
Oh, yes.
light, get us an email to dundeal@adamdunshow.com.
And not only that, but if you have a facility and you want to get some killer LEDs into your spot, and you want to get a layout done, get in touch with esatech.com and tell them obviously that you heard about it
And
on
their
the
office
show.
manager, Andy Yan, is in Flushing right now.
Is he?
Yeah, I sent him to
Oh, did
Moray.
you? Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Utopia Bagels.
Oh, so you're giving him the whole. So he's like.
Well, he
getting-
posted, I'm in Flushing eating Xiaolong Bao. I'm like, you motherfucker. I'm like, you live the greatest life. You get to run the company for Aztec. You're a porn star in China.
You're a porn star.
Oh, yeah,
You don't know the joke?
you-
When we were at the Cowboy Cup, he was like standing 4 feet away, and there was a genetics guy that Adam was talking to, and the guy's like, "Is that Adam Dunn right there?" I'm like, "Yeah, it is." I'm like, he's like, "Do you think if I gave him some seeds, he would take them?" I'm like, "Just talk to him. He's right there." I'm like, "That's Andy from Aztec Lighting right over there. He's actually a porn star from China. He came in to do work with Adam." And he's like, "No shit." He's like, Andy walks up having not heard that, and the guy
Not
just
porn
started
work,
giving
not
him
porn work.
everything. He's like, "Hey, will you take these seeds back and share them with people? And take this and take that." And Andy had no idea until we broke the joke to him like 4 hours later.
You know you're a porn star, right? You know what?
Anyways, thank you, Aztec Lighting.
Aztec Lighting.
But now he's running it.
Seeds here now.
Seeds here now. Seeds here. Was the last time we saw him getting kidnapped? Is that the last moment?
No, he was in the cab and
Getting
he got
kidnapped.
bad reception, and then he got mad at me and hung up because I said, "Why don't you call back?"
No.
Yeah, I always
That
piss
was
him
it.
off.
Yeah, it's Dave.
It's either me saying something about his shirt.
Is that literally what happened?
That's literally what happened.
No, I'm giving you
Literally-
backstory. He had really bad reception in the cab or the Uber in
And then
Mexico.
Dave was like, "I can't handle it, so why don't you just call us later or something?"
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the worst. He says
I said, "Nobody can hear what you're saying, James. Can you call back later?"
Oh, it's even
I
worse.
see.
Burn.
Burn.
That was double worse. That was,
Double
like,
burn.
that was so
Anyways,
worse.
If you're more appreciative of James Beam, then you will go to seedsherenow.com and hit up a done deal over there.
Yeah.
From one of the more than how many breeders?
70.
70 breeders.
With not a single
need to
shared male.
Lower your modulation, brah.
Not a single shared male.
You're overmodulating.
Yeah, not sure.
I know all about that.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Who's
But
that
you
guy?
share males.
That guy has a beard. I don't know who that guy was.
Yeah,
He looks like
I
you.
saw him.
I actually
Did you
have.
see-
I have a
Did you see
picture.
the
You
video?
have to redo the packaging,
I
bro.
already did it.
We
The
should
cool
send
Oh, you
it.
did?
With the
No.
scruff, with the scruff, I did a little I mean, like, looks more like
People still write in
potato
and say,
head.
"Where's Adam's beard?" I'm like, "Do you not watch
I can
the
put
show?"
it on. I can hang it on the wall. Behind
Maybe
me.
Adam's beard is inside James Bean's vault. What else would we find in there?
Oh, you will only
Oh, that sounds
find
like a strain right there. Adam Dunn's beard. Oh.
Adam Dunn's beard.
that has to be grown by someone else, though. For you,
It's all
bred by
scraggly.
someone else.
It has to be like super scraggle.
Super scraggalicious.
No,
Yeah.
you know, a beard is like a beard. A gay man would bring a woman with him to an event. That would be their beard, you know. So no, their family wouldn't.
He
So
knows
that
all
would be
about
the,
that. He knows all about that. Yeah. Somehow he knows.
He's
What's going
very
on?
versed in this. Dave.
Seeds
Thank you.
Here Now
For the
or
info.
SHN Auctions. If you find something on his auction page, it means nobody complained about it for the entire year.
No Karens.
It's a rare, hard to find sleeper pack.
Right.
And rare.
Oh, I like that one. Is that what it says right there?
I don't
Look
know.
at that.
That's, I like reading stuff sometimes.
That
amazing.
narrows
Mark.
it right down.
All right.
Right down.
SeedsHereNow.com. Get the done deal.
SeedsHereNow.com.
And
Adam Dunn Show
This is-
Store. It's the Adam Dunn Show Store.
Are we making a? Didn't Willie or
We
somebody make us a little
We
Adam Dunn?
could.
Or you guys
Adam
could.
Dunn Show
You
Store.
did it. You're doing it right now. Record it.
Adam Dunn Show
Loop
Store.
it. Loop
Adam
it.
Dunn
Loop
Show
it.
Store.
you guys.
Anyway, go to check out the AdamDunnShow.com.
There's
Check
all
out
kinds
the,
of new stuff on here. Look at that.
It just keeps coming.
This is
Dude,
it's
it's
the hits that
grown
just
since
keep
we've opened it.
I know, man.
now it's getting fresh air exchange.
Oh my
What's
god,
happening?
it's growing.
He let it take and let it sit
no.
there for like a week, and
You
now it's
don't
all
want
gross and weird and growing back, sort of like because it got hydrated and like
It was weird.
It's fungus growing fungus.
I don't know. Anyway,
Adam Dunn Show.
Well, you won't get that at the AdamDunnShow.com.
But we
so
are.
you will get everything but fungus.
No fungi.
No fungi.
Lots of fun people, but no fun guy.
no fun guy. All right. Well,
It's almost 9 o'clock.
Oh yeah, go check out elevatedmushrooms.com because thank you for Paul.
Yeah, thank you so much, Paul and Jeremiah.
Yep, for coming in.
I love all the push for the mushrooms lately.
It's
I was
important,
just at
man.
a-
Big Mike said it was 2009. They got kicked out. He was going to tell the story. A few years ago.
All right. Okay.
All right.
So 11,
All right. Hey,
12
we gotta
years
go,
ago.
man. I got. You know. We
Well, you
move
gotta
this thing
go.
along.
No,
We
it's
gotta move
we're
this
not.
thing
We're,
You're
It's
gonna
only
go to
15
It's 9
minutes
o'clock.
away.
Nine,
What are you gonna
relax.
do?
Where
Sit
are
up?
we going?
Just
Nowhere.
do your gig from here.
We're breaking
Let's
it
keep
down.
going.
We're breaking it down. Shout out to
Totally.
again for the taxi
Thank you, two.
cut over here. Shout out to all the guests that came through. I guess shout out Devin. I'll
TJ.
see you soon.
TSK Taxi?
Yeah,
Oh,
this is
it's Dirty
Tu's taxi.
Dirty Taxi.
Oh, yeah, that's what we were just talking about earlier. So
The dirty. It's the dirty.
the dirty.
The dirty. Shout out
What makes
to,
taxi dirty and not dirty?
Dirty taxi. Think about it. When you're in the dirty taxi, it's got a certain smell. That's
It's
what
that
this.
aroma.
It's like
It's
that
the
aroma.
dirty.
No, but I was asking if there's two different strains. Is there a taxi strain and a
No.
dirty taxi
Dirty
strain?
taxi.
No, it's
Okay.
just called dirty.
Dirty taxi.
Got it.
It literally.
It's pretty popular actually.
And
in
it's
Colorado.
funky, so it's got that
I'll
vibe.
wait for
it's
you
like
to grow it.
I will. Don't you
It's
worry.
pretty funky.
Don't you worry. And then,
I'll
shout out again
smoke
to
it
the
with you next
Consumption
week.
Park for their event next week. Good luck on that.
Yeah,
one.
and if Red, if you're listening, we need 2 tickets for Mark's friends, and Vinny is not. Unfortunately, he's not going to drive down
But we
there.
got a guy.
No, we had a few names. We have a few names. We'll talk to you on this off
Yeah.
thing. We'll send a little posse through, and hopefully get
They'll have
some feedback.
T-shirts.
We'll get some feedback. Well, Friday they'll be in full swing, right? They'll be in full swing on Friday, so maybe we can get some like man on the scene.
No, next year we all got a plan to go to Vegas though.
So we need to
Plan that now.
If you were in Phoenix
Plan that
area
shit now.
and you want to be our man on the scene, get in touch with us at the
What,
Done
you don't
Deal at
wanna
Adam
go to
Dunn Show,
Vegas?
and
Oh, yeah, we'll send you a T-shirt so
we'll
you can
get
be our reporter.
We'll get you hooked up, and so you can be like man on the scene.
It's
at
gonna
the
be
Consumption
wild.
Park. I would say somebody is in the Phoenix area and is going to respond and say, "Holy shit, I could do that." And you're like,
Oh, wait, I
It's
just
gonna
got
be
a
a
text.
wild
The person
show.
we would have to ask for tickets is Devin.
That's not true.
What?
Devin, do the dude. hates
No
me.
names. We're not
And
gonna
he's
mention
I'll
names.
get
got a
a
thing
T-shirt.
with-
I'll get a T-shirt made, and then he'll.
See, he might have a thing for Adam, but we don't know.
Dave,
No goo.
Dave needs like
The
a
shade.
horse, right? And him whipping it, and that would be like his T-shirt
death.
that he just wears. And just insert joke here. It says.
Yep.
Yeah.
Insert same joke here.
Just insert any joke here, and Dave will whip it to death.
No problem.
And that'll be the forte. I'll make that shirt and put it on the Adam Dunn Show.
It'll be there next week.
And I'm also putting together the PinskysMyBitch.com merch section soon. beanies and stupid-looking shirts that are going to be over wrong side.
Lest anyone
and really bad quality.
Just a pair of glasses on the
and
front.
bad quality, so they fall
it.
apart. So they don't expect much, but I'll keep them real cheap.
And lest anyone think that you, by purchasing one of these Pinskys, my bitch items, he'll get money.
No,
he won't get dick.
He won't get nothing.
No,
none of the items.
In fact,
here
we will just send him a photo of the transaction to let him know that it was sold in his name. No, but he's a good sport.
No, he's not.
Yes,
he won't be. Don't you worry. By the time we're done, once he sees that money rolling,
Micro's complaining.
What?
He said, "Too bad the mods are undercut." Frowny face.
Too bad the mods are under. What the hell does that mean?
He's a YouTube mod, dude. You know, he has a wrench next to his name. You know,
what does undercut mean?
What does it even mean?
Undercut and underpaid.
Paid.
It's a volunteer
is he
position.
On the Adam Dunn show? Has he ever watched the show?
Done taxes
Does he know? Does he know?
You know what? Wait a minute. We will give him twice your salary.
How about that? He gets twice Mark's salary. I'll give you 10 times Mark's salary.
I'll go 20.
20 is good too.
You're hired, Micro.
You're like a dab or two.
You got
Micro.
No. They can't claim that.
No.
Oh yeah, you can't.
No.
Because it's mine.
Don't even go there.
We gonna stick around and do Patreon?
We are going to do Patreon. We're going to.
All right.
We're gonna
Come back.
Are we going to do it?
We're going to do
Why not?
Short Patreon.
I told you.
Yes.
I knew I was gonna do it.
We have to. We have to because I got to show my video and we got to do a few other things. So we're going to do it, and we're going to complain about J-Lo.
We'll take a 10-minute break, eat a bagel.
Because we didn't do enough of that.
I know.
Sweet.
Yeah, we gotta do it. We gotta do it.
We didn't do enough complaining about J-Lo.
Wait, let's get it in parts per billion. Parts per billion. THC is potency.
We got our homie here. We got our homie right here. So we're gonna
parts per billion. THC potency.
Yeah, we're gonna do it all. He's gonna come back dressed up as. He's gonna come back dressed up as J-Lo.
She was saying that every.
Can you wear a wig? Can you get a wig on and we just put you?
She doesn't wear a wig. They're extensions.
It doesn't matter. Anyway, see you guys on Patreon. Peace out.
Oh,
Mike. Shout out to Big Mike, of course. Global Security.
Hot Mike. So, Adam, now that the mic's off, tell me about the time that Devin screwed you over.
We don't want you to smoke genetically modified ganja. We want you to smoke the real thing.
Me?
Want you to smoke the natural herb.
Sweet.
Some call it marijuana.
Sweet.
Some call it sensimilla.
Sweet.
Some call it lamb's bread.
The tea.
And some people call it